To the third edition of the CDays. We're going to start 2-3 minutes just for you to know if you need translation. We're going to be talking Spanish and English, so there is a simultaneous translation equipment at the door. So we're going to start in 3-4 minutes just for you, the ones that you need, or Spanish or English. Please come there and pick up your translation equipment. Thank you. As I said before, we have simultaneous translation equipment available for everyone, so I'm going to be presenting in Spanish, sorry. We are in Barcelona, it's Catalonia, Spain, but still we speak in Spanish. Así que, nada, voy a proceder a hablar en castellano. Como he dicho, vais a ver que hay presentaciones que son en inglés y, por lo tanto, os animo a que cojáis vuestro aparato de traducción simultánea y lo veáis. Bueno, damos la bienvenida al evento, el evento de conmemoración del CannabisHub. La verdad es que es un evento muy emocionante donde creo que vamos a aprender mucho. La idea es tener unas jornadas donde hablemos de ciencia y política en torno al cannabis. Y bueno, creemos que es un momento muy importante, ¿no?, dentro de la industria del cannabis en Europa. Como bien sabemos, Alemania va a empezar a regular y tenemos aquí algunos representantes. Que me disculpen los de traducción si voy muy rápido. Voy a intentar bajar un poco el ritmo. Y bueno, nada más. Simplemente dar las gracias a todas las personas, empresas e instituciones que han hecho posible este evento, en especial a la UPC, que nos cede este magnífico espacio, y por supuesto a todas las empresas, tanto antiguas empresas que formaban parte del Hub como las nuevas empresas que forman parte del nuevo clúster. De verdad, gracias por creer en este proyecto y por darnos la posibilidad de poder juntarnos aquí y disfrutar de este magnífico evento. No voy a emborrallar mucho, simplemente bueno, quería compartir un poquito qué es lo que vamos a hacer durante el día y bueno, comentar de qué manera va a ir. Básicamente vamos a tener unas jornadas de Cannabis Talks, donde tenemos diferentes expertos que van a hablar de ciencia y política sobre cannabis. Como ya sabéis, el programa es bastante completo. A partir de ahí vamos a empezar con las round tables. Vamos a hablar de 3 temas: el consumo del cannabis medicinal, el consumo del non-psychoactive o el CBD y posteriormente hablaremos del uso adulto. A partir de ahí nos iremos a comer aquí muy cerquita, a un restaurante que está enfrente de la universidad, y a la tarde vendremos para completar los últimos 8 Cannabis Talks. Más allá de allá, después iremos a hacer una tarde networking en Plaza de España, en un restaurante, para acabar de concretar todos esos temas que no hayamos podido tratar aquí. Yo soy Rubén Valenzuela, soy el co-founder junto con la UPC del CannabisHub y además soy el CTO de Valenveras. Estoy seguro que luego podemos hablar y podemos comentar temas interesantes. Así pues, sin más, vayamos a ver un poquito, simplemente para aquellos que vienen fuera y queráis, tenéis Wi-Fi available, está aquí, está en la entrada también, por quien quiera, y a la misma manera, pues, animamos a todo el público a romper el estigma del cannabis, compartiendo en redes, simplemente hablando de ello. Consideramos que es una planta que realmente puede llegar a cambiar el mundo, que la está cambiando. Y bueno, yo creo que por eso muchos de nosotros estamos aquí hoy, ¿no? Así que bueno, en todo caso, quien quiera, agradecemos la difusión tanto del evento como en sí de la planta del cannabis o de todo lo que vamos a hablar hoy aquí. Rápidamente, el CannabisHub es un ecosistema. Antiguamente éramos parte de la UPC e hicimos una evolución hacia un nuevo clúster con la intención de ser más flexibles. Aún así, la UPC todavía forma parte de este clúster y la verdad es que estamos muy contentos de poder surgir como un nuevo resurgimiento de un clúster donde podemos invitar a más personas a formar parte de él. De alguna manera todavía tenemos el soporte de la universidad y además lo que tenemos es una flexibilidad mayor para poder ir tratando muchos temas que consideramos que son muy importantes dentro de la industria del cannabis. Rápidamente, no me voy a extender, son como 4 pilares que queremos promover. Uno de ellos es la educación. Ya hicimos un máster semipresencial con un súper éxito que lo vendimos en 2 días, es decir, que tuvimos quejas porque gente no se podía haber apuntado y debido a ello lanzamos el nuevo máster online, que os invito a que paséis por el stand que tenemos, tanto por si queréis ser partícipes de él o por si alguna de vuestras empresas o vosotros queréis apuntaros a la nueva edición del máster. Business community, for sure. O sea, estamos aquí un poco para entendernos todos, para conocernos y para hacer negocio entre nosotros. Así que para eso estamos hoy aquí. Además de para aprender, es para conocernos y para hacer negocio. El tema de los eventos. Hoy es nuestro gran día en los CDays aquí. Pero además vamos a tener una asamblea general en Hispanavis Bilbao. Así que también os animo a todos que os apuntéis al evento que tendremos en Bilbao con la intención de generar ese networking y al final, pues eso, ¿no?, el poder generar todos los proyectos que tenemos con la unión de las empresas, que era nuestra idea. Pincelada rápida del máster. Vamos a trabajar con una de las empresas, universidades de más renombre en España y, como os he comentado, ¿no?, va a ser un tema online, no se va a necesitar una titulación previa y vas a poder hacerlo en cualquier momento. Este es un nuevo formato de máster que hemos visto que puede cumplir los objetivos tanto de empresarios como científicos que puedan adaptarse a la educación en el momento que que ellos lo quieran hacer, y la verdad es que estamos muy ilusionados. La intención del máster es que vaya a poder evolucionando y que más profesionales puedan de alguna manera participar en él. Así que sin más, vamos a empezar con los Cannabis Talks. Como bien sabéis los que ya habéis venido a otras ediciones, los que no, se trata de una copia, digamos, de los TED Talk, donde lo que vamos a hacer es dar 10 minutos de gloria a profesionales de la industria que puedan hablar de su tema y que de alguna manera nos puedan deslumbrar con el conocimiento que han podido abarcar en relación a ese tema. Así que los voy a ir presentando, los vamos a presentar. Desafortunadamente no vamos a tener tiempo para ronda de preguntas, pero es por eso que tenemos un evento toda la tarde, de 6 a 12, donde evidentemente los speakers van a venir para que podáis interactuar, además del lunch and break que vamos a tener. Así que sin más, nuestra primera ponente, nos complace enormemente dar la bienvenida a Viola Brugnatelli. Empezó su carrera como neurofarmacóloga en el campo del cannabis en 2012, investigando nuevos receptores cannabinoides en NHS, Escocia. Desde 2017 es profesora de endocannabinología y cannabis medicinal e investigadora en el Departamento de Neurociencia de la Universidad de Padua, Italia. Sin más, en 2018 fue cofundadora de Cannabisensa, una compañía científica dedicada a educar a los profesionales de la salud sobre el cannabis medicinal. Así que, sin más dilación, demos una fuerte bienvenida a Viola Brugnatelli.
Okay, good morning and welcome to what I assume is the first of many, many events that you will attend this week. It's going to be very busy, hectic, hopefully fun. Barcelona is beautiful. Maybe I also have my slides, so it's going to be even more functional. Ruben, help! As a few words of introduction, today I wanted to talk to you about what's kind of a key topic for both regulators but also healthcare professionals, which is the need for evidences. Often we hear about this, and over the past 10 years I've been involved with scientific dissemination, and hopefully today I will manage to convey some spark into this topic, also with some technical support from CannabisHub. In the meanwhile, I actually wanted to thank Ruben and all CannabisHub to have me here to open. Is this? Yes. Okay. Let's get going then. Oh. Okay. No, first. Forward. Okay, I'll stay here. Yeah. No, it's okay. Yeah. Okay. So, gold standard. What is it? Traditionally, in science, the so-called double-blind, placebo-controlled clinical trials are considered the gold standard in terms of evidences, I'm talking. So what the regulator entrusts, what ethical committee entrusts, and it's a sort of, if you will, artificial reality, but that is very rigorous, that is very meticulous, that is extremely standardized, and so this is very useful when we need to consider whether cannabis is a therapy or not. For a doctor, you just looks if there are any clinical trials done on the topic, and then takes his consideration whether to use cannabis as a therapy or not. And likewise, a regulator usually goes around on a similar aspect. This is an excerpt from a book we launched last year called Principle of Clinical Cannabinology. And what we did for this book was basically compounding in a very meticulous way, pathology by pathology, any pathology that can benefit from cannabinoids, and going through the whole literature of what's been the gold standards and making it easy for prescribers to find it there. On our point of view, if you can have clearer idea, obviously you can make more informed decisions. However, gold standards do not come without any limitations whatsoever. So they do have limitations. I guess pretty much any of us in this room, since we are all working in the industry, we all know that clinical trials, they come with really high costs. So they are only justifiable in the case of having IPs, and clearly this is hindering even further the presence of clinical trials. But then they come with even further complications. For example, in the case of cannabinoids, we may encounter something that we define as placebo bias. In other words, because the endocannabinoid system in itself is involved in the process of the placebo effect, then having a real perception of reality through clinical trials that are double-blinded, placebo-controlled, not necessarily is the perfect picture of what is going to happen the moment that I use cannabinoids with the patients. So in order to give and provide a more complete picture to a prescriber of today, we felt it was very important to also complete the so-called gold standards with also with also something a bit more tangible, which is an observation of really what happens inside the real lives of real patients. And so I see, for example, one of the doctors that we asked a contribution from, we collected contribution of case studies from doctors around the world that are working with real patients with real pathologies, and we asked them to contribute with case studies from their cases, so we could complete, the gold standard as well with what's going on in the real life of the patient. And this is an approach that is not novel in the cannabis world, because first of all, cannabis has an enormous safe therapeutic window, so people actually do use cannabis beyond the prescription, as you all know. And so these allow us and grant us the possibility to really see what's going on in the real life of people. Now, the limit of things like this is that then obviously they don't really have a strong statistical value in terms of how do I apply this to the rest of the population. So going back to the point of evidences. And this is where we decided that it makes more sense when you have a mosaic, obviously, of case studies, putting together the actual stories of the patients' lives, observing them. And this is what has been started already in this world, not just for cannabis, because a lot of other natural-based products are actually pretty perfect to be looking at what the reality is telling us. And it started to create the science, the evidences that we define real-world evidences. Evidences that come from observing real life. And this is exactly what we aim to do with a partnership and collaboration with Research Smart, that is the tech company that has been supplying research tools for Project 21, one of the many most famous, I would say, in Europe, big real-world evidence studies. And this is what we continue and hopefully aim to engage you with in the next years as we start on our own set of work and research on this direction. Sorry. So imagine that from your phone, from an app, then you can simply start to contribute directly to groundbreaking research. And this is not just a vision. This is a sort of sneak peek into one of our upcoming studies, in this case on irritable bowel syndrome. Perhaps some of the more attentive observers saw that the slides I presented before were on the same similar intestinal topic. So there was a trend in there. And this partnership is allowing us, through technology, to leverage technology to allow individuals globally to participate in research, and especially to arrive to and to support a more democratic healthcare and natural-based products that are based and backed up from actual science. So this is our goal, and hopefully we will get all of your support. Here is a QR code if you'd like to check some of our work more out. And I just wish you a very, very nice day. Have your coffees and enjoy.
Thank you very much, Viola. Really amazing all the work that CannabisHub has been doing. Thanks a lot to be part of it. Muy buenas, pues bueno, continuamos con Alejandro Campo Giraldo, el honorable congresista de la República de Colombia y presidente de la Comisión de Drogas. Nos detallará la evolución regulatoria del cannabis en Colombia, un estudio de caso imprescindible en la política de drogas y su impacto socioeconómico. Jorge es un representante de la Cámara por el Valle del Cauca colombiano, con un fuerte compromiso hacia la regulación y la legalización del cannabis, sobre todo en el uso adulto. Ocampo lidera importantes comisiones en el Congreso, incluyendo la Comisión Primera Constitucional y la Comisión de Investigación y Acusación, demostrando un compromiso profundo con el desarrollo social y legislativo de Colombia. Así que, sin más, demos una fuerte bienvenida a Alejandro Campo.
Bueno, gracias. ¿Se alcanzó a bajar la presentación? No.
No.
Bueno. Creo que no es necesario esto, ¿no?
No.
Bueno, ok, buenos días. Bueno, mi nombre es Alejandro Campo, soy congresista de Colombia y quiero compartir algunas reflexiones sobre el tema del cannabis en nuestro país, en Latinoamérica y en el mundo. Últimamente hemos asistido más a charlas sobre cómo desde la medicina nos vamos introduciendo al cannabis. La ciencia ha sido la excusa que no pudo ganar la libertad. Es increíble que en el siglo XXI la gente tenga que en varios países demostrar que está enfermo, que sufre de algo, que tiene un trastorno para poder fumarse un porro. Es de las cosas extrañas que aún tenemos en el mundo y de la estigmatización que hace parte del cannabis. Es decir, tienes que demostrar que lo necesitas para algo. ¿Y a dónde quedó el relato de la libertad, de yo puedo hacer de disfrutar de mis derechos, de mi vida? De hecho, el país de la libertad inició como un tema compasionado, ¿sí? Y tienes que tener fórmula médica. ¿Por qué la gente que se fuma un porro tiene que tener una fórmula médica? ¿Por qué el que va y se compra una botella de whisky no la necesita? ¿Por qué el que compra un paquete de cigarrillos no lo necesita? En Estados Unidos el año pasado hubo más de 20.000 muertos por armas de fuego. No se han reportado 20.000 muertos por gente que consuma marihuana. Pero es el mundo que tenemos. Y a ese mundo que tenemos, lo médico ha resultado como una posibilidad en la cual tampoco hemos podido explorarla profundamente porque seguimos teniendo una estigmatización. En varios países donde se está hablando del cannabis medicinal, los estudios tienen más requisitos que otros elementos para poder tú practicar, experimentar, desarrollar con cannabis. Tienen más dificultades que con otros productos. Cuando es para lo mismo, cuando se supone que es para la salud y la tranquilidad humana. De hecho, en algunas partes no pueden ni siquiera poder, ¿cómo le decimos aquí? Poder regularizar la semilla, ¿sí? Poder legalizar, ¿sí? Poder decir, esta es mi genética, esta es mía, no pueden ni siquiera hacerlo. Entonces, ni siquiera pueden estandarizar el producto del que quieren hacer la investigación. Entonces tienen desarrollos, tienen ideas, líneas importantes, pero ni siquiera ese estado les permite decir, hey, estas son mis tipos de variedades de semilla, estas variedades tipo TH que tiene THC, y no la pueden ni siquiera registrar, esa es la palabra, registrar. Entonces, en los estudios tienen toda la idea, menos el producto para arrancar. Una cosa muy loca, muy difícil, porque entonces estamos hablando de que unos sectores de la sociedad y el Estado en varias partes del mundo, varios estados mejor dicho, entonces no quiere, sí vamos a permitir el cannabis, pero primero tienes que demostrarnos que no le hace daño a la gente. Sí, entonces primero demostremos que no hace daño, entonces no, esa parte como hace daño y todo el mundo se va a volver consumidor y adicto, no, vamos por partes, demuéstranos para qué es bueno. ¿Sí? Y han metido a la gente en un problema, porque mucho usuario adulto y recreativo hoy tiene que pasar por enfermo, por psicótico, por depresivo, por cualquier cosa, cualquier síndrome para poder acceder a lo que algunos podrían decir, a nivel psicológico, esta es mi medicina, yo necesito un porro para sentirme tranquilo. ¿Sí? Y eso es un primer problema. En nuestro país, que tenemos uno de los mejores marcos del mundo para poder hacer un experimento importante. De hecho, hoy tenemos 2 productos que salen de allí de Colombia. Se inventaron en el parágrafo, bueno, las leyes, generalmente, yo soy congresista, ¿no? Pues las leyes se hacen para joder el pueblo. Cuando una ley beneficia a la gente de abajo, se demora 1 año en entrar en aplicación. Cuando beneficia a las grandes farmacéuticas, a los monopolios, a los bancos, al otro día entra en rigor. Allá la ley de cannabis medicinal se inventaron una parte increíble. Era que quien tuviese un cultivo, lo que denominan ilegal en Colombia, no podía entrar a hacer uso del cannabis medicinal. ¿Y eso qué implicaba? Que las comunidades campesinas e indígenas, pues no podían, porque donde por décadas ha existido la marihuana y la coca, entonces ya los vetaban. E iniciaba un nuevo tejido industrial, empresarial, de cómo la marihuana, entonces, pasaba de quienes habían sido los pueblos originarios, quienes tenían la experiencia, a hacer una gran cantidad de empresas colombo-holandesas, colombo-españolas, colombo-británicas, que empezaban a sembrar cannabis medicinal en Colombia. ¿Sí? Y eso se volvió el oro verde. De la gente, no, esto es mamey. El primer litro de aceite Spectrum, de Full Spectrum, yo creo que costó por ahí unos 4.000 euros. Y todo el mundo pensó que se iba a costar eso. Entonces había gente que vendía el apartamento que tenía, que sacaba las cesantías para montar un negocio, que me dejaba la plata que tenía ya guardada, ahorrada, porque eso era el oro verde. Y resulta que inició, y Colombia, en ese decreto, arrancó como arrancan varios países. Solo puedes sembrar si ya la tienes vendida. Y entonces ya la gente dijo, ¿cómo ha sido? Sí. ¿Tú quieres sembrarla? Ah, bueno, sí. Véndela primero. Oye, ¿y cómo le digo al cliente que le tengo una flor, que tengo un aceite, si no puedo sembrar? No. Cuando la tengas negociada con un trato vienes y entonces te permitimos sembrarla. Hoy hay gente que hace 5 años tiene una finca, un terreno, y nosotros sembramos una cosa loca. Y entonces, claro, todos los países chicos como el de nosotros, pues le tienen miedo a la convención. No, es que eso va a pasar, es que es un problema. Y entonces, ¿ya? ¡Ajo de madre! 2 minutos. Bueno, me va a tocar recortar aquel cuento con eso. ¿Qué hemos venido promoviendo nosotros entonces? Hoy tramito una ley en Colombia. Va a hacer un corte abrupto, discúlpeme, Naye. Tramitamos una ley que permite hacer acuerdos internacionales para investigación. Por primera vez Colombia en una ley se autoriza a poner dinero con hospitales públicos, con universidades, para poder diseñar y descubrir todos los beneficios terapéuticos y medicinales del cannabis, porque antes no se podía. Hoy estamos diciendo una ley donde se permite hacer acuerdos entre productores, entre empresarios, entre cultivadores y el Estado para poder desarrollar fases de estudio en Colombia. Y nosotros tenemos, nuestro tema de medicamentos y alimentos es muy fuerte, es una política muy estricta, se llama el INVIMA. Todo el tipo que produce algo en Colombia le tiene un susto al INVIMA, es como ver el diablo y dice, llegó el INVIMA. Estamos tratando de que además podamos utilizar estudios universales, ¿sí? Estudios ya desarrollados en otra parte del punto teórico y que solamente tengamos que hacer la aplicación, la toma de pacientes, ¿sí? Toda esa última fase para poder desarrollar medicamentos o fármacos alrededor de un año más o menos. Esperamos que eso en junio esté aprobado. Hemos además instalado digamos, una idea internacional de cómo poder participar, de cómo poder tener colaboración de otros países. Sabemos que otros países no pueden, como les decía, por el tema de poder registrar la semilla, de estandarizar el producto, de poder tener la genética a su nombre, no la tienen. ¿Qué sentido tiene que tú hagas un estudio y no puedas decir que la genética es determinada empresa o persona? Sino que sirve pero no la tienes, no. De que permitir hacer eso, permitir acuerdos para eso. Y obviamente vamos con el uso adulto, que lo hemos separado. Desde 1991 en Colombia la Corte Constitucional avanza más rápido que el Congreso es muy conservador. No ha sido capaz de aprobar que la gente se pueda comprar un cigarrillo de marihuana libremente. Desde el 91 la gente tiene algo que llama el derecho a la dosis mínima. Tú puedes portar hasta 20 gramos de marihuana, puedes fumártelos en la calle, tienes derecho a sembrar hasta 20 plantas de marihuana en tu casa, que 20 es un pocote, pero increíblemente el Estado colombiano no te permite comprarlo legalmente. Entonces tú puedes hacer todo menos adquirirlo legalmente, y ese uso exclusivo es de obviamente grupos criminales, narcotraficantes, que no nos ayudan en el desarrollo del cannabis de la sociedad, que por el contrario capturan recursos, capturan dineros, capturan impuestos y capturan vidas. Hoy en qué estamos? En el tema de que la gente pueda disfrutar de su libertad, y hemos separado las dos cosas. Yo tengo derecho, y cualquier colombiano tiene derecho a fumar marihuana cuando quiera, y no tiene que demostrar que es enfermo, ni tiene que verse como un criminal, ni tiene que ser señalado ni estigmatizado, porque hace libre de su uso, derecho y su libertad le contempla unos derechos, lo guarda la Constitución y no puede ser reprochado por eso. Y al otro lado, sin que esto se toque, sin que tengas que demostrar que es enfermo, podemos desarrollar todos los elementos que tú quieras del cannabis y las investigaciones, porque una cosa es lo médico y otra cosa es mi derecho, y nadie tiene que demostrar que está enfermo para fumarse un porro. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias.
Vale.
Muchísimas gracias, Alejandro. La verdad es que Colombia, magnífico país, proyecto increíble. Es una lástima que el uso adulto todavía no haya llegado a su regulación. Continuando con política y después de tener una persona como Alejandro, viene alguien todavía igual más competente bueno, increíble. Araceli Manjón, catedrática de Derecho Penal en la Universidad Complutense de Madrid, exdirectora del Gabinete del Plan Nacional sobre Drogas y directora de la Cátedra Drogas Siglo XXI de la UCM. Araceli Manjón ha tenido un recorrido experto en políticas de drogas y en análisis jurídico del cannabis. Su vasta experiencia y profundo conocimiento sobre los aspectos legales y sociales del cannabis la convierten en una voz autorizada esencial en nuestro evento. Araceli ha dedicado una parte significativa de su carrera a estudiar y apoyar las políticas de drogas más justas y efectivas, aportando un valioso enfoque académico y práctico a la discusión sobre el cannabis. Sin más, demos una fuerte bienvenida a Araceli.
Ok, sale.
Buenos días a todos. Vamos a ver el cannabis entre los tratados y la realidad, porque no coincide lo que diseñan los tratados con la realidad que hoy se está viviendo con el cannabis. Vamos a ver, todos sabemos que la prohibición de las drogas en general ha sido un fracaso. Esa prohibición aspiraba a un mundo libre de drogas. Ese mundo no solo no se ha conseguido, sino que, como todos sabemos, cada vez hay más drogas, más baratas, más disponibles y más peligrosas. Además, esa idea del mundo libre de drogas no tuvo en cuenta un dato fundamental, y es que la química orgánica no tiene límites. Por lo tanto, cada vez que Naciones Unidas fiscaliza una determinada sustancia, en muy poco tiempo hay 20 réplicas de síntesis que son exactamente iguales, pero que no están fiscalizadas, que han escapado de la fiscalización. Por otro lado, no solo ha habido un fracaso, sino que, como todos sabemos, los efectos de la prohibición han sido tremendamente perniciosos, han llenado el mundo de venenos, han alimentado el crimen organizado, al que le hemos regalado un negocio fantástico, han trasladado los costes de una guerra que se hacía desde Estados Unidos a toda Latinoamérica, es decir, toda la sangre es sangre latinoamericana, han reventado las cárceles y los sistemas judiciales, es una política que es contraria a los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, es decir, no solo ha fracasado, sino que ha provocado graves consecuencias, lo que se llaman los efectos negativos no deseados. Y además esa política se ha basado en una serie de excesos que no eran necesarios en realidad para mantener la prohibición. Algunos ejemplos: encarcelar al consumidor, renunciar a la reducción de daños o lanzar una guerra contra las drogas. Una guerra que, como la realidad ha demostrado, se perdió el mismo día que se declaró. Fundamentalmente, ¿por qué? Porque no se sabía quién era el enemigo, ¿eh? Y en esa guerra, al final, quienes más han pagado eran los más débiles, o son los más débiles. Por otro lado, la prohibición de estas sustancias y, sin embargo, la regulación de otras nos llevan a algo que es muy absurdo, ¿eh? Y es que si nosotros aplicamos esa forma de clasificar las sustancias, tendremos que concluir que el alcohol es un alimento, el tabaco es un divertimento, la oxicodona es una medicina buena y el cannabis es una droga mala, ¿eh? Y como eso es absurdo, pues entonces no nos queda más remedio que decir que, bueno, que si la prohibición existe porque se considera que las drogas son malas, pues entonces el tabaco debe ser bueno, ¿eh? Porque no está prohibido, sino que está reglamentado. Con todas las drogas en general, cannabis aparte, ¿qué es lo que ha ocurrido? Bueno, que los estados han intentado verdaderamente llevar adelante la prohibición. Lo han intentado, pero han fracasado. Y lo siguen intentando. Y van a seguir fracasando. Pero lo siguen intentando y se mantienen dentro del contexto normativo internacional de los tratados de Naciones Unidas. Pero con el cannabis no ha ocurrido eso. Con el cannabis lo que ha ocurrido es que algunos países han dejado de intentarlo. No es que hayan fracasado, es que han dejado de intentarlo y están queriendo sustituir el régimen de prohibición internacional por un régimen de reglamentación nacional. Es decir, ¿qué es lo que están haciendo algunos países? Pues renunciar al multilateralismo, que se ha demostrado ineficaz, e ir a soluciones propias, a soluciones nacionales. Y esto no solo se ha hecho en ciertos países, sino que está ocurriendo en el guardián de la prohibición. Es decir, Estados Unidos tiene dentro de sí enormes territorios donde la producción, distribución, venta y consumo de productos derivados del cannabis está reglamentada, es legal. Claro, esto tiene que dar que pensar. Si el guardián de la prohibición ha reconvertido dentro de sus fronteras esa prohibición a un régimen de reglamentación, ¿con qué capacidad se pretende que los demás países sigan haciendo la guerra a las drogas y sigan haciendo la guerra al cannabis? Es verdaderamente absurdo. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que ha ocurrido? Pues que Naciones Unidas no ha podido reaccionar contra la vulneración de los tratados en materia de cannabis. No ha podido, evidentemente, porque eso supondría condenar internacionalmente a Estados Unidos o a Canadá. Y eso no va a pasar. Eso no está pasando y no va a pasar. Con lo cual, para concluir, y que no me regañen los moderadores, en la medida en que se ha abandonado la guerra al cannabis en lugares muy significativos, pues se impone la realidad, y es que la reglamentación del cannabis se abre camino y, por lo tanto, podemos entender, incluso en aquellos países en los que no estamos en esa senda, que probablemente ha llegado el momento. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Muchísimas gracias, Araceli. Increíble, la verdad, la reflexión. Esperemos que algún día lo sea y veamos a ver de qué manera va a evolucionar aquí esta regulación.
Ya está.
Sin más, vamos a dar la bienvenida a nuestro próximo ponente. Es alguien muy conocido dentro de la industria y todos los que hemos sido cultivetas hemos tenido su libro ahí en la estantería. Es Jorge Cervantes. Realmente un súper honor tenerlo aquí como uno de los promotores de lo que es la cultura del cultivo de cannabis. Y realmente, pues, increíble, ¿no?, tener su presencia aquí hoy como ponente para mostrarnos y compartir con nosotras las innovaciones y las mejoras prácticas en el cultivo de cannabis, enfocándose cómo ciencia y la técnica se unen para optimizar el rendimiento y la sostenibilidad en el cultivo de cannabis. Aquí, sin más, demos una gran bienvenida a Jorge Cervantes.
Oh. Bingo. Oh, okay, this is the button.
Yeah.
Thank you.
1 second.
Will you close there?
Yeah, I'm gonna get ready for you. Just 1 second. Yeah,
Okay, this one? Or this
this one.
one? Okay.
You try.
Okay,
Thank you.
cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I'll tell you, we changed English. I'm from the United States, so most of the questions or most of my presentation is about the United States, because those guys are the ones that started the drug war, and they're ones that have to end the drug war. It's got to stop there. But I've been here in Spain for years and years. And what's happened is I'm a writer, and what we've seen is all I wanted to do, I didn't want to be a writer to begin with. All I wanted to do was to have some decent dope to smoke, right? That's all I wanted, just some good cannabis. And all we could get, well, let's see. Does this? Vamos a ver. ¿Cómo va esto? No lo sé.
It's working. Here.
Oh. Okay, hay que apuntarlo ahí.
This one?
Yeah. Yeah. It's the first one. Okay. Now I have to point it at here. Yeah. So, I mean, this started like the United States is the one that really criminalized things in 1937. But me, I've been growing for more than 50 years. I'm 70 years old now. This has been my whole life. And like I say, my initial goal was just to have some decent cannabis, because all we could get was Mexican dirt weed, and then later came the Colombian. It was really quite good. The Colombian was a lot better. But in order just to do this, I had to transition, as a lot of people in this room have. They just wanted to start with some good cannabis to consume. Well, since then, I've had to be a researcher, an author, a photographer, a videographer, and a publisher. I had to start a whole publishing company just because of this silly drug war. And outdoor cultivation, well, it really started in the 70s. And we didn't know, I mean, all we had was Mexican cannabis back then, and we didn't know anything about it. You couldn't tell a male plant from a female plant. Nobody knew the difference. That's how much it's changed. It's total change. In Sin Semilla, ni idea. Nobody knew anything about that. And feminized plants, even though they were discovered about mid-70s, nobody knew what they were because we couldn't get that information. And what happened was we transitioned from outdoors to indoors. And that's when that metal halide and the high-pressure sodium lamps came in. And that was, they started, it used to be on the street lights. You could see the street lights were high pressure, first metal halide and then high pressure sodium. They had changed over from mercury vapor lamps. Well, we just took them inside and started growing, and it worked really well. And I was one of the first guys that really set the record straight on that. In fact, one of the things I did, when you have a light bulb and it's hanging like this, over half the light is reflected. But all you have to do is turn it this way, This is something I learned in the Netherlands. Turn it this way, and more than half of the light, or at least half of the light is direct, and it picks up the efficiency of that lamp 40%. Just 40%, just by turning it 90 degrees. And it's not that hard to figure out, but I was fortunate to travel over to the Netherlands a lot of times. And anyway, during that time, during the last 40 years, I've written more than 50 books in 11 languages. So that's really cool because I'm teaching everybody to learn to grow more and better cannabis. That's it. That's been my life goal, and it's working all right. The room's full, eh? So that's a good deal. Yeah, and the thing is to teach people how to do stuff so they don't have to ask me the same questions over and over. You can ask each other and you can learn yourselves, but do your own experimentation. And for example, this plant here, this is Neville Schoenmaker. He started the seed bank in the Netherlands out of Nijmegen. Well, this plant here on the right, that was on the back of the seed catalog. That was on the front, excuse me. That's a ruderalis plant, auto-flowering plant from Hungary that was taken. And this is back in like the 80s. He took that, actually it was quite a bit earlier, it was like 82 or 83 when he took that photograph. So these autoflowers have been around a long time. Nobody did anything with them until like the first one that came here was the Enano Blanco, the white dwarf. And it started this big, and now it's this big. Well, I've got more photos that will come up. But this is like a huge evolution that's happened. And, you know, it started all underground. You know, guys like this, Neville, he's not with us anymore. He passed away like 4 years ago. And he was on the lam, you know. I don't know if you know that expression, but he was running from the law in Australia, where he was born, because, well, he was growing quite a bit there too. Yeah. But anyway, he was the first guy to collect all of the seeds, get them together, and he brought in, and quite a few of these I helped with the Big Bud, and well, skunk #1 and Afghani, but I helped him with one of the Afghanis and the Big Bud and several others that aren't listed here. But skunk #1 and Northern Lights, these are all, you know, basic breeding varieties or strains, cultivars, however you want to look at it. And he's the first guy that brought them all together. He had an ad in High Times. Everybody was buying from him. It was really pretty great. And then after that, Carol Schuken, I can't never pronounce these Dutch names, but we used to know him as Keys back then, because everybody had like 2 or 3 names, you know, so you'd stay out of jail. And anyway, he started that, and he's still around. He didn't come. I just talked to him on the phone the other day. He's still up in the Netherlands. And anyway, but he started the Super Sativa Seed Club, and he's moving things right along. Oh, oops. Here we go. And then, okay, I gotta make this faster. So when cannabis, the first really big step was cannabis became legal for medical purposes, Proposition 213 or 215 in 1996. But since then, it's been quite a while that it's taken to move this along, to move it, to get it legal, and now it's recreational in 24 states, and a lot more, 38 states have medical, but it's been a real struggle. Global trend, Canada, they've got to be mentioned because it's legal nationally over there in Canada, and it's really a good deal. It's really a good deal. Canada's done a ton with cannabis. But now we're seeing countries like Malta is completely legal. Colombia, as you spoke earlier, 20 plants are legal. There's a lot of growing going on there. Mexico as well. Argentina is happening too. Germany, we'll see when that actually goes into place. And Thailand has been pretty famous. But still, it's still Schedule 1 in the United States, and we gotta change that. So where does that leave us today? Where it leaves us, all of this illegalness has left us with a killer plant. It's super important plant, and we got to catch up the last 80 years of breeding. But thank God we've got the internet now. We've got all of the communication. It's like global. We've got a global economy and global information interface. And we've also got real inexpensive testing. So the technological advances are just through the roof. But we're going from like Zia Maíz, the old varieties here, to the new variety at the end. And we're seeing that happen with cannabis right now. And it's really a good deal. And then two, before I used to hang out with a lot of bikers and stuff. I mean, you know, guys on motorcycles, and all my friends were criminals, you know. I mean, most of them still are, but they just have degrees now. So it's really a good thing. But anyway, I get to hang out with guys like this. This guy in the front row, Stefan Meyer, Dr. Gary Yates, who's brilliant guys, and also Bruce Bugby, Dr. Bruce Bugby, that knows. I mean, he's great for learning about lights and stuff. And this guy here, Dr. Clint Schock, he's from my hometown. You know, I mean, I can't tell you how many problems I had in my own hometown, you know, just to avoid jail. Well, now he's professor emeritus at Oregon State University, and he's the one, he knows more about cannabis than anybody in Oregon, is, according to me, because he has done more with these autoflower varieties. You know, we saw the autoflower variety at the beginning. Well, he's like 76 years old now. He's had a doctorate's degree in genetics since he was like 26, 27 years old, traveled all over the world. He's a true breeder. He knows about breeding, and he doesn't waste any time. We're seeing all kinds of cool guys like him enter this field. And then where do we have only 20, but in a growth industry like this, only 24% of the people or businesses, 24.4% have made any money last year or didn't go broke last year. You know, they just stayed even or less. So we've got all kinds of things, all kinds of hurdles. The fight's not over. We've got legislative hurdles, you know, like we were talking here about all of the the problems with the legislature and in Columbia. Same thing. Those guys don't know what a plant is, let alone how to help people grow more of it. All they want to do is control things. We're going to have trouble with them forever. And then let's see. And then retail evolution. Most of my friends who were in the grow store business, they all went out of business, or most of them went out of business because everything changed. It used to be, you know, you'd sell to everybody that was growing underground, and the price was good. The price used to be really high, like, well, in kilos de aquí, it would be like 4,000, 5,000 euros for a kilo. And now the same kilo sells for like 500 euros, you know, in the United States. So it's a big difference, and that changed everything. But and then also we've got Amazon, Temu, and Alibaba. They all sell grow lights. They all sell grow stuff because the stigma is starting to go away, and the big guys jumped in. And then there's also the startups, you know, the Fluence. Javier's here. And from Fluence and all, or well, he uses the Fluence lights. He's not from there. And MJ Biz Daily, that's a great magazine. They do a lot of stuff. But the investors are looking for more studies, and we talked about that earlier. This photo is just cooler than heck. Because, okay, you can read this, but what I want to focus on here is look at these resin glands here. This resin gland is like it's from a triploid plant, and we believe that all triploid plants, that's the one with 3 sets of chromosomes, and they're also asexual. They're really hard to pollinate and stuff. But that's one of the waves of the future. And you can see these in bananas. Bananas they're pretty much all triploids. Seedless watermelon, same thing, triploids. So we're seeing real sophistication get into our industry, where we've gone from, you know, a bunch of growers in the basement to now we have PhDs that we can rely on to change things, and better science, everything. So this is quite important. And then also is like less time. The Dutch guys have figured out how to cut the light bill. They're so cheap. I love them. Cut the light bill by 60% and cut flowering or cut complete indoor growing time by 40%. These are huge, and it cuts your costs. Cuts them immensely. And then also forward-looking strategies. There's all kinds of strategies. Lots of science. So we're going to be based in science in the future. And here we go. And here's books I've done. This is the last one. It's in 11 languages. Thanks to Stefan. It's really good. And that's kind of it. Hope you guys liked it. So, thank you. Great, thank you.
Muy bien, bravo.
Okay, good.
Thanks, Jorge. Thank you very much. Amazing work. A lot of us learned a lot from him, and I want to say thanks again. So what about Spain and what about, oh wow, I'm talking in English, and actually I should do it in Spanish, que es lo que voy a hacer. But just for you to know, there is a simultaneously translation equipment for all of you that don't speak Spanish. Welcome ones that already arrived. Just to know for you that you have a simultaneous translation equipment. Then, CDays, ¿qué está pasando en España y quién hace investigación con cannabis? Pues hay mucha gente que lo hace, pero especialmente nuestras compañeras de CDays, María Pérez y Montse Gómez. Realmente es un honor tenerlas aquí. Destacadas profesionales en química y biología respectivamente, quienes lideran como jefa del laboratorio y gerente de los proyectos de I+D de CDays. Con más de 14 años de experiencia combinadas en el sector del cannabis, han sido pioneras en la innovación y la investigación, transformando y llevando a CDays a liderar el primer proyecto europeo multi-hemp en 2017. Su trabajo coloca a CDays en la vanguardia de la evolución del sector agroalimentario y del cannabis. María Pérez Rey y Montse nos presentarán los avances en investigación del cannabis en España, destacando el progreso científico hacia aplicaciones terapéuticas novedosas. Un fuerte aplauso.
¿Dónde se...? ¿Cuál es? Para adelante esta, ¿no? Vale, perfecto. Bueno, buenos días a todos. Muchas gracias, Rubén. Vamos a hacer un pequeño paréntesis en lo que se está hablando durante esta mañana y vamos a ver otra parte de la planta de cannabis, que es el cáñamo industrial. Vamos a centrarnos un poco en los proyectos de investigación que estamos desarrollando en CDays, todos relacionados con el cáñamo industrial. A ver si no. Ahí está. En el año 2020, durante la pandemia, se generó el Polo Tecnológico del Cáñamo en Extremadura, apoyado por la Junta de Extremadura, cuya misión era intentar fomentar el cultivo de cáñamo industrial en la región, principalmente en la zona del norte de Cáceres, donde casi toda la extensión está cultivada por tabaco y hay una problemática con este cultivo actualmente y entonces había que buscar algún tipo de alternativa. En el año 2023 se firmó un convenio de colaboración entre CDays, CICITES, que es el Centro Público de Investigación de Extremadura, las empresas del tabaco, las que son las grandes cooperativas del tabaco, y CETARSA, que es la industria pública transformadora del tabaco. El año pasado se plantaron 5 hectáreas como ensayo de cultivo para poder iniciar el proceso de adaptación del cultivo a la zona del norte de Extremadura y también empezar lo que es la transformación de esas fibras, participando en ellas CETARSA. Como resultado de aquel convenio se generó la Nota Técnica de Producción Integrada de Cáñamo Industrial, la primera región en España que ha publicado la nota técnica, que le valió a los agricultores para poder adherirse a las subvenciones de la política agraria comunitaria y poder cobrar las subvenciones por la producción de agricultura integrada. Desde el año 2020 en Extremadura estamos participando en proyectos relacionados con el cáñamo industrial o el cannabis medicinal, en tanto proyectos regionales, proyectos nacionales y proyectos europeos. Hemos colaborado con más de 40 empresas en todos estos proyectos y generado más de 4,3 millones de euros en investigación. Bueno, a nivel regional hemos participado en proyectos tanto de medicinal, con proyectos con autorizaciones de la EMS, como con proyectos de cáñamo industrial, y a nivel nacional y a nivel europeo, todos los proyectos han sido relacionados con el cáñamo industrial. Ahora, este es uno de los proyectos que tenemos actualmente en cartera. Es un proyecto CDeys financiado por el Ministerio de Ciencia e Innovación, junto con la empresa de Modular Home, para la producción de cáñamo industrial y utilización de esa fibra para material de construcción. La empresa Modular Home se dedica a la fabricación de casas modulares para hacer paneles y estamos desarrollando el proyecto para hacer esos nuevos materiales a base de fibra de cáñamo. Otro de los proyectos que comenzó el año pasado, en el que estamos inmersos actualmente, es este proyecto europeo de Horizonte Europa, en el que participamos 5 países de la Unión Europea, y la misión de este proyecto es la regeneración de suelos marginales. El proyecto se está desarrollando en España, en Alemania, en Suiza, en Hungría y en Suecia. En nuestro caso, en el caso de uso español, estamos realizando en la zona del norte de Cáceres, principalmente en la zona de Coria, donde actualmente solamente hay cultivos de maíz y de pradera para la alimentación animal. Y hay muchísima problemática, sobre todo con el tema de los metales pesados, utilizar cultivos de cáñamo y kenaf para la regeneración de esos suelos marginales. Y ahora mi compañera María os va a hablar de otros proyectos.
Bueno, este fue un proyecto regional. Hicimos la mejora del bienestar animal en porcino, incluyendo sus productos de cáñamo autorizados en el catálogo de materias primas a diferentes dosis, y bueno, queremos ver un poco los resultados que podían tener en los animales. Se hicieron 3 diseños experimentales, se identificaron 3 etapas de mayor estrés, en el que casi siempre son cambios de transición, en el que cambia la alimentación, cambian de grupo, a lo mejor reúnen varias explotaciones ya en diferentes zonas, cambios de espacio. Y como sabemos que estas fases les producen bastante estrés, ellos también son bastante agresivos y se producen mordidas de las colas, lo que se llama el raboteo. Pues hicimos este proyecto muy enfocado a esos parámetros. Se vieron los indicadores de estrés, también índices productivos, y los marcadores de estrés fisiológico, como pueden ser el cortisol y las proteínas de estrés agudo, a lo largo de los 3 ensayos. Se hizo en lechones, en una fase de cebo, y después en una fase que en cerdo ibérico se denomina primales, que se les tiene bastante restringidos de comida justo antes de salir al campo a comer la bellota. Este es otro proyecto europeo que nos han aprobado este año y se desarrolla, es un proyecto transfronterizo, se desarrolla en la zona Euroace del Alentejo y Extremadura, y está enfocado a nuevos enclaves de biodiversidad aplicando el cultivo del cáñamo. Se van a hacer plantaciones tanto en Elvas como en el norte de Cáceres. Vamos a cubrir más de 5 hectáreas con estas plantaciones, y se va a tratar de enfocar el proyecto a todos los objetivos que nos dice el Green Deal o el Pacto Europeo de los beneficios medioambientales que tiene el cáñamo. En este caso, en la zona tabaquera, por falta de rotación, hay un problema bastante grave de nemátodos. Vamos a ver si con el cultivo del cáñamo, usándolo como rotativo, se puede paliar este problema o puede desaparecer. Después vamos a ver también si puede mejorar la biodiversidad, tanto haciendo muestreos, bueno, más que muestreo, conteos de polinizadores, de aves y de pequeños mamíferos. Todas las cosechas se van a cultivar, se van a hacer prototipos que van a ser refugios tanto para abejas, para aves, para reintroducirlos al año siguiente también en las propias zonas en las que se estén haciendo los experimentos. Y además queremos ver cómo funciona el cáñamo como sumideros de carbono. Sabemos que el cáñamo tiene gran capacidad y se puede asimilar en un solo ciclo a un bosque joven, y en este caso cada vez hay más estudios que indican que son bastantes toneladas las que absorben en un solo ciclo y lo vemos bastante interesante por la tendencia que hay ahora con los créditos de carbono y la compensación de carbono, que se sabe que en Estados Unidos ya se está haciendo, pero en España todavía nos queda porque los cultivos anuales no están incluidos en este caso. Por último, estamos trabajando en un grupo operativo nacional para la transformación de fibra. Fuimos a Ámsterdam y visitamos Genflash, vimos su modelo de producción y al ir con la parte tabaquera, ellos vieron que su modelo de fibra se parecía muchísimo a lo que podía ser un modelo de producción de transformación de fibra de cáñamo. Necesita adaptación, evidentemente, pero se han hecho unas primeras pruebas este año, obteniendo ya fibra larga y cañamiza con bastante calidad. Y seguimos trabajando en ello pues, para ir cada vez avanzando más a una segunda transformación, que es lo que realmente va a dar rentabilidad a las empresas. Y por último, bueno, a través de servicios al final de I+D, pues tenemos en CDays el Living Lab Cáñamo, en el que tenemos, como todos sabéis, análisis de principios activos. Estamos desarrollando nuevos métodos también para virus y viroides, adaptándonos a las tendencias que hay ahora, sobre todo en cultivo medicinal. Nos hemos asociado también este último año con una empresa estadounidense, es MyFlora DNA, en el que vamos a empezar a trabajar con ellos también con el fingerprint. Bueno, también hacemos análisis de todo tipo a nivel nutricional para las semillas y otros compuestos. Hemos certificado en estos últimos 3 años 2 variedades y las hemos incluido en el catálogo europeo de cáñamo industrial. Somos ostentores de semillas y hacemos todo tipo de ensayos agronómicos. Y luego pues, los servicios I+D como desarrollo de nuevos productos y, por supuesto, para cualquier empresa actuamos como... no como consultora, sino como la empresa lleva de principio a fin los proyectos de llave en mano. Nosotros hacemos toda la parte de proyectos de inicio a fin, incluidas las justificaciones. Y bueno, para finalizar, en octubre de este año vamos a hacer un simposio de cannabis en el que haremos el primer evento en el que el polo tecnológico del cáñamo pasará a ser polo ibérico del cáñamo. Nos uniremos a Portugal, ya que estamos teniendo bastantes proyectos en estos últimos años con ellos. Y nuestro siguiente paso será llegar a ser laboratorio GMP y también tenemos intención de pedir una autorización de investigación de la AEM para tenerla en nuestras instalaciones y poder dar pues, otro tipo de servicios también. Eso.
Gracias de verdad, CDays, seguramente uno de los proyectos pioneros, ¿no?, que puedan permitir que el cáñamo industrial empiece en España, así como funciona en Francia o en Holanda. Y la verdad, felicitar el trabajo de las compañeras desde CDays porque nos han ayudado muchos a todos, así que gracias de nuevo. Continuamos con el tema y ahora vamos a tener a Bernardo Soriano, abogado y consultor, combina una vasta experiencia con profunda pasión por la regulación del cannabis, destacándose en el campo por su enfoque estratégico y legal. Desde posición de SF Abogados, Bernardo aporta insights valuosos en materia de normativa, sobresaliendo especialmente por su autoría en la proposición Ley de Regulación Integral y Control de Cannabis en Personas Adultas, que espera su votación en el Congreso de los Diputados próximamente. Su labor enfatiza un compromiso y una regulación responsable e integral del cannabis en España. Así que, sin más, demos una fuerte bienvenida a Bernardo.
Hola, muy buenos días a todos y a todas. La verdad es que es un gusto ver este auditorio año a año cada vez más lleno y ver cómo los CDays se consolidan como una cita imprescindible en esta gran semana del cannabis que tenemos aquí en Barcelona. Bueno, regulación, ¿no? Es un tema recurrente. iniciativas, políticas. Es algo que sin lugar a dudas no se entiende que no tengamos ya con todo el mundo tan profundamente canábico que tenemos en nuestro país. Para entender un poco la situación en la charla de hoy, he querido plantearos una retrospectiva alrededor de las distintas iniciativas en favor de la regulación del cannabis que se han producido en democracia en España, ¿no? A ver si avanza esto. A ver, perdón, ¿eh? A ver si es el de arriba. Te voy pasando. El estatus legal del cannabis, como decía, en España contrasta en demasía con la realidad de facto, donde existe una tendencia manifiestamente respecto al consumo y el acceso al mismo, una especie de estrangulo suelto pero no ahogo, ¿no? Desde el inicio de la democracia, distintos partidos han planteado este tipo de iniciativas en favor de la regulación del cannabis. Al principio de forma tímida, pero a partir del año 2017 muy importante. Y llegando al punto que en la anterior legislatura se plantearon hasta 4 proposiciones de ley en el Congreso. La primera iniciativa surgió en el año 2001, fue basada en el aspecto medicinal por parte de un partido del espectro de la derecha catalana. Posteriormente, Izquierda Unida, en el año 2006, ya inició las propuestas para la regulación del cannabis en personas adultas. Son proposiciones no de ley, son planteamientos para debatir, pero no tienen ninguna implicación jurídica. Posteriormente, un partido también de la derecha, Unión Progreso y Democracia, planteó también esta cuestión. Izquierda Unida siempre ha sido un partido que ha focalizado también este tema, ¿no? A partir del año 2015 se produce un hecho muy notorio. El 7 de septiembre de 2015 el Tribunal Supremo se posiciona por primera vez al respecto de la regulación de los clubes sociales de cannabis y su funcionamiento basado en el consumo compartido y de una forma muy restrictiva. Desde ese momento todo se activa para luchar contra esa situación que se había producido, ¿no? Esquerra Republicana en el año 2016 ya combate esta resolución, la 484-2015 y posteriores, sobre las primeras asociaciones que se ven inmersas en ese ámbito, Evers, Three Monkeys y Panag. Es en el año 2017, con una nueva legislatura, que Esquerra Republicana también vuelve a plantear una iniciativa similar. Y posteriormente, poquito después, Ciudadanos plantea, un partido también de la derecha, plantea la regulación del cannabis medicinal, ¿no? Que, reitero, estas son proposiciones no de ley, no legislativas, que simplemente plantean el debate. Podemos también, en ese mismo año 2017, propuso la apertura a una ponencia parlamentaria de estudio en la Comisión Mixta de Drogas, ahora llamada Comisión Mixta de Adicciones, e incluso el Partido Socialista ese mismo año también planteó que había que debatir este tema. Sin lugar a dudas, era un año clave, el año 2017, ¿no? Pero además, Representación Canábica de Navarra es un partido de ámbito navarro que ahora se llama Luz Verde, tiene 2 concejales en un pueblo de Navarra, planteó la primera iniciativa legislativa popular al respecto de la regulación, donde hacía partícipe a la sociedad de este cambio, ¿no? Consiguieron las firmas, aprobaron la ley en su comunidad autónoma, pero el Tribunal Constitucional, por una cuestión de invasión de competencias, la anuló. Además de esto, en el Parlamento de Navarra, tras esta anulación, se volvió a impulsar esta regulación para intentar llevarla al Congreso. Además de todo esto, de iniciativas a nivel estatal, a nivel autonómico, se han sucedido también una cantidad muy importante de este tipo de iniciativas. La primera fue en Euskadi, donde tras una ponencia parlamentaria derivó en un informe de conclusiones muy rico que cristalizó en una breve inclusión en la Ley de Adicciones de 2016 de 2 artículos, donde se reconocía la utilidad de los clubes sociales de cannabis como herramientas de prevención y reducción de riesgos. y se indicó que se regularía posteriormente. A día de hoy todavía no tenemos ese reglamento que desarrolla estos artículos de la ley, pero bueno, seguramente pronto tengamos noticias de ello. Por otra parte, en el Parlamento Balear también se produjo esta ponencia parlamentaria donde distintos expertos también comparecieron. En el año 2016 ya se habían anulado la ley navarra y, por tanto, el Parlamento Balear no decidió cristalizar el proceso en una ley, puesto que el Parlamento el Constitucional lo había anulado. Además, desde las distintas autonomías, para dar soporte a la proposición de ley que se registró en el Congreso para abrir esta comisión de estudio, desde las distintas autonomías se aportó a este proceso, ¿no? Aquí podemos ver un pequeño mapa donde pues se detallan todas las iniciativas que se han planteado, desde las proposiciones no de ley, las declaraciones institucionales, ponencias parlamentarias, iniciativas legislativas populares. Vemos que en prácticamente la totalidad de las autonomías, a excepción de Galicia, Aragón y Castilla-La Mancha, se han presentado distintos procesos, ¿no? Las PNLs medicinales, las proposiciones integrales para regular todos los usos, los distintos partidos, incluso las que han sido planteadas desde el consenso en Murcia, Extremadura, Cantabria, Comunidad Valenciana. A ver, disculparme, esto va fatal. Como decía, por último, en el año 2021 fue el año más prolífico. La pasada legislatura fueron hasta 4 las proposiciones de ley. Ya entramos en el ámbito puramente legislativo para regular distintos aspectos del cannabis. Desde en el Senado, también impulsado por el Partido Luz Verde, la regulación de los clubes y el autocultivo, que no pasó la toma en consideración. Luego una carrera en los meses posteriores, en septiembre de 2021, Más País presentó su regulación de uso adulto, al día siguiente Esquerra presentó su regulación de uso adulto y a la semana siguiente Unidas Podemos también planteó una regulación de uso adulto. Algo que obviamente no se entiende cuando la fuerza que tiene este tipo de iniciativas es que se puedan tramitar de forma conjunta para hacer ejercer una presión efectiva realmente en quien tiene que tomar este paso y dar esta decisión, que es el Partido Socialista. Por otra parte, y una demostración de que realmente con la coordinación sí que se puede avanzar, es la proposición no de ley que se presentó ante la Comisión de Agricultura para regular el fenómeno del cáñamo industrial y el cannabis no psicoactivo. Esta proposición no de ley fue impulsada por Esquerra Republicana, EH Bildu y Unidas Podemos y logró el apoyo del Partido Socialista con unas leves modificaciones en la Comisión de Agricultura. Perdón. Y por último, también en paralelo en el año 2021, que como digo fue ultra prolífico, se abrió una subcomisión de cannabis medicinal en el Congreso. Esta subcomisión derivó en un análisis de conclusiones. No me voy a extender sobre las mismas porque luego tenemos una mesa donde seguramente se hablará en profundidad de ello. Y bueno, la cuestión se demoró bastante, se dio un plazo que no se cumplió y parece ser que en enero se ha reactivado esta cuestión. Se dio incluso un plazo para hacer aportaciones de distintas organizaciones que finalizó el pasado 4 de marzo y en teoría se va a elaborar un Real Decreto para aplicar e implementar de forma efectiva esta regulación. Aunque aún no se conoce, y por último, y yo ya con esto acabo, y disculpar los problemas técnicos, pero no he podido hacer la presentación como me hubiera gustado. El 19 de diciembre de 2023, Podemos volvió a presentar la proposición de ley de regulación integral y control del cannabis en personas adultas. El pasado 6 de marzo ya pasó el trámite de la mesa, está pendiente de la toma en consideración y ahora lo que se trata es de los distintos partidos que están a favor de ello intentar presionar de forma activa para que por lo menos tengamos este debate. Somos una sociedad adulta, adulta, somos una sociedad preparada. Creo que democráticamente nos merecemos que se debata esta cuestión en el Parlamento, sobre todo con toda la trayectoria de multitud de iniciativas que hemos tenido, y estamos hablando de distintos espectros políticos. Hay que exigir pues que se nos oiga, que se nos escuche y que por lo menos podamos hablar de ello en la sede adecuada. Al final, esta iniciativa es una ley de regulación completa que deja al margen el aspecto del cannabis medicinal, que se tramita en paralelo, como digo, por otra subcomisión, pero sí que recoge lo que es no nada nuevo, sino lo que ya está funcionando a día de hoy en nuestro país, ¿no? Desde miles de grow shops que venden todo lo necesario para autocultivar, una práctica muy extendida, los clubes sociales pues entendidos como asociaciones cooperativas, los clubes sociales entendidos como asociaciones o más allá del cooperativismo y una gestión más empresarial, el acceso, la producción, la transformación, la extracción, la producción y comercialización de semillas, los microproductores, la investigación, desarrollo e innovación, ¿no? Los lugares de consumo, la distribución de cannabis y, por supuesto, los controles de calidad y la trazabilidad, ¿no? Y bueno, sin más, os agradezco mucho la atención y reitero mis disculpas por los problemas técnicos y muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Bernardo. Problemas técnicos.
Tío. Eso le faltan pilas.
El directo siempre tiene el directo y es lo que hay. Todos sabemos cómo funciona. Así que nada, encantados de verdad de tener aquí de nuevo y de ver, ¿no?, que hay algunas iniciativas que intentan buscar la regulación integral del cannabis en España, así que veremos a ver qué sucede. Nuestra próxima congresista y presentante es Heidi Hitman, destacada consultora, estratega global y emprendedora. Enfocada en la industria del cannabis, con 8 años de experiencia, Heidi ha dedicado sus esfuerzos a facilitar el acceso de productos medicinales y de consumos derivados del cannabis. Ha jugado un papel crucial en el apoyo a empresas del sector para alcanzar sus objetivos estratégicos, especialmente en las áreas de la salud y el bienestar de las personas y de los animales. Heidi nos ilustrará el rol crucial de las mujeres en la industria del cannabis, destacando la importancia de la equidad de género y el liderazgo científico y empresarial. Sin más, demos una fuerte bienvenida a Heidi.
Hello. Hi. Thank you so much for having me, Ruben. I'm really excited today to talk about the role of women in cannabis. I was once very alone in this space. I co-founded a brand in 2017 in the UK. It was the wrong time to try to be a strong woman in cannabis because I was a one-woman show. I often found that I was the only woman in meetings. I felt alone raising capital, seeking a partner, and even when I exited after a diligent pursuit, I found myself alone, but in another group. Being heard and being respected was such a challenge. I credit the feminine energy stemming from the mothers who fought for their children to have access. It was those people who led to the industry's true inception. It was with the efforts of these women pushing for their babies to have a female plant-derived medicine to bring us to where we are today. Now, there's so many more supportive industry professionals behind those pioneering advocates. 2024 has only just begun, but we are without a doubt a year of connecting women. We have found each other, we found connections, we found collaborations, and not only did we find each other, and our individual accomplishments collectively have been shaping the industry. A mere 6 years ago, it was little cells of women powering through activating their positions in the industry despite intense adversity. That remains, however, we're flying higher than we ever have. Maybe not, hold on. There we go. So the role of women in this industry is so crucial for so many different respects. Our significance spans from driving research advancements to influencing consumer spending and overall market value. In the US, there was a compelling statistic that 70% of women are actively participating in the workforce. Notably, they play a pivotal role in household spending, making consumer centricity a paramount focus for brands in the cannabis space. As leading consumers, women are contributing significantly to the success of the industry and influencing most household purchasing decisions. Consumer statistics underline that women constitute nearly half of all consumers worldwide. Oh, no. There we go. The landscape's evolving, especially with the emergence of femtech and female-specific products. The correlation between female-based research on cannabis efficacy and the development of tailored products, this sector is still in its infancy, but we're getting there. As we witness the advent of products designed specifically for women, we anticipate a significant rise in these statistics, leading to successful ventures and a true global movement. Research has historically been focused on men, a prevailing norm that is undergoing change thanks to the tireless efforts of these industry powerhouses. The shift is evident. Female health is rightfully taking center stage. While progress is incremental, recognition is on the horizon, acknowledging the needs of women in this cannabis space. On the consumer side, Gen Z stands out as a dominant force. This has increased significantly in the past 3 years. This generation has grown up amidst the revolutionary acceptance of cannabis in various forms, embracing it with less stigma. Choosing cannabis over alcohol has become a norm for Gen Z and reflecting an evolving shift in preferences and attitudes. We're under an overhaul. I always say this is the renaissance of cannabis now. We're pulling it together. Our industry is experiencing this comprehensive overhaul, and in order to authentically address the diverse needs of our consumer base in the cannabis space, it's crucial our internal company structures also reflect this diversity. Being consumer-centric goes beyond recognizing market trends. It necessitates a profound understanding of diverse perspectives, preferences, and experiences of our customers. By cultivating diversity within our organizations, we not only ensure that our products cater to the varied needs of our consumers, but also foster innovation and inclusivity. In essence, a diverse company is better positioned to develop products that resonate and cater to the richness of our diverse consumer community. No one came into this space with a playbook on how to run a cannabis company in a legal manner. We've all experienced the ups and downs. We're navigating uncharted territory, relying on a diverse set of skills and perspectives to thrive. Inclusion is not just a theoretical concept. It's a commitment to making sure that every individual, irrespective of gender, background, or identity, feels valued and empowered to contribute their unique talents and perspectives. Whether it's an NBD, research and development, capital raises, or representation and management, women must play an integral role in decision-making processes because our companies fundamentally are serving women. Diversity within our company ecosystems is more than just a trendy term. It's what facilitates connection, collaboration, and opens pathways to innovation. It's about enhancing not only our diversity, but our profitability. It's not merely a responsibility, it's an opportunity for all of us to collectively work from a viewpoint of centricity of our consumers, and that viewpoint inherently embraces diversity. My presence on this stage today, is a tribute to the pioneers in Europe who came together to establish a nonprofit group called Learn History. Their initiative paved the way for women to take a spotlight at events, such as CannaTrade making the very first cannabis gathering with a dedicated women's panel. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge just a few of the thousands of remarkable women who have made profound impact on the cannabis industry throughout their successful ventures. All of these women are a part of a group I co-founded called the Empower Her Cannabis Society. We're standing almost at 500 members who are a global network of women expanding across 22 nations, covering over 16 sectors within the industry. Learn History was incepted in 2018 by 5 women in Zurich as a nonprofit focused on empowering, supporting, and enabling networking for women, standing up tall to make a mark on being seen as integral professionals in the cannabis space amongst a significant gender gap in the industry. Paving the path for the rest of the women in Europe, they got the ball rolling, and the future of women's voices and skills are now being recognized as crucial for our industry. Some of our research pioneers include Melissa Sturgis, the CEO of Ananda. She's located in the UK, and under her leadership, Ananda has secured grant funding to conduct 2 phase 2 RCTs using patent-pending CBD formulations. Focusing on chemotherapy-induced pain and endometriosis, these trials are being conducted at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. Dr. Shabnam Shassar, she's running FemCan as the chief doctor and research and development specialist. Shabnam is merging timeless herbal wisdom with innovation to transform ancient remedies into modern remedies, making a product range for women. She's accompanying all of her work with education for not only the canna curious, but also the prescribing professionals. We have Sam Ashton. She is the first female-owned clinic in the UK. She opened up the 6th clinic in Wales, the first and only. And as a female-owned clinic, she has opened up a lot of her work into the community, helping Welsh patients seek education, support, and they're true founders and pioneers of the clinic space. Fighting hereditary addiction through cannabis education and patient support is highlighted by one of our members, Nikedra Cromwell. She's a cancer survivor, an addiction survivor, and an advocate for the United Empowerment Party based in the United States. She also founded a brand called Kitty Weedy. Patient and focused leader, she's decreasing stigma, increasing awareness, and defied the odds from health and circumstance, rising to be a true leader and mentor for other women. From a patient to a leading consultant, we're so happy to have Leah Heiss here in the audience today. Leah is a force. She has successfully exited 4 times in the US since 2015, building and selling a dispensary, holding the position of CEO for Women Grow, scaling 2 MSOs to public exit with a 4th exit for the Cannabis Science Conference, a powerhouse example of leadership and successful business strategy. Getting our legal insight and support is crucial, and we've got Alexandra and Olivia from the Lido Law Academy in Germany as part of our membership team. 2 interdisciplinary lawyers, startup founders, aiming to reshape the German future of the cannabis market and cannabis law by providing legal and operational knowledge through the Lido Law platform. Educating, of course, is at the core of everything we do every single day. We have 2 nurses that are pretty remarkable. Rebecca Abraham is a registered nurse and also the founder of Acute on Chronic. She founded Acute on Chronic with a core value to promote educated guidance to cannabinoids, alternative therapies, supplemental treatments, and navigating a very complex health system. She's an inventor, and coupled with her medical science-based education, she's passionately been leading education for patients and professionals in Chicago, Illinois. And lastly, but not least, Ariana Ayu is the founder of a group called Canny Nurse. It is the first comprehensive nurse training program developed exclusively for working nurses. Over 100 nurses have gone through this online international program. She's creating cannabis nurse leaders. Ariana is modeling her programs to support the industry by providing education to the beacons of our medical community, giving patients a resource that's at their fingertips. As we stand on the precipice of change with the cannabis industry, it's paramount to reflect on the profound transformations that have unfolded. Today, we not only acknowledge just the growth of the industry, but the pivotal role played by women in every shape changing this narrative. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the pioneers and leaders who have navigated a complex, nascent business and legal environment. Your vision and dedication has paved the way for more inclusivity and a dynamic space for all of us to work within. As we look ahead, let's remain steadfast in our commitment to collaboration and growth. Together, we will continue to embrace an industry that transcends boundaries and embraces diversity at its core. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Heidi. A super pleasure, realmente importante en todos los ámbitos de la sociedad, ¿no? Cómo las mujeres están cambiando el mundo y en la evolución que está teniendo la humanidad, sobre todo a día de hoy, ¿no? Con lo importante que es el feminismo, ver de qué manera pues, nos ayudan y cada día están más presentes. Porque algunos de los que llevamos algún tiempo en la industria del cannabis, aquí en español se llama un campo de nabos, ¿no? Que casi no había mujeres. Así que súper agradecido de que Heidi esté aquí. Y sin más os tengo que comunicar que desafortunadamente Steve De Angelo nos ha comunicado que ha tenido un problema de salud. Desafortunadamente no va a poder estar hoy aquí con nosotros. Nos ha dicho que el año que viene vendrá, así que os invito a todas a que el año que viene reservéis de nuevo vuestra entrada gratuita y vengáis a verles. Ahora, como veis, vamos a montar el tema de las roundtables. Vamos a continuar con un debate en relación a los 3 usos del cannabis. Vamos a empezar con el uso medicinal. Continuaremos con el uso adulto y acabaremos con el uso del CBD o el non-psychoactive. Aquí sí que, sin más dilación, voy a dar la bienvenida a los ponentes y voy a pedir que vayáis al escenario, así que sin más, un aplauso. Yo creo que no. ¿Te funciona? Yeah, please.
bien, hay como dos.
See? See? Hi. Good morning. Let's go for this discussion. It's a pleasure to have here these three persons, like Carola Pérez from the Spanish Observatory, also from representing patents, no? From Two Emotions organization in Madrid. We have also Rob Salman from Curaleaf, one of the biggest companies worldwide, I will say. It's an honor for us. It's an American company, but it's one of the main, let's say, no, with most presence in Europe. So thank you so much for coming. And we have Pablo Sancho from Medical Plants, which is an LP producer in the south of Spain. And welcome to us. And me, myself, that maybe few of you know me. I'm working in sovereign fields. I've been observing the scenario on Spain for, let's say, a couple of decades. So, yeah, thank you, CannabisHub, for put this panel on to talk. No, sorry, maybe my English is not quite enough good, but we will try to do the best because Rob is, in this case, the one that speaks English. He comes from Canada as well. So, yeah, we have like 30, 40 minutes to have this discussion. Obviously, on medical cannabis, we could be like 2, 3, 4, 5 hours talking. Could be super interesting talk. But in this case, we are going to try to do it, make you a few questions. There is going to be 3 like common questions, and then I will try to make you individually questions to each of you. Yeah, it's funny because Pablo, for example, comes from the big pharma, but he's now producing raw material. Rob, as well, is a grower, is head operation in Portugal, Lisbon of Curaleaf International. And he's grower, but he's now managing one of the biggest facilities in Europe. And he will explain later how everything started in Canada, because he was part of the seed of what happened in Canada like nearly 20 years ago. And we have Carola, that represents patents, but is one of the Spanish reference on cannabis legalization on the medical space, let's say. No? So it's a reference. Other countries, we have MAMS. Here we have Carola, which is an amazing representative of patents, I will say. We are very proud, all the people that we use cannabis for therapeutical purposes, that have you involved in all the scenario and everything what happens. So we will have time to ask to you how it's been this process of potential regulation in Spain, no? Oh, we have micro for Carola? We have technical problems, no? Yeah, try. No? See this one? Switch on?
Hola.
Ahora, yeah.
No, I was saying that I'm here not at just Dos Emociones today, but as representative of the ICM Patient Council. We are a project that we represent 22 associations from all over the world, especially Europe.
Okay.
So it's not like Carola, but all the Carolas from the world. Simone from Switzerland is there, Mohammed from UK is there. So we will talk about European perspective, also about Spain, but I would love to talk about the European situation if it's possible.
Okay, thanks. So, yeah, I was going to do an intro evaluation of what is happening with the medical cannabis. Every country that decides to regulate, it takes like, let's say, minimum 4 or 5 years to implement the model. This is something we are seeing everywhere in all the countries that they start to regulate it. It's true that sometimes we say, no, this is still very young, the medical cannabis market. Sometimes we say, no, it's like in 90s, the .com, no? The websites and everything that, no? Then we see like .coms, it happened worldwide. Cannabis is happening, medical cannabis, no? In each country, each experience, and there is a lot of things to learn, mistakes, things that are not regulated properly, the patents are not happy. So my first question for the three of you is like, which one is the perspective of the medical cannabis against the adult use? I mean, we are seeing, for example, now in Germany that they took like between 6 years between regulating the medical cannabis to jumping to a proposal adult use. Canada, it took much more time. United States are the same. So which one is the perspective for the medical cannabis against the adult use?
Medical cannabis was recognized globally for the therapeutic uses, so it's represented scientifically, so I think that way. But for adult use in the rec market, there's a lot of regulatory hurdles plus social concerns for implementing that. So I think the rec market usually takes a little bit longer to implement to make everyone happy, I think.
Carola?
Well, I think that in the case of Germany, for example, when we talk with our colleagues from the SCM, the patient association there, they're a little bit concerned that the regulation in Germany, the recreational regulation, is going to forget the work that is done by patients. Because sometimes the feeling of companies using our pain to make money, to get into the industry, and then go into recreational is, we all know that is happening. But what we would love to let them know is like, don't forget about the patients, because now they're going to be really focused on the recreational market, and it can harm a little bit the patients. But in the other side, it's really good for us to have regulation as recreational, because maybe the medicinal market cannot offer things that I need as a patient. And sometimes we, the patients, we are expert enough to know what do we know for our health. So from my perspective, there is the naive patients, the expert patients. So for an expert patient, it would be great if you go to a dispensary or to a cannabis social club to get clean. Most cheap, maybe, cannabis. But on the other side, looking at the naive patients is not going to help. It's not going to help for the clinic, from the perspective of the clinical trials. They're going to stop, also some of them. So yeah, we will see what's going on, but we have the two sides, no?
Yeah, it's going with my next question, but yeah, Pablo, your vision?
I would like that not to express in terms of adult use against medical use. I think there are two worlds that could survive together and not one against the other. Because I think this is, for me, is one of the main problems, that the medical use of cannabis is polluted by the adult use. There are people that are fear about the cannabis, the adult use of cannabis, and what they try to do is to stop the use, adult using a prescription from a physician. That is something that has happened, for example, in Germany. So for me, that there is two worlds that must be able to develop their world by themselves. I think in cannabis, in medical cannabis, that we have to work a lot in clinical trials, in something that help the physician to use the cannabis as another medicine, and not to be focused or fear about what the people can use it in other uses. So I would like this. But I think it's difficult. And as we have seen in other countries, they start doing with medical cannabis. Of course, people that want to use in adult use try to get to this market because it is more guaranteed, the quality of the cannabis.
Yeah, Pablo, but if you check, like in Portugal, they have the law, they have 100 licenses, but the patients still don't have access. Just they have to buy really expensive tilray flowers. So the industry is not making the regulatory, and they are not helping patients to get access. And I think this is we think it's a great mistake that the industry is doing. They are not getting to know their clients, the customers, the patients. They are into producing, but if there is not market, because we have not enough patients, the doctors are not trained enough, and everything, maybe you can do some numbers, but they are not going to work at the end, and I think this is one of the great mistakes the medicinal cannabis industry has made.
Yeah, and also intelligently roll out the rec market at a certain time, because if you watch Canada, I'm Canadian, so it's pretty embarrassing to watch what had happened in Canada, and to intelligently roll out the rec market with the medical, like you were saying, with the medical cannabis market in a certain way that you're not destroying the medical market, and you're educating the patients, and people, new beginner users are coming to talk to their doctor about doing it, not going to the cannabis shop and buying it that way. You need to have the education, like you're saying, and the ease of access for patients.
Okay, so this first question was aligned with the second one, because how you see, because from my perspective, when we have discussions with the cannabis, there is medicinal use, there is therapeutical use, and today Steve D'Angelo is not here. 10 years ago, we invited to a conference, and it was amazing. He was talking about a wellness product. No? The cannabis like a wellness product, and in reality, the cannabis is also a, let's say, a professor plant. It's a plant of power. It's introspective plant. So learn to use the plant is not so easy. So on your vision, where you place the cannabis, obviously, can be a medicine, but still there needs to be a lot of research and develop new isolated medicines, no, with different clinical trials. There is a lot of people that use like therapeutical plant to reduce the stress, the anxiety, or whatever. And for majority of the people, even adult use, I don't like a recreational term, but even adult use has some healthy impact in the life of the people that is using the adult use. So where could you schedule this plant?
Let me explain how do we feel. As Araceli said always, medicinal is already regulated. You have Sativex, Epidiolex, these medicines have made the clinical trials that demonstrate or not. Therapeutical use, from my perspective, it's like, I'm going to give you 2 examples of people in this room. Our representative from Switzerland needs 100 milligrams THC per day. I need 100 CBD milligrams per day, 50 milligrams THC per day. This is a need that I have to do every day. It's 8 hours with my methadone and my medicine. And the well-being, of course, is another issue. But for us, it's a treatment we need to survive. So I think the difference is quite clear. Medicine is the products that have completed all the steps. Therapeutical is the people who need it to survive. And well-being is you can use it or not. Maybe one day you feel like using it, one day you don't want. You can choose, I cannot.
Okay.
I agree, it's versatile, so it could take all the markets. You just have to be educated on what market you fit in.
Okay. Pablo, any comment?
I think it's very difficult to put, to isolate one use of another. But for me, what is clear is that one day or another, the adult use must be allowed, must be put it in the market and has to be approved, because otherwise there's no space for medical use in the future.
I was asking because, for example, it's funny, like if, let's take the example of Germany, like we have the flower, like final medicine. It's an active pharmaceutical ingredient. But in reality, most of the medicines come from the isolated cannabinoids. So now it happens that you have like 400 different types of flowers in Germany, not always the same quality, not always the same compounds on cannabinoids, even being the same strain. So most of the people that is using cannabis for like medicine, the flowers, 80% of that patients come or they used to be users of cannabis before, no? So then the doctors is like they face a situation where sometimes it's like the patent go more a dispensary than for a medicine, no? So this type of contradictions also come with the
But I think this is a mistake from the industry, because if you talk to the doctors with the terms cannabinoids and terpenes, would be much easier for a doctor to understand, like you say, banana cake with gelato by blueberry, whatever.
Yeah.
The doctors, when they see this, they freak out, and they think on recreational adult use. So why didn't we start by using the right terms, cannabinoid and terpene profiles? So they will know if I change this patient and I have more THC, more CBD, more maybe they need more myrcene, more limonene. This is the proper way of making medicine if we want to do it properly, but the industry didn't catch this, and now we have to talk to the doctors and say to them, not indica, not sativa. We have to make them learn again how to use cannabis with patients.
Yeah.
Because each strain is a different medicine for us.
No, even it's more funny because here in the agency, for example, so it's funny because, for example, the Spanish agency, they say, why you are doing research with the terps? How affect the terps to the medicine? Even if you register a plant or a flower in Germany, it's not needed to register the terps. So it's funny still, it's so young, no? The industry and the pedagogy.
Thank God they don't take it.
But also you get the patients that are avid cannabis users, and they don't just go by the cannabinoid profile. They don't just go by the THC, the cannabinoids, the terpenes. They go by the actual bag appeal. So when they open the jar, the smell, everything, they're like, okay, just by the smell sometimes they're like, this is good cannabis, and it's going to be good for me medically. But I think 60, 70% of the people are still that old avid cannabis users coming to the medical market in that mindset. But all the new patients, I think, are the ones that are going to be, that need to buy the cannabinoid trials and terpenes and figure out the doctor working with them, what works for them, what terpenes work with them, and what cannabinoids work with them, what percentages. So.
Also, we need to realize that patients with opioid and benzos, we don't have a smell and taste. So for us, these kind of issues that are really important, sometimes we cannot enjoy them.
Okay, so with these two first questions, I want to jump on a question. Where do you see Spain in 5 years? I mean, I just want to have a little bit overview about Spain. It took like even, no? You've been doing activism. Well, it's been for 20 years, patents, no? Demanding a regulation on cannabis. We are probably, if not the last, one of the last countries that they decided to do something. That doesn't mean nothing because it takes time. They need to do this, no? In the parliament, they get this report. There was a lot of fights between ways of view of how we can regulate this, between more progressives, more conservatives, whatever. Then it get the reports, then we went to elections. Now we have in the new government, on the coalition of Sumar, we have a doctor that is health minister and now has more sensitive about what
We thought.
More sensitive on how to regulate the cannabis. So where do you see, what is going to happen in Spain? Well, more than that, we will enter then on Spain, but where do you see Spain in 5 years?
Crazy.
If you can respond.
No, because you and me were 10 years ago talking about adult regulation in 2017. Do you remember when we started?
Yeah.
So I'm not going to make any predictions because it's crazy. It's not. I think that we are going to start and we are going to fight a lot because what we are going to give us is bullshit. So we have to, I think our job is not going to be done because what we are going to give us is so bad for patients that we have to keep going, and it's a pity. As you said, we are the last ones with Belgium. We are the 7th producer in Europe, but we are the last on helping our people who suffers.
I think it's pretty good not to be the first mover like Canada and like Germany, to sit back and watch and then kind of implement. And I think Spain in 5 years will kind of watch and learn, I hope. Learn and all the work you've done, it's amazing. And kind of learn from those countries and say, okay, now we're ready, now we've learned all the lessons, let's kind of roll it out and do it in a proper way. Ease of access for patients, you know, medical community, being all educated. I think it has a good chance. But I haven't been all involved in the Spanish regulatory system like you guys.
Pablo, you feel more confident to do predictions?
It's really, really difficult to know what is going to happen in 5 years, even in 5 days.
Yeah.
Everything is moving really fast here in Spain. But I think there is a window of opportunity with this change of mind and this little window that they have opened. The question, I think, is a long run, because the window that we have on the table at this moment will not represent a big ban on the market. That means there is a very limited access to the cannabis. There is a very limited access on the indications. We have to train the doctors, we have to train the pharmacies, we have to train the distribution. There are many things to do. At least we have something, I think. This is the positive. I would like to be positive. We have a little window, and I hope that using this window properly and teaching the authorities about this, we can spread the market and spread the access to cannabis to the patient. But now, but in 5 years, you never know. We could change the government, and the government would be against, and never knows.
It's funny, so I will do the prediction then, my feeling, no? Because sometimes they ask me, I used to be involved on the movement of the cannabis social clubs, and now the people, after 7 years, not be so much involved with it. Iker, when this government is going to regulate the clubs? Normally I say, like, let's say 10, 15 years. Wow, 10, 15 years for the clubs? It is like, with this government, this society, probably yes, we need a new government of the conservatories, and let's see who is the next government after Pepe who is coming, and if they are I'm of the experience on Germany. But we have examples from Europe, I would say, like let's see Portugal. I think the people in Portugal, the parties in Portugal, they are like, what is happening here? Yeah, there is like 60 companies, we are producing, we are everything, but in the pharmacies, we have only one product from Tilray.
Yeah.
Just one flower from Tilray, and I need to pay $10 or $15, something like that. So, I mean, we have the Greece example, we have Portugal, we have other countries, we have France doing this experiment with 3,000 people and everything. So.
But we know the news from France from yesterday, they are going to remove the flowers, so we are going back, huh?
Maybe.
And also, I would love to say that even if we are saying that everything is difficult, we already know that the alegaciones from the 4th of March, they were not going to be heard. Now it's going to happen a second round, and we really have the opportunity in these few months to try to change something. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the first process of the 4th of March are not going to do anything. It's just like a circus. But yeah, they told us. But the important thing that is going to happen in Spain is from here. They send us we already have seen the document. We received it the other day after our meeting.
Wow.
Yeah. So you go to the meeting without any information. They don't show you the document, but we receive it the next day. And yeah, we have now, I think, few months where we can fight, and it's going to be a private fight. It's not going to be like a public. The public is for the 4th of March. Okay. But now the real deal is starting now. So we, the patients, need a lot of help if we want to change something. If not, we are going to lose.
Wow, so great news. So this is why I was asking for the prediction, because with all the elements that we have in the table, it looks like it's going to take a lot of time to make an effective model in Spain, no? Is that the feeling, no? That it's going to take time, they don't want to regulate, they prefer, no? like pharmacies on the hospitals, so this is going to be more difficult. Clinical trials takes like 4 or 5 years, big investment, no? So develop a medicine, which is what they are saying. The agency is like, oh, yeah, we regulate, yeah, develop your own products. Okay, who has 10, 15 million to invest on a future medicine, no?
But there are some companies, can I say, like Curaleaf, like other companies, that they are doing clinical trials and they are spending the money, so you can do it. Maybe you choose not to do it, but you can do it. And the companies who are going to make the clinical trials, they will become a medicine, and it will be great. The issue is that some people want to be on the market without any test. So the agency said, if you give us test, your product will be on the market for sure. They are not saying you are not going to be in the market, but you have to prove that you're doing things properly.
Okay. So let's go on the individual questions. Rob, I will ask why Curaleaf is in Europe, why took the decision, the company, of being involved in Europe, and which lessons you will bring from Canada, no? From which mistakes. I mean, obviously Canada was a model, I think, more thinking on the export, because you are like 30, 40 million people. It's not so a very big market, but I think it's one of the most interesting experience, no, worldwide. So I would like to ask these couple of questions to you
We learn a lot from Canada and America, especially Curaleaf in America. They always call me up, and the head executives, and they're like, hey, Rob, we have this beautiful genetic now. It's doing well. It's really stable. Now let's get it to the market. Let's get it in Poland. Let's get it in Italy. Let's get it. And I said, it's not like America. It's not like Canada. You can't just have a flower and get it in. It takes 1.5 years to get into Poland. It takes a long time. They're like, what? How? Why? And now they're slowly learning and figuring that out, that Europe is a lot different than Canada and the US. And things take a lot of time to get just one SKU, one flower, one oil into any market. Germany is a little easier, but it's still a lot. If you have to do irradiation, you got to get the AMRAD V certificate. So there's so many different things that the US and Canada don't really understand. So when they do have our meetings, and they're learning more because they're becoming more international, that they're figuring that out, and now they're sitting down and saying, okay, this country takes this long to get 1 or 2 products. Let's start the registration. This country takes this. They're learning and they're understanding. And with Canada, there's so many mistakes I can't even start. There's the pricing models. There's the taxes, the government taxes that they charge. There's everything that made it hard for medical companies or recreational companies to kind of compete with the black market. The black market kept winning. And all of the regulatory things and all the setbacks that Canada was facing to this day is not, competing with the black market. And hopefully that changes. Hopefully other countries, especially Spain, Portugal, Germany, everybody realizes that and sees that, the government can't just roll this out and just charge ridiculous amounts of taxes, and everybody has high prices, and you have to compete with that black market just to get your product out there and to survive. So in Canada, there's a lot of bankruptcies and companies going under, the big companies and even the small players. So hopefully everyone learns that lesson in the US, Canada, and here in Spain too, when they're rolling out their market.
Thank you, Rob. So another question. We have not so much time, but Pablo, I would like to ask to you, you represent medical plant. I think it's the second license. I know it's the second license. Now you are competing against Linneo, I will say. Linneo has been trying to develop good flowers for a long time, investing a lot of money. Still they are trying it, but they have really good position. Now medical plants enter to develop also flower and maybe potentially in the future extraction. At the same time, you come from the pharma, you have experience on this, and at the same time, you are the president of the Association of Authorized License in Spain. How is your vision about the market, no? With your experience from the pharma and being in this complex industry and representing the voice, because there is, I think there is this 8-10 license in the association. So how do you see this? Which one is your feelings about everything this, no? With your knowledge on the pharma level as well.
Okay, first of all, I would like to have only one competitor, like Neo. But we are competing with everybody in the world. That means that we have a very strong competition in Portugal, where the legislation for producer are more flexible than we have in Spain. And so there are many other competitors, and we have to compete them in other markets, because now in Spain there is no market. So we have to compete in Germany, we have to compete in the UK, in other countries. I have to say that I always try to be positive. I think Spain has a very good opportunity in terms of research and in terms of the companies that we represent, like you, in the association, that in genetics or even in research, we are in a top position. I think we have. On producing, I think we have a lot of problems, not because we have not the competence for produce a good quality here in Spain, but because the regulation is quite tight. And we have not the flexibility of the markets. We have discussed many times. In Spain, we have to have an order before to produce. And this is really, really tough, because we cannot manage the production as we would like, and we cannot offer what we have. We have to look something that believe in us and invest in us. This is very difficult. And I think the situation is that I think Europe is opening. Germany is opening. France will be open. Italy, UK, I think is coming also a good market. So in this sense, I think Spain has a lot of things to do there. Offering genetics and development, new product, new plants, working on all the environment together, also producing, and why not? We have a very strong pharmaceutical industry in Spain. So the idea is how to connect us with this industry to produce and to invest and in what we have, that it is to teach the doctors on how to prescribe, how to use the cannabis, in develop a model with the pharmacies to be safe, we be sure that the distribution as a narcotic is under control and there is nothing. So we have a lot of opportunities, but it's something that it could take some time.
Okay, you feel positive, that's good. So final question for Carola. I will be 1 hour asking you things. You have a prominent position on all this process on the regulation. You was mentioned that you are not very happy, that your expectations on what the patents are going to receive or which ones. So you've been reclaiming that there is enough evidence worldwide and in Europe. There is a potential fight between the patents, the organizations that represent patents. There is also in Spain multiple actors, because Spain has a lot of social movements, different interpretation how to regulate the medical cannabis. So I would like to ask to you in which point we are. What can we expect from this government? And I don't know, which should be your recommendation to the government, no? I guess that you are doing, indeed, you said that probably you are the only one that saw that document that they want to release, no? So it's not a so public process that they are now saying, no, okay, up to the 4 March, associations, you can send your opinion and everything. And we have seen different positions of different, but the observatory didn't, because like you said, you are waiting for a second. So can you give us some light, or if there is no light and it's super dark expectation, what we can do for bring more light to this process?
What I started to yesterday is start talking to the press again. And say that they told us that the patient is going to be in the center, and this was a lie, because the agency told the government that it will be going to be a patient while they redact la famosa hoja de ruta. It was a lie. There was no patient there. And when we wanted to, the other day in the meeting, when I tried to explain to the agency and the Secretary of Health that 50% of our patients use flowers, they even didn't took my evidence. They even took our papers. It's a lack of respect in a meeting to do that to patients. So this is where we are right now, and we are not going to stop because we have a few months to keep fighting, and yes or yes, this will be the last month. You know, the observatory is already closed. We will try to do our best during these months, and then the rest of the work should be done by patients, not by the observatory anymore. Okay, it's us as patients, because we as observatory, we did 10 years ago, we started the observatory and we said, we are born to die. We did our best, we get into here, and now I think it's the patient organizations who needs to continue doing the work, because we have a lot of work to do.
Wow, thank you so much. I will ask a clap for Carola and all the patients. Thank you.
Also, Iker, if you allow me, I would love to say to everyone in this room that the Patient Council is going to start to say these things loud. We decided not to shut up anymore. We are going also to denounce some bad practice from the industry. And we as patients are going to start some webinars, and we are going to try to keep conversations with the policymakers, with the industry, with everyone, but I think from the perspective of the patients, enough is enough. So many people treat us cruel, promise us things, support. You already know this.
Yeah.
So now that we are 22 countries together in Vienna here, we are going to say things properly, because we have been shut up until now, so it's time to start speaking.
Oh, sounds good. So thank you so much. We try to do the best, because it's a super complex to discuss this point on medical cannabis. It will be like for a whole journey. Tomorrow we will have all the industry in ICBC show as well, talking about what happened, movements, investment, lines, medicine, whatever. But I think it is really good that we have this discussion here in the Cannabis Hub, which is open to discuss the hemp, the clubs, the regulation, and also the medical cannabis. And it's been great to have representatives like Curaleaf, big companies, Pablo, patents and license. So thank you so much. Thank you. Hope
Thank you so much.
you enjoy it.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much to everyone. We're going to have only 2 more roundtables, and then we'll go to have lunch. We're going to go next to a restaurant here. So I'll ask you for a bit of passion. We're going to be talking in the next roundtable about the non-psychoactive use. We still don't have a regulation in Spain, but still the CBD is really well sold in all the industry. Thank you very much. So we have a really good roundtable where we are going to be talking about that use that is really well used in Spain. For all of you that you arrive, you just need to know that, we have simultaneous translation. We need to put that. And then I'm going to present the table. So Gabriela Sierra is going to present us the roundtable about the non-psychoactive.
Hello, how are you? How are you all doing,
So
everybody?
let's put that.
What a wonderful event. I feel so lucky to be here surrounded by so many cannabis professionals. It is great to be here with you. So please, let's make some noise to show our support to the Cannabis Hub, please. Let's make some noise. Thank you.
Hola, hola. ¿Funciona? ¿Ya parlo?
My name is
Hola,
Gabriela
hola.
Sierra.
Hola.
I am a lawyer. I am the
¿No?
president of the
¿Sí que va?
Cannabis Party. Green light. I know. There is a lot of networking going on now,
Sí, que va.
I understand.
Va, va. Ah, jo no em sento, però va.
All right, guys, please, a bit of silence. We are going to continue. Really soon, we are going to go out to smoke, to drink, to eat. So please, just a bit of time more. I think everyone here really has a lot of experience. And yeah, let's start. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for being here. I feel really fortunate to be moderating this panel with our esteemed guest. We're going to be talking about non-psychoactive cannabis. So for this, we are joined by Isidro Carbellido from Spain with more than 15 years in the industry of CBD and legal cannabis, founder of and CEO of Canactiva, one of the first Spanish companies to market cannabis-derivated products in Spain. We have also Trenton Birch from South Africa, a cannabis health and wellness company that also launched the first Africa Cannabis Academy. His goal is to empower people through education and demonstrate the potential of cannabis to positively change the society. And we have also Giacomo Bulleri, a lawyer specialized in cannabis, involved in the regulatory development and the legalization of cannabis in Italy and also in Europe, advising and collaborating with cannabis producers associations and with the committee of the European Industrial Hemp Association. The use of industrial hemp is quite regulated, and we have no debate around fibers and seed. So we're going to be talking about the new uses and the regulatory and development of the market. I don't know if you know, but in Spain, we are now living the revolution of the agriculture. We have those tractors stopping the roads and throwing stuff to the administrations. That's why I want to start talking about one of the most important debates in Spain and in Europe, which is the CBD flower. Isidra, can you please, you have a store in Plaza Sanz. I guess the flower is one of the most requested products. Can you please explain us your experiences around the CBD market and the flower?
Yes, thank you for giving me voice, and thank you for the organization for letting us be here and give us voice to the non-psychoactive cannabis, which is also cannabis, by the way, but it's a good starting point to normalize cannabis, first of all. And yes, as you were saying, if you walk, 30, 40 minutes away from here, or maybe 10 minutes by taxi, you'll find a very beautiful plaza in the neighborhood of Sanz. And you can see there restaurants, bars, people drinking, terraces, and kids playing around. And all of a sudden, you can see a cannabis store. Nothing happens there. Life is normal. And also, you can see many stores in the streets, cannabis stores. And the point is that CBD flower is maybe the most sold product in the store. And yes, we have no problem at the moment, which is good. And positively, we could say that the situation in Spain is okay, otherwise we wouldn't be here. But yeah, sometimes the situation is a bit complex, and this is due to the misinterpretation of the Commission of the Narcotic Drugs of the 61, which says that cannabis flower cannot be commercialized. This convention, of the narcotic drugs is made in 1961, which, by the way, is 63 years old at the moment, so about to retire. And And it says that, yes, that the cannabis flower cannot be sold, but this point has been clarified by the European Court, stating that, yes, cannabis may be a controlled substance, but as long as it is non-psychoactive, it is not within the scope of the convention, and therefore we're here.
Correct, so it's a matter of the interpretation of the law. We are very lucky that we have a specialist in law, and he has fought a lot on the regulation of the flower in Italy. So please, Giacomo, can you tell us a little bit of your experience and how the flower is nowadays regulated in Italy and also in Europe?
Thank you, and thank you, first of all, to the organizer for the invitation. And ironically, the most problematic sector from a legal and regulatory point of view is the sector of industrial hemp, in which still has a gray area that needs to be defined and regulated, especially in the light of the statement of the European Court of Justice on the cannabis case. And I think and I hope that the solution must be at the European level to avoid the risk of a two-speed Europe, because we have, in one hand, some member states that already regulated the use of the whole plant and CBD and cannabinoids for some destination, also for food in some ways, as Poland, Czech Republic, and now France. And other member states, unlucky, the Mediterranean countries as Italy, Spain, and Portugal, where the Ministry of Health insists to support the theory that flowers and leaves are drugs and the CBD is only for pharmaceutical destination. Illogic, and especially has been refuted by the National Court in French and in Italy, with the statement of the French Council of State and the Italian Administrative Court, the Tar of Lazio, that annul the national decree who limit the use of the whole plant for, in French, the selling business to business and business to consumer for leaves and flowers. In Italy, that limit the use of the hemp plant as medicinal plant for only seeds and derivatives and fibers. And both courts affirmed the principle, the basic principle of the prevalence of the European law on the national law, because a member state can limit the use of the whole plant only on the basis of scientific evidence, and not only on the basis of a generic principle of precautionary principle or generic principle of safety health protection. And otherwise, there is an infringement of the European law, of the European Common Market Organization, and the principle of the free movement of goods, too. And because the basic concept is the hemp plant is an industrial product, and industrial hemp not only until stay in the field, and when it go outside of the field, come back to be a drug, because this is a nonsense. And is an infringement of the European law, too. And on the basic of this principle in Italy, now the situation is that the Ministry of Agriculture and the trade association are working on a hemp plant sector, an agricultural plan, based on a whole plant approach. And I think that this new plan it allows to the farmers to freely cultivate and process the whole plant as a medicinal plant according to GACP. But on the other hand, there is still gray areas for the selling of CBD flowers for technical use or ornamental use, and there is many different interpretations from case to case, from area to area. And in my opinion, will be decisive, or could be decisive, pending trial in front of the Court of Parma against Mr. Luca Marola. Mr. Luca Marola is a founder of Easy Joint, one of the first company who started to sell CBD flower in Italy in the 2017. And for two reasons. First of all, Mr. Marola is a politician activist. There is media attention and political weight. But especially for a legal point of view, in this case, the prosecutor of Parma supports the theory that flowers are always, in any case, a drug, independent of the THC level, also if below 0.2%. And so, according to this theory, if you sell X kilograms of hemp, of flowers, you are selling X doses of drugs. And this is crazy, this is illogic, because doses of what? Of industrial hemp. And I think that a good solution for this case could be decisive for our situation in Italy.
I see we have similarities here because the reality is that Europe is a mess. We have some countries that have a regulation of the CBD flowers, others are still regulating or criminalizing, but the reality is that CBD flowers are sold in all Europe because we have the Schengen community, so we have a free market. I would like to know about South Africa. I know you have also a long cannabis culture there. You have even cannabis clubs. I would like to understand how the CBD market is working there. Is the flower also popular? How does it work?
So there is no real flower market for CBD. I think in South Africa we like the real thing, you know. So there are some companies manufacturing pre-rolls and CBD cigarettes, but mainly for the international market. So there are a few products on the shelf for CBD flower, but very, very few. Most people just go straight for cannabis, you know. Obviously, it's a slightly different matrix. But what's very exciting for us, I think, is the opportunity to cultivate. You know, we have a lot of land, we have a very established agricultural market, so there are probably about 1,000 hemp licenses out at the moment. On those hemp licenses you can grow obviously industrial or you can grow CBD. Obviously growing CBD for sort of health and wellness purposes is not as easy as people think. It's very different to growing, you know, for industrial purposes. We also have a very similar limitation to many countries in Europe where we have to have 0.2% for the THC level. That is a big challenge for us because a lot of the genetics we're importing at the moment. We actually have 2 genetics which we've been trialing for 19 years that are still not commercially available in South Africa. So we are trying to pull our shit together, to be honest. The problem with the international genetics is they've been tested in predominantly Northern Hemisphere countries. So when they are cultivated in South Africa, to stick to that 0.2% is very difficult. So you can go from being a hemp farmer to a criminal because you have what's called a hot crop. So that is one of the challenges we have at the moment as well. So there's the CBD market is also, in terms of tinctures, etc., has completely collapsed. Very similar to what happened in America. The challenge we have in South Africa is the dosing. The dosing, according to our medical regulator, it has to be 20 milligrams per serving and 600 milligrams per packet. Now, if anybody knows anything about CBD, that just does nothing. You know, the advocacy on that is so low that what's happened is there was a lot of hype about the CBD market. People went out, they bought it, they took it home, they tried it, it didn't work. So it's all kind of fallen to pieces. We all know that CBD is an incredible medicine, but if the dosing protocol is too low, then it doesn't make any sense. So that we're kind of in the same situation, I think, as what happened in America at the moment. But we're certainly excited about the opportunity for industrial hemp to also create large-scale job creation, for the biofuels market, etc. But the challenge is like most other countries, is we need the processing power, we need decortication machines. So there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen to industrialize the industry. But we certainly hope that by October this year, which is our planting season, that we start to plant en masse.
Yeah, somehow it's like a new opportunity. It's a new industry, but needs a lot of development and a lot of studies. Another product that it's a debate and it's being sold, it's all those cannabis oil, CBD extractions, because we are talking about food. And then we need to discuss, is it a novel food or not? And there's a lot of debate because we can see in the market products market as cosmetics or as a mouthwash, which doesn't make any sense because everybody knows that are going to be ingested. So please, Giacomo, could you explain us what is this novel food process and how is this affecting to cannabis, and what would you recommend to the entrepreneurs if they want to market those CBD supplements or CBD foods? How can we do this?
Yes. In general, Europe has shown that it is sensitive to these issues, and the relevant Direction Generale, DG Sante, DG Grow, and the DG Agri are working on their respective papers on feed, food, and cosmetics. For feed and cosmetics are pending a data collection from the business operator, and we can say that the cosmetic is the only lawful destination where we can sell CBD oil. Also, if some countries, Italy and Spain again, the Ministry of Health support that CBD, you can use the CBD on the cosmetics only if synthetic or extracted by the plant, but from not prohibited part. So again, the problem is always the whole plant first, and after the issue, the destination follow. And the feed, the question of feed, the pet oil is an issue that is strictly linked to the novel food issue and the novel food process. And the question is that EIA has promoted a novel food consortium and submit the application now in February for the CBD as novel food. And the timeline is next October. We'll finish the assessment by the EFSA, the European Food Authority. So we hope that in 2025, we hope that CBD isolated will be a novel food authorized for food and food supplement too. And but the real battle, in my opinion, is in the application of the full spectrum oil that will be submitted soon. And here is the real issues, because we need new and additional scientific evidence to demonstrate the safety of the intake of the THC and CBD, and especially to show to the Ministry of Health that the existing studies are based on data unrepresentative and old. We have two existing studies. One is from the 90s, conducted on the terminally SIDA patients, but it's not for sure the average healthy people, and the other is conducted in a sample of only 11 patients, if cannot be considered representative. For that reason, in the application for novel food, the EIA promote a clinical study where 200 people in clinic takes THC and CBD to show the daily intake, because when we talk about food, we talk about THC and CBD not as a narcotic substance, but as a contaminant. So it's another point of view.
So it was a long process, but we have good news, because we expect to have soon products in the market that will be fully regulated. So that's positive. I would like also to know, is it also so popular, the CBD oil in South Africa, and do you also have these problems of the novel food registration? Because there are countries outside Europe that don't have this. For example, UK has his own novel food system, we could say. How is it? How are you facing it there?
So at the moment, there are CBD products all over the place in food. There are no CBD products that have been registered by our medical authorities. I think it's important to differentiate that CBD falls into two categories. It falls into the health and wellness category, and it falls into the medical category. Obviously, if you want to medical claims, it needs to be registered. I think food is an incredible way to consume cannabis generally, but I think again a lot of the food industry has been very fad-based. You know, there's been a lot of hype. You know, if you buy a bottle of water with 5 milligrams of CBD, it's not going to do anything for you. You know, a bar of chocolate with 20 milligrams, maybe if you eat the whole bar, you know. But at the end of the day, I think it's a very good way to consume cannabis. But again, it comes down to dosing. You know, if the dosing is not right, then it's going to have no impact. So I think as an industry, we also need to hold people accountable for what is going into the marketplace, because I don't think we self-regulate ourselves enough. There's a lot of cowboy tactics and people putting money out or things out and product into the industry without, you know, the integrity that is needed. So I think we also have a job as an industry to pull our socks up and to make sure that we are putting proper product into the market. But I mean, you know, in terms of, we're quite behind in terms of trying to catch up on legislation, but there is no scientific evidence to state that CBD should not be in food. It's a great carrier, you know. But we need to regulate in the sense that we need to protect the consumer. That's why we need regulation, you know, to protect the consumer from unscrupulous companies that don't have the best interest of the patient or the consumer at heart.
Of course. You can applause, you can applause. You are right. This regulation needs to come to have quality standards. It's the most important right now. Is it true that CBD oil is the most sold product in stores? Because that's what the study says, right? CBD oil is the most popular product. I would like to know from your experience in your stores, what kind of products do you sell the most and what kind of client?
Okay. No, and I think that in Spain, at least, as far as I know, the most sold CBD product is the hemp flower, and CBD oils is maybe the second. And yes, so before jumping on the different profiles that we get in the store, I'd like to add to what they say that it is very uncomfortable for us as a shop to be selling CBD oils as a cosmetic product, which is the only way you have to market this type of products, when it's uncomfortable and also very awkward when everybody is looking for this type of products for ingestion. But it is what it is, so things go slow maybe, but I hope that soon we can sell it as what it is, which is a food supplement at least. And yes, going on the type of people that come to the shops is usually there's many different profiles, but there's two main ones, and one is a person that it is involved in cannabis culture, or it's been involved in their youth, and they like cannabis because they used to smoke cannabis when they're young, but they don't want to get high anymore, and so they come and they buy CBD flower for collection, not for smoking, obviously, because it's not regulated, but or also CBD oils for the skin, not for ingesting, because they like to relax through their skin. But and then there's this second profile, which is people that so this first profile could be called wellness use. Because this word came in the last conversation, and I liked it, because recreational, it's a word that has to be reconsidered, because I don't see it everywhere in cannabis. But yes, so this would be the first profile that come to the shops, which is wellness use. And then there's this second profile, which is people that is they need some help, medical help maybe, and they come to the shops. And to be honest, we do not have the knowledge to assist this type of people. And so, although our products are, they have a good standard, which is, it is a good product to buy for somebody that, that wants to get it, but we do not have this knowledge to assist this type of people, so I encourage the Medical Cannabis Board to move forward to the regulation, because we need trained and trained doctors to be able to go along with these people that they need help out of the wellness use. So.
Correct. It's very important to differentiate the wellness market and the therapeutic market, as you were also saying, Trenton, because we're going to need different quality standards. It's not going to be the same. It's what we were also listening in the other round table, right? So far we have reviewed a little bit the regulatory evolution and the market, right? I know we are all cannabis professionals, so that's why we're going to the main points that are more important. I would like now to make an open question to you to know what kind of challenges, what are the main challenges that can face entrepreneurs in this industry and the administrations also, because we need to give tools to the governments and administrations to regulate. So I would like to know the main challenges that this industry needs to overcome. Who wants to start?
I'm not sure the landscape here in terms of processing is a big challenge. So extraction, we have 2 licensed extraction facilities in South Africa. So a lot of the extraction that is happening in unlicensed facilities. So extraction is a big challenge. I think one of the other things we need to remember is that hemp is cannabis. It's the same plant. It's us as humans that have put this industrial stamp on it and all these parameters within it. And what's happening in South Africa is, we have 120,000 illegal hectares of landrace growing in the mountains. And that's between 8 and 12% THC. And what happens is the flower goes one way into the illegal market, and the stalks and the leaves and everything are destroyed. And then in our medical facilities, you take the flower for the medicine, and then all of the stalks have to be incinerated. So I think there's a big challenge in the sense globally that we're not actually looking at this as one plant, and that you can take high THC cannabis strains and varieties, and you can utilize the plant for everything else. And we should be looking at a whole plant view, as opposed to trying to split it up and put rules for different things. So I think the limits for the THC generally globally are completely ridiculous, and I think that for me is the key challenge at the moment.
I completely agree with you. In fact, I have a company in Czech Republic that was complaining to me that they follow the whole process of medical cannabis and they're forced to destroy everything. And they don't want, they would like to recyclate it to make another product, because cannabis is amazing. We can do so many things with it. But because of the regulation also, they're forced to destroy it. So you are right. We need to understand the cannabis as a whole plant. What do you think about the challenges of this industry? What recommendation would you give to entrepreneurs?
I think that the sector now has 2 key challenges. The regulation of the whole plant, this is a must, because without the whole plant, we don't have really a supply chain. Okay, and second one, we have a fight about the THC level in food. And it's a very, very important topic, because if we talk about THC in food, we talk as a contaminant, according to Regulation 913 of 2023. And the actual limits of THC are only in food, are only for seed and derivatives. In Europe now the limits are 7.5 milligrams per kilo for hemp seed oils and 3 milligrams per kilo, so 3 parts per million, 3 ppm for flour and for hemp seeds. And the question is something strange, very something strange, because if we check the list of the contaminants, we found some poisons too, like arsenic and cadmium, and if we check the limit, we watch that THC is a little bit higher than arsenic, for example, almost as 10 times higher than arsenic, and
That's
5
crazy.
times higher than cadmium, that are poisons. So I think that we need to work together in the sector on the legal side, the scientific side, the business operator, to change the situation with new studies, with research and development, and to show the new data and the correct data of daily intake, because I imagine that it's unreal that the THC in food will be 0.3% as in the field. But the question is in the daily intake, because if you take a food supplement, you take some drops daily, and this is the right size, not with an absolute THC level.
It's incredible. So the administration are more scared of cannabis than arsenic. That's something so crazy, right? As we don't have much more time and we could be talking here all day, I would like to make a more personal question for you guys to close this round table. I would like, because I am a defender of cannabis from an environmental and also from a socioeconomic perspective. We have not talked about anything, but we have also biofuels, construction, so many things. I would like to understand how cannabis has influenced your lives, and what kind of impact do you think, or what kind of role this plant will have in the future?
I think what's important to understand is that as an industry, and I say this a lot, we are at war. Yeah? We're at war with big pharma, we're at war with the cancer industry, with the petrochemical industry, with the cotton industry, with the plastic industry. You know, the potential of this plant is so absolutely mind-blowing that it still can't get my head around the fact that we're having to dive through this bullshit of legislation because there are big organizations lobbying in the background to slow this down. So for me, this is one of the most purpose-driven industries in the world and one of the most important industries of our time, especially in terms of, you know, you're aligning with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, which is a huge challenge at the moment in terms of hitting those. Hemp, especially on an industrial level, can have a massive, massive impact on social development, on the environment we live in. And I don't think there's enough narrative around that, but it needs to happen. It needs to happen urgently and now. So that drives me to get out of bed every morning, you know.
That's great. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Myself, I think that cannabis is very necessary on our society because in these last, I don't know, 50 years or I don't know how many years we've been producing all these dynamics that we are now, which is produce, and in a society that some people they call it caffeinic society, which we do nothing but drinking coffee and producing, and we've produced and we've worked so much that finally we invented something with AI that's going to work for us and we don't have to work anymore. So I think cannabis is a very, very good thing to introduce in our societies to relax a little bit and finally think about ourselves and think about what we have inside and not outside.
So it's about the change of mindset, which is quite important too. I agree with you. Giacomo, what would you say? What would be the impact of this plant in the future?
I imagine a regulated sector for food and food supplement, especially in the range below the pharmaceutical, but we need regulated, and to answer to the previous question, is a creative side of my job, because we are create the law of the future too, and without a concrete regulation, we can't solve the problems of the interpretation that still we have every day in Italy, in Spain, in Portugal, and so on. And I think that the Germany reform maybe could produce a domino effect on the other member states.
Thank you so much for being here, all of you, and thank you for the public also for listening. Thank you again for the Cannabis Hub, and see you soon. Thank you, Ruben.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, we are almost done. We are already getting ready for the restaurant. Thank you very much. Let's see if the CBD comes into a legal frame already. We're going to finish with the adult use. As I said before, Steve D'Angelo is not going to be able to be here, but we have a really nice people coming on, so I don't want to lose any more time. I want to say, vamos a darle una buena bienvenida a la nueva mesa del uso adulto, así que sin más, vamos allá, mesa adulta. Thank you. ¿Entras tú? You have one. I'll figure it out.
Yeah. You need to. Okay. Yes. Does this go at the back? I can put it in my back pocket.
Oh, good. You learned. Yeah. Okay. You put that right here. I'll put it inside. Put that in there for me. Yes.
Oh.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Well, first of all, I would like to thank CannabisHub because of the amazing work they are doing. So, guys, keep going. And let's go with the last roundtable. I'm going to introduce the panelists. First of all, we have Katie. She's been working as an activist since Thailand regulations began in 2017. She's also running a dispensary in Bangkok, and she's working with like 50 cannabis farms. So she has a lot of things to talk about. Also, we have with us, hello, Katie. Also, we have Timo with us. Timo is a Chief Commercial Officer of Cannabigia. Cannabigia is a cannabis software in Switzerland. He is 10 years horticulture greenhouse space and general manager of Fluence. She will talk about a lot of things and a lot of interesting things too. And we have Kyle. Kyle is been a cannabis grower for more than 35 years. He won 13 cannabis awards, and he was working for more than 10 years as a journalist in the magazine High Times. Of course, everyone knows about it. And I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Guillermo Fernández. Soriano Fernández lawyers firm. We are based in Madrid. We born as a criminal law firm, but now we can say that we are a cannabis consulting. We work with everything about cannabis, cannabis club. We advise CBD companies. So anything you need, guys, here we are. Okay, let's start. First of all, I would like to start with Katie. Okay, I'm very excited about what she has to tell us because, as everyone knows, Thailand has been. Everyone has been talking about Thailand last year. Thailand was in every single talk. So please, Katie, just to start, can you give us like an overview about what's going on in Thailand? Please let us know.
Okay, let me just kind of give you like a general lowdown, because I would say I came into this space around the same time that all of the talking started it. So in 2018, 24th of December, that was when the National Legislative Assembly, under our junta government back in that time, kind of came into pass that kratom and cannabis should be removed out of the drug scheduling, and because there are more other benefits from it, which then led into the next year, which is 2019. 19 February, that's when the medical cannabis actually came into pass by them removing and changing a Narcotics Act at that time to allow for medical use and the things that kind of go behind the medical use, like growing and whatnot. But back in that time, it was under government only, or government hospital, or government universities. Then move on to 2020. They did something quite interesting, which was the legalization of the stems, the leaves, the seeds, the roots, the hemp seeds, hemp seed oils, as well as CBD, that is no more than 0.2% THC. That was done because we culturally eat cannabis leaves, like, you know, it's part of our cooking. It's the MSG, the natural MSG that has been known for a long time, and cannabis tea was a thing at that time. So they need to legalize it and remove it from the list so that there can be a whole industry around it. Back then, can you believe it? A kilo of fresh cannabis leaves, the stuff that you guys throw away, was going for like 70,000 baht. That was around like what, $2,000?
Wow.
No, $200 maybe. Yeah, $200 per kilo. Wet leaves, okay? Fan leaves, like the big ones. So that happened. And then 2021, Thailand legalized hemp production and licensing to grow hemp seeds and hemp flowers in 24th of January. So that opens up for CBD production.
But you mean they legalized hemp to produce flower or to produce? Ah, okay.
So that was, back then, there were like set rules that was quite unobtainable by the locals, very similar to what the Canadian did with like the strict vaults and this and that. So there, you can still see the remnants of those set regulation in some grows, where you have like clean rooms, where you have this and where you have that. But that eventually leads into 2022. June 9th was the date that cannabis has been removed. The flowers, by the way, the flowers, the plant, has been removed from the, how shall I say? It's been removed from the narcotics list. The things that's still in there is hash, extracts, oils, but the flowers is legal. And right now, we are in the space of not gray area, it's regulated, but not in the way that you guys may be used to, which is you can sell flowers as flowers, not for recreational, because recreational has never been legalized in the first place. You can still go away for like a month, as well as a 30 or 20,000 baht fine if you became a nuisance by using recreationally publicly. But in your own home, it's okay. And right now you can grow as much as you want by just going to a registration process, but you have to be a Thai, by the way, but you can put in like 1 million plants. Like, and that registration in itself doesn't mean that you can sell it, doesn't mean that you can kind of give it away. You can use it in your own home, but if you want to sell it, then you need to have a license, because currently, when it's being removed from the scheduling, it then move on to the control herb, where that now equals to licenses if you want to buy it to sell, and licenses if you want to sell. And also you need to give reportings on a monthly of how much you are selling, who it's to. We need to take in passports, passport numbers, as well as name, the age, how much you guys bought, but everything is done on paper because we love putting things on paper in Thailand, which is a fortunate thing because I think it's the best way that it is obtainable for a lot of the small-time operators. Apart from that, everything else is still illegal. Edibles is still illegal, but it's available everywhere. Extracts is illegal. Hash is illegal, but it's available absolutely everywhere because corruption is quite norm in our country.
Okay, nice. We will talk about you see the future later, but it's amazing what's going on in Thailand. I think no one in this room could expect 2 years ago what's going on now, so keep pushing. Okay, Timo, how is everything going in Switzerland? Let us know because it's an exciting market too.
Yes, first of all, thank you for having me here. It's a big pleasure to be on this international panel here. Yeah, talking about Switzerland, yes, Switzerland since 1 year has recreational cannabis in a pilot project. I know it sounds familiar, we hear it in Germany as well. So I think it's always great to look to Switzerland because they are already running and how it's done there, so different regions opted for doing pilot projects. There, people of this area can become a person who can get recreational cannabis legally. The different regions organized it in different ways. At some places you can get it in a pharmacy, which is interesting, right? You go in a pharmacy and get recreational cannabis. Others have also social clubs, and even others have dispensaries. So the first legal dispensaries in Europe. And this whole project is very interesting because the society wanted to do it. And want to do it for 5 years to get research results. So everything is accompanied with field research, so then that the society in Switzerland can be educated about how much has been used, is there any addiction, is there any tendency for other drugs, and so on. So all these questions society is interested in, with then hopefully in 5 years that the society sees, hey, the people don't get addicted, they don't take other drugs, it's just, cannabis. And then in 5 years, the society in Switzerland will decide, do they want to legalize recreational cannabis? It is a closed experiment, meaning you need to grow in Switzerland and you need to sell it in Switzerland to Swiss people. I think it's a very interesting project and also something which can be used as a blueprint for Germany. We know the ongoing debate there with the social clubs, also there how these social clubs need to be tracked and traced and so on. There is some similarities to Switzerland. The company I'm working for is doing the software in Switzerland for 10 years, so mandated by the Swiss government. So this is something which is definitely interesting for Germany, but also for the Netherlands. As we all know, there are the famous coffee shops. Now there are 10 licensed producers who should provide coffee shops with legal cannabis. Also there can be something to look at in Switzerland and I think also used and do it in a similar way.
That sounds very good. We will talk about the cannabis club's requirements a little bit before. Kyle, what about USA?
What do I say? First, I want to thank everybody for having me here. This is really special for me. I love any chance I get to, we'll say, educate people on the use, the status, the cultivation of cannabis. I think it's funny to me that I have a picture up there. It really represents me well because I'm the only one up there actually imbibing and smoking. And long before I had any kind of a career or a reputation in this industry, it was important to me just to unabashedly use cannabis to help normalize it. And lo and behold, 20 years after that, legalization began to happen. And I kind of ponder and I wonder if there's anybody out there in this universe that can really explain what this overcomplication is about the legalization of cannabis. I mean, it's not like we're creating some new science. Like psychiatry, nobody ever heard of psychiatry, so they have to study it and come up with all these protocols before people, so they don't hurt. Cannabis has been used by every civilization known to man. And it's like everybody's all crazy about it. That, of course, is just my opinion. But, in America, we're about 2/3 legal as far as the states go. And about 1/3 of the states, maybe a little bit less, have no legalization. And then in the states that are legal, it's a mixture. It's a mixture of things where you can cultivate yourself, where you can't cultivate yourself, where anybody can apply for a cultivation license, or in some places you have to be a millionaire because you need so much money, and they literally make you build the infrastructure before you can make any money. So you have to lay out $1 million on a building, and then you have to settle all of the restrictions with the fire codes and the water company and the electrical company, and you have to do all of that, and sometimes that takes years. And meanwhile, you're paying rent on a building, and you're paying utilities on a building, and so it's very unfair, let's just say. It's very unfair because cannabis should be of the people. I mean, it comes from the earth. It can grow on any balcony in any country, anywhere other than the poles. And so I'm just bewildered, without really being confused. It's just really remarkable to me how difficult every country is making it to legalize cannabis. But at least we're here, and we're discussing it, and far less people are going to jail. People are still going to jail in America, a very big country. You have some places where people can smoke out in public and nobody cares, for example, in New York City. And then you have other states where they're going to put you in jail for a year or more because you get caught with a pinky's worth of marijuana. Notice I switched to marijuana from cannabis. Because it's maligned. And that's where, that word was used to malign people back in the day. So I'm very optimistic. We're definitely moving forward. It's never going to go back. It just really confounds me to figure out why it's such a difficult thing to regulate. It just really, I try to keep a humorous attitude about it.
There is still some crazy things happening in US about people getting jail, but you are heading the cannabis market. So I think a good question would be, what would you change in the practice? With practice from the market, would you change, or do you think it's the best practice? Or
you mean in relation to helping legalization?
Adult use market. What would you change, maybe, or what do you think is working very good, and it would be an example for another country?
It's just so confusing because there's all this distinction between recreational use and medical use, and then they go and they say that recreational use can only be a certain amount of THC, but medical use can be unregulated limits. It is so unnecessarily complicated. And I feel that taking away any nefarious meaning, any ill intent, the people who are responsible for making the regulations and who are responsible for leading this thing are not using all the evidence that we have in history about it being safe and non-addicting, and they're acting like this is something new, and we have to discover it as we go along. And I can respect, a government feeling like they need to take a long time to, but legalization in America happened in 2008. And now we're almost 20 years later, and we're still fighting over it. So I just hope that other countries, 20 years after they decide to form some form of legalization, they're still not fighting over it. It's not as complicated as we make it out to be. You know, children under 18 shouldn't be able to buy or use cannabis. You know, service engineers, people who fly airplanes or drive school buses should not be able to use cannabis. You know, there's a few restrictions, but other than that, I don't understand why it is so difficult to regulate a fairly innocuous substance, other than the fact that it helps put people in a better mood.
That's good. Okay, yeah. That's very good. Timo, what do you think Switzerland government could do to improve the market? The market, because it's kind of a new market, so for sure there is different things they can do better than they do.
Yeah, I think generally, you know, the challenge is we take something what is illegal and make it legal. This is something new for society to do. It's difficult because we, you know, I grew up in Bavaria, in Germany. It's super ultra conservative in regards to cannabis. And I grew up with total stigmatization of cannabis. It's crazy. So, and this is in the head of the people, right? And they have been trained, cannabis is bad, bad, bad. Protect your children. You will all die, whatever. I'm accelerating, yeah, sorry. But so very, very, you know, it's, you know, the worst thing on earth kind of mentality. And to change this, we need to take society on a journey. It's a transformation. Because so many people have been educated, it's bad. And so that's why I really like actually how the Swiss are doing it, and also partly how my fellow Germans are doing it, because they do a pilot project and they do research on what are the effects to society, put this data out to prove and find an argumentation based on facts. And if you were, where I'm from, in Germany, Switzerland, you know, they are very fact and figure-driven people. You know, they are not very emotional, so they want facts and figures. So let's give them facts and figures, because there is, for everyone in this room most probably, we have nothing to hide. It's just cannabis. So let's do a pilot project, show the effects, and then get it over the, you know, tipping point, and then, you know, maybe it's hopefully not 15 years like in the US really, but maybe in 5 years. So for me, growing up in Bavaria, that was totally unexpectable, unimaginable 5 years ago. Totally. So where we are now, it's a game changer moment, and I heard it before, domino effect. So let's hope we get over this tipping point and have this domino effect. So I'm positive, I want to be positive, because this is the only possibility we have. We need to convince society that this is not as bad as they have been told their entire life. Let us change it, have this positive attitude, let's take them on the journey and transform society in favor of cannabis.
That's right.
Yeah. You know, let me add just one statement to actually add to what you're saying is, you know, that in America, back when they made it illegal, I believe it was 1932. And, you know, they record everything that's said on the Senate floor and the House floor, they make a record of it. And there is a record of a man named Henry Anslinger holding up a newspaper when he's trying to make it legal, and he says, "Marijuana makes black men rape white women." And he said, this happened this weekend here in Texas. Miss Pollyanna Purebred was assaulted by Mr. John Brown or whatever. And so that is some serious indoctrination. So I just, that's some context.
Yeah.
Can I say something? What I also love, a little fact about the US, the founding fathers of the United States have been all huge hemp farmers.
Right.
And the Declaration of Independence have been written on hemp. The first, the lowest weighting car from Henry Ford has been built on hemp. So everything was great. And then the war on drugs started.
Yes.
That put us 50 years back in history, unfortunately.
It is rooted a lot in conservatism, and when I say that, I actually mean religious conservatism.
Katie. Katie, I would like to know also what would you change in the Thailand regulation, but also I'm being curious, I would like to know if you guys are allowed to smoke in any, like the cannabis clubs we have in Spain. Is in Thailand, you guys have any place you are allowed to smoke with other people?
Well, here's the thing, like I'm freaking out as like you're coming like towards me with the answers, because like we haven't even reached the 2-year mark since the legal, I wouldn't call it even legalization, since the descheduling of cannabis itself. So since it's been descheduled, it has yet to have its own regulation that makes sense. The last government has started, but everything kind of got thrown out the window when the whole, the dissolution of parliament and politics gets into play. Cannabis is one of the weapons that has been used for political gain, for votes, and it's used in the way that the press is also used as a tool to show people that, oh, there's kids smoking, there's like crazy people smoking. Only in Thailand, I can tell you right now that cannabis smokers gets the same reaction as meth. Like the news would be like, this guy stabbed his dad, or like climbed the building or climbed the electrical pole. And it's not from weed, like, but because it has been descheduled, people would just go, no one is that stupid to tell the police that they are on meth and they are having an issue with it. So they just kind of go, yeah, I just smoke weed, and that's kind of what it is. And so here's the weird thing that kind of ties into what Thailand is doing. So we have politics that is quite a horrible thing. We don't trust them. They are quite wasting a lot of tax-paying money, as per usual, and all they are doing is for their own agendas and fill up their coffers. That is a general feeling of the population. And then we got into play of how corruption is quite a norm and is quite accessible to the point that people think is normal. But then we have this cannabis, which is, to tell you the truth, it's one of the tiny problems that we have in Thailand. And it's, there are other things like same-sex rights, as well as sex work, legalization. And did you know that vibrators are actually illegal? Sex toys is illegal in Thailand to the point that it's worse than cannabis itself for you to possess it.
Wow.
How would they know? So we have really weird rules and law, and weed is just but one of them. So hence, business is going to be difficult to navigate, but that also goes for every other industry if you dare step foot into Thailand in the first place. So don't do what we do.
No, please.
But at the same time, the plane hasn't fallen out of the sky. The worst case that came from it was cannabis has been used as a political weapon, which is quite dirty to me. It feels quite ill, like how dare you, politician, take this sacred thing to be used like that. But who am I? I'm just a civil activist who's kind of been doing this and trying to figure it out just as much as everyone else.
And do you think the regulation is on risk just in case the government in Thailand change? Do you think could be on risk?
Here's the thing. A lot of the businesses that open either comes in with lack of knowledge or with nepotism, corruption, payment, or corruption. So those sets of problems, they don't actually know what is legal. Smoking areas in shops is actually not illegal. It's not legal. Smoking in public space, meaning public access. A restaurant is a public access. So even private shops is still considered public access. You are actually supposed to be using in your own house, mainly. So that's kind of where corruption comes into play, because there's smoke placed everywhere. A lot of the big brands here are over there doing all of those things that I've said is actually illegal. So how do we deal with that?
Well, here's a little bit of a tip. So in America, you know, even in the early days, I'm talking, you know, Prop 215 had just passed. I know certain people that used the guise that it's an ancient herbal remedy. And if you look in ancient Chinese texts, you can find prescriptions for preparations using cannabis. And so therefore, rather than it being the hippy-dippy thing that everybody just loves to do, it becomes my medicine. And I say that a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but perfectly honestly, I've called marijuana, cannabis, my medicine since the day I quit using cocaine in my teen years and started growing marijuana, because I knew that coke was no good for me, and as soon as I used it, I knew that marijuana was. And so what I'm kind of suggesting in a roundabout way is that the way that we kind of broke down the walls in America was by calling it medicine, and having pharmacopoeia accept it as medicine through trial, and therefore all the people on the corner are just simply medicating. And is it 100% accepted? Was it the 100% route to legalization? No. But I'm just saying that was the guise that people used early on to say, there's already literature. It's thousands of years old. People don't die from this. They are actually alleviated by this. And so that's my advice.
And what about, Kyle, federal?
Say?
What about federal adult use regulation?
What about federal?
When it will happen in US?
Is that what he said?
Federal.
Yeah, federal. So
adult use regulation. Do you think you guys have any chance after the elections in November? Do you think something can change, or doesn't matter?
Who the hell knows what's going to happen with the election? Okay?
Good question, good answer. Thank you. So clearly, so clear. Timo, please, can you tell us how the law works in Switzerland about how many plants can you grow at home, if you are allowed or not? What is the possession? You can smoke on public. If the police catch you smoking on the street, maybe you get a ticket. How is the situation about growing in a private place and possession in a public place?
Okay, so first of all, the nice thing a little bit about Switzerland, you know, when I was younger, they had, you know, back then you could travel to Switzerland and buy Duftsäckli, this like little sacks, bags, where there was flour in, but which you had just for, you know, aromatic purposes at your home. Everyone cut it off and smoked it.
We know in Spain.
I wanted to just say it. So the society in Switzerland is a little bit more open to cannabis, right? Because it's, you know, more available and was accepted in the society longer time ago. And that is also important, you're allowed to smoke CBD flower. And you can buy them literally everywhere. Petrol station, vending machines, whatnot. So, and we all know CBD flower smell the same. So the smell and everything is very normal to Swiss people. Yeah? So that means nobody knows if you smoke THC flower or CBD flower and so on. Yeah? I want to just put this picture a little bit in everyone's head, that the society is a little bit more open there. Now, how is it regulated? As I said, you can buy it. You need to protect minors. You need to stay away from, you know, all these kind of aspects. But you are not. You're not allowed to grow plants at home.
You are not allowed.
No. Maybe there are some areas, regions where you are. This I actually don't know. But it's all coming from producers in Switzerland, which is then sold through the different point of sale, and then you can get it there. And then there are no social clubs in the most of the regions where you can smoke in society. It's all for, buy the product and then smoke at home. But at the end, no one knows if you smoke CBD flower or THC flower. No one cares. It's accepted.
And I'm being curious, what is the requirements to become a member in a Switzerland Cannabis Club?
You need to be part of the municipality area where this pilot project is going. You need to be there located, and most probably you need to be there like a half a year registered under this address in this area, and then you can participate.
Mm-hmm.
You need to be over 18 years, of course, luckily, and you're good to go.
How many cannabis clubs? I don't know, but there is more than 100, less than 50, just...
So I think there's like right now over 60 different point of sale, which could be pharmacies or dispensaries or social clubs, and more pilot regions are getting activated. Right now it's 6, if I'm not mistaken, and 5 are very close to come next. So it's you need to think like the different cities, like the city of Zurich or the city of Bern says, we want to do this for our population, and then they activate it. So it's not across Switzerland, it's only for the regions who opted for this, and then they, the people in this area can participate.
Okay, good. I don't know, Katie, if you could let us know if what we could expect in the future in Thailand, in a shortly future, or you can be as clear as Kailan said.
How much more time do we have?
A short, okay, a short
okay.
5 minutes.
I'll kind of trying to wrap it up, but it's kind of going on Kyle's way
answer.
in terms of who would know. But Thailand is quite a very different country, because I don't think anyone would have thought that they would have legalized weed. Like, the place where they put you in the Bangkok Hilton for carrying, for using, for possession, or the general shakedown by our police is quite, the stories that you tell your friends and your kids and whatnot. So it did 360, as other people would say that it did, but it took a lot of work from the people, the grassroots people, who benefit from, at the end of this, by everyone was released from jail. Like, if you ever had, all the cannabis conviction, like my friends, a lot of our growers went back and got their tents. They got back their flowers, and some of them were taxed, of course. The police did take some. So it kind of had the thing that no one thought would happen. So always hopeful that maybe it would go right, or it will be in the space that I'm not a big fan of over-regulation. And currently what we've been doing is we put together our own law by going around the whole country, asking absolutely everybody within the space who has a stake in the cannabis plant, not as a business, not as medicine, but the plant in general. Because we have so much more cultural use and so many things. So I can talk about it all day, about how cannabis in Thailand is like, it's together, it's like this. But that's kind of where we hope that that law comes into allows us to be able to just be in the room where the final draft will be done, where it's not just the government's voice wanting to regulate this, by at least push in the things that they are looking to suppress, which is growing and using in the household by adults. And hopefully it goes my way, but at the same time, I always plan for the other way. But currently, in terms of what I do in the dispensary is over-comply with the existing rules already. And pretty much Thailand will enforce the current set rules that exist. There's still another set of things that I can go into, but if you are under compliance, you should be able to operate, because I'm still operating. They haven't stopped any license giving and all of those other things that everyone has been scared of. And at the end of the day, our licenses, there's 15,000 right now.
Wow.
I don't think it will grow. I think this is kind of the level that we're okay with, because half of those are farms, while the other halves are shops. And a lot of the shops can be 1 or 2 people operation. And they may even have a farm that, you know, how that dream that I think people used to have, like I'll grow a couple of tents or a room to supply my own little shop where I can then share grow my plants with other people. It can happen in Thailand. And I think that's great.
Can I say something in addition to Thailand? So we are operating also in Thailand, and I think Thailand has a huge chance or possibility which a lot of other countries don't have. They have a strong domestic market. It's a huge population, and they can sell their product in their local market and then start to comply to international pharmaceutical standards and export. If you see all the European, they need to, if you see Portugal, for example, they need to first fulfill all the pharmaceutical standards to then operate, and we all know the first batches are not the best. So these guys run, get cash back, and then diversify the business. As an economist, I love that. Yeah? So that's a huge potential possibility for Thailand, which is very unique compared to European players. They all need to always fulfill pharmaceutical standards first to then being able to bring their product to market. That's, if the Thai government sees this, there's a huge economic interest for the Thai society, and fingers crossed that it does not go the wrong direction, but in the right direction, and then Thailand could be put on the map of international cannabis production for sure.
And last question, I think, because we don't have time, but I think it could be an interesting question. And I don't know if you know something about that, but we were talking about Philippines. I don't know how, can you tell us in a short time, how is the situation in Asia or around Thailand? Really short answer, please.
So in ASEAN, which is kind of like a EU alternative down there, we have Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, there's 10 countries like Cambodia, Myanmar. Let's just not do that.
Is anyone to get regulated in a medical way, recreational way?
Laos is the biggest producers for our current local market use. So the brickweed, here's the funny thing, it's the only product that has not changed in price since the legalization. Flowers, it came in high and then it dumped, and now we're kind of seeing the plateau, so we're kind of okay. But the brick, it actually went up a little bit and then it stayed. So I think that's very predominantly Asia use as well. So maybe you guys need to really look into what type of products works for which market. But Indonesia is very harsh. They just changed their regulation in terms of drugs in general. They would just not have it. Even Gratom, they are looking at rolling that back. Malaysia is also an Islamic country, so these things deal with the mind, no. The Philippines, they were looking at hemp. Singapore currently has legalized the use to research synthetic CBD. This is how scared they are, okay? So everywhere else is quite scared. Japan is one of the very interesting market that I would say could be a come up, but there's still a high, conservative, so THC is gonna be off the table.
Okay.
So
it's going slowly, like every single place around the world, but moving forward.
Yeah,
okay.
but so Thailand right now is the places where you can go to do your not in my backyard for all of our neighbors.
Okay, thank you. Finish. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much to everyone. Thanks a lot. We are going to
Thank
go
you,
to
everyone.
Casa Cantabria to have lunch. All of you that are already reserved, you have a place there. The ones that not, you also can go to the restaurant. So we are going to have 1.5 hours. I will ask you, please, to be here at 3. We are going to have 8 more amazing cannabis talks. So I'll see you at 3. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, brother.
How did that go?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That was fun.
We are going to
one? Which button? This one, this little switch here.
You just arrived?
Just arrived.
Ei, bona, sóc el Rubén. Estem ja baix? No sé si podem mirar d'una mica a veure això que estigui bé. Està superbuit, això.
Vale, baixo.
Ai, merci. Vinga, fins ara.
Not really. When you come in on the left, there's like a couple of name tags, but you can just come in. It's starting half an hour late, so.
I'm sending you my pin.
Ben is sending you a pin. You found it? If you go downstairs from here.
So he changed his plane?
He changed his plane. Too early for him.
How did everything go? Yeah? I went till 11:30. I went for lunch with a friend. Just got back. And I remember I was reading our last exchange. It was last year, and we need to. I'll resend you a message next week when things have come down, and we'll get back because we've generated the first carbon credits in December for hemp products in Europe. Yeah. The second are going to come in for ISOM. In Belgium. Yeah, I know, I want to, but one of the things I want to see with you after is you put me in contact with them. So it's ready, we have a standard that works in Europe. This. Oh, pardon, vas-y, go for it.
Però ja començava a mitja. Sí, eren ells que estaven a fer el cafè, o sigui, jo ja estava fent.
Simplement passa de que ja està, cada posant una processa, presentació i... Hola, encara no funciona.
Ah, vale, perquè potser estan... Perquè el tens apagat.
L'acabo d'encendre. Hola.
Ara està encès.
Sí, per això. No, encara no funciona. Simplement... Vale, entenc que... Però és igual. Intentarem.
A les 5:30... Vale, la seva...
and then you, okay, and then some. Okay. Thank you. How was that? You were listening.
The food looks so nice. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm so sorry for that. Okay, like this is done. Like that, right? Okay. Yeah, you know? Yeah, you're good.
It's my best attribute.
Like me. Hola, 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 hola. Això no funciona. Hola, hola, hola.
Deixa'm mirar les piles, per fi, que farem un
Hem provat vàries, hem provat vàries. Per això he pujat a dir a veure si funcionava.
Ara pujo el volum,
Super.
que potser està molt ajustat.
Mira-m'ho, sisplau, així ja els dic a tothom que agafi...
Sí, sí que se't sent, el que passa està fluix.
Hola, hola, hola. Ah, sí. Vale, vale, merci. Vale, ho tenim aquí.
Mira les piles, a veure com es filma. Aquí tinc un altre, aquí també.
Hola.
Però és que jo, ara... Abans ha vingut una a demanar tape i jo he hagut de pensar. Dic, tape. Espera't un moment, no l'apaguis. Sí, m'espero. Perquè a vegades quan porta un minut, llavors baixa. Vale. Això és per pujar. O podem fer canviant la Raquel, Això és per pujar? Sí, però les dolentes... I aquest és la que... Vale, jo crec que està ok. Està bé. Por si acaso.
No, todo bien.
Parece que todo bien.
¿Funciona?
Sí. Vale, ho donem per ok.
Hello, hello, hello. Lili. minutes just for you to know the ones that you want to have a translation into Spanish. And así pues, vamos a empezar con la ronda de la tarde. Voy a pedir a todo el mundo que se vaya sentando y que se acomode, puesto que vamos a empezar con la ronda. Nos quedan 8 Cannabis Talks, igual o más interesantes que los anteriores. Y ahora voy a presentar a Nikita Credu, un gran amigo, es cofundador y director de operaciones de Lumino, un actor clave en la consultoría de recursos humanos y contratación para la industria europea del cannabis. Con una amplia experiencia en consultoría relacionada con el cannabis en toda Europa, Nikita ha aprovechado su pasión y experiencia, y la de su equipo, para posicionar a Lumino a la vanguardia de la industria médica y recreativa. Desde la creación de los equipos para los primeros dispensarios médicos en el Reino Unido hasta la obtención y dotación de personal de importantes licencias en toda Europa, más en Tailandia también, Lumino tiene como objetivo seguir creando equipos de alto rendimiento para toda la cadena de suministros del cannabis. Aquí, sin más, Nikita va a compartir sus ideas sobre el arte de la contratación eficaz en el mercado del cannabis y la rápida evolución de él. Un fuerte aplauso. Enjoy, bro.
Hello, guys. My name is Nikita Cretu, and as Ruben mentioned, I'm the co-founder and COO at Lumino. Lumino is a recruitment agency specialized in the cannabis industry and a HR consultancy, and we've managed to identify 3 main verticals that we operate in. The first one being the plant touching side, where we very much focus on the production side, so cultivation, extraction, and manufacturing, product development of cannabis-based products. And the next vertical would be medical, working with larger pharmaceutical companies and clinical operations. And then we work in the commercial side, which is building sales and marketing teams across the cannabis industry. We've been doing this for 6 years now, exclusively with a focus on the cannabis industry. I'm very proud to say that we've managed to work in 8 markets across Europe, Thailand, South Africa, and building high-performance teams for this emerging market. We've now placed hundreds of candidates successfully into cannabis companies and adjacent industries that are moving into the cannabis market. And today I'd like to share just a couple of takeaways, and they might sound quite basic, but if you can't get the basics right, forget the bigger play. So without further ado, what is one of the main... Oh. Sorry, guys. Okay, perfect. So the first one is understanding the role that you're hiring. And what do I exactly mean by that? We often see companies that are hiring individuals really just for the sake of it. They've either seen a competitor hiring those kind of individuals and talents and have them on the team, or it might be a role that is required to be part of a license, but there's a real lack of understanding of what this person is bringing to the team, how it influences other departments, and most importantly, how it pushes the business goal forward. By understanding the role, I mean that you really need to understand what is the business trying to achieve, how are you going to achieve it, who are you targeting, and understanding how this pivotal person or team is going to influence and move the needle for you in terms of the business goal. So I urge people to really understand what it is that this person is going to be achieving and honing in on the skill sets, experience, and most importantly, the cultural fit that is going to achieve that for the company. By doing so, we often identify two groups that conflict with each other a lot of the time in the industry, and that's quite sad to see. And we've identified them as the roots and the suits of the industry. The roots being people that come from the industry, people that understand the legacy market, understand cannabis culture, understand what product quality is, and are closer to the plant than people from outside of the industry. And those are, we'll call them people that come from adjacent industries that are moving into this market and are new to cannabis. Let's call them the suits. And we've really identified that there's often companies that are like, we're only going to be hiring people from the cannabis industry, or on the other side, we're only going to be hiring people from adjacent industries like pharmaceuticals. And we all know the product quality that is in Germany or in other pharmaceutical markets, and that's often a result of only focusing on compliant product, but not product that people want to actually consume. And on the other side, we've seen people select fantastic cultivars that all recreational markets in the world are hyping about, but at the same time, they're not able to bring a consistent product to market that meets quality standards and the registrations that they've entered. So I urge people to understand the importance of identifying the real role and how that impacts the business, the team, its departments, and finding people not just from within the cannabis industry, but also looking outside of the cannabis industry to adjacent industries that share regulators and have solved a lot of the problems that this industry is facing today. And that comes with other challenges, and one of them is culture, and really understanding if somebody has achieved something at a large pharmaceutical company, for example, or horticultural company, did that person, and you're just hiring him or her, has that person actually achieved the goal, or did he do it with a team of 100 people behind him? Can they be hands-on, or are they just managing people? But really understanding where these expertise, networks, and track records are found, and being open-minded to look within and without of the cannabis industry to solve these problems and build, which takes me to my next point, build cohesive cannabis teams. So yeah, building a cohesive team. One of the sweet spots that we found is when people get it right and understand how to build a dynamic, inclusive team with different sets of experience, there's a much more synergizing effect on the overarching operations. And don't get us wrong, at Lumino we fully understand how important finding a pivotal individual or finding a strategic hire to solve a specific problem, how pivotal that can be at a specific point in the life cycle of a company. However, finding the overarching mission of the company should be to build a cohesive team that understands its specific roles and verticals and can together build or move the needle towards the business goal. So far, very basic, but essentially understanding the role and understanding who you're hiring and understanding how this person fits into a team with the overarching ambition to build a cohesive cannabis team. And a real important point that we focus on at Lumino is not just identifying once we've identified the right person for the role, and we find the person that has the right networks, proven track record, and experiences that we have identified we need for this role. It all boils down to culture. And I want you also to remind everybody that culture is not defined. You don't define your culture. The culture is based on what you do. So really understand what you do and who you are and what kind of individuals' character traits actually fit into that. And we've been doing this by supporting clients throughout, is really helping them not just understand, like we don't just get a job description thrown at us and we find the person. We try to understand what is the business goal, what is the strategy, does it make sense, and let's align that with the right talent. And then towards the end, basically what I'm trying to give everybody, although these are very basic points, I think they're fundamental in actually building a cohesive cannabis industry. Protect the most important asset, which is your people. What we say at Lumino every time, and that's kind of what I want to leave you guys with, is that an industry is only as good as the people in it, and therefore a company is only as good as the people in it. So I urge you to build a strong culture that is inclusive, diverse, build up the cannabis pool of talent. Don't just hire from within it. Try and bring this into the mainstream, give people a platform to build a career in this space, and really understand where to pull these people from. And thank you so much to CDays for having me over. If there's any questions, I'll be around the whole week. And thank you so much for listening.
Bravo. Bravo, Nikita. Gracias, gracias. La verdad que contratar a alguien importante en la empresa seguramente sea algo de lo más importante. Así que bueno, aquí tenemos un equipo que creo que lo hace muy bien. Sin más dilación, antes hemos tenido a Jorge Cervantes y cuando preparábamos los CDays nos preguntaban qué persona podría ser representativa dentro de lo que sería el cultivo. Y bueno, recordaba a Kyle, ¿no? Haber venido a Spanois hace muchos años y tener una marca de nutrientes vegana, ¿no? Que era algo bastante de vanguardia. Así que sin más, escritor, educador, activista y cultivador, criador de cannabis galardonado estadounidense, especializado en cultivo vegano. Toma tú. Es conocido por sus técnicas de agricultura orgánica, incluyendo supercropping, poda, secado, curado, así como la transformación de flores de cannabis en extractos. Cushman ha sido reportero de cultivos como para High Times y contribuyente por más de 20 años a muchos cursos avanzados, tanto en Amsterdam University, en California, como en otros estados de Estados Unidos. También es reconocido por sus colaboraciones que han ganado múltiples premios, tanto en la High Times como en otras copas, y además es un totalmente experto en cultivo de interior como en exterior. Así sin más, Kyle Cushman de Blindbush Seeds nos educará sobre la importancia del cultivo vegano de cannabis, un enfoque que respeta el ambiente y mejora la calidad del producto. Demos una fuerte bienvenida a Kyle Cushman. Thank you, thank you.
Do they hear me? I don't think I'm on. Hello? Hello. Hello, thank you everybody. Thank you again for having me here. This is totally an honor. I love talking just in front of my friends and talking. I feel like you're all my friends. So my name is Kyle Cushman, and I've been an organic cannabis cultivator now for around 35 years. And I honestly sometimes feel like I'm a little bit in opposition to these really large corporations. I mean, evidenced by the fact that I don't have a cannabis company. In California, there's literally no legal way to use the word organic when it comes to cannabis. There's no agency you can file for. You're not allowed to use the word organic when selling cannabis. And I don't bring this up because I enjoy or think it's a good thing that I feel like I'm in opposition. It's just that growing organically or veganically, which I'm also known for, which is vegan organic, which is eliminating all the animal byproducts from the actual cultivation product. And that also has nothing to do with my love of animals. What it actually has to do with is heavy metals. and specifically arsenic, cadmium, mercury, and lead. And these carcinogenic, extremely dangerous heavy metals do exist naturally in the atmosphere at extremely, extremely low concentrations. In fact, as an example, in America, you're allowed to, an organic peach, a certified organic piece of fruit in the supermarket is allowed to have up to 1 part per million of any of those heavy metals. Presumably because it's considered innocuous. If it's in that low a concentration, it's not going to kill anybody or make anybody sick. I tend to agree with that. But a peach isn't medicine. A piece of produce isn't medicine. And so where my discussion really starts is when you call cannabis medicine. And that's a very loose definition for me. It doesn't mean that you have some debilitating disease that you're going to die from in some time, and so they're giving you a medicine so that it extends your period of life. It could just simply mean that you're choosing not to use harder substances, other drugs. And so cannabis becomes your medicine other than, cocaine or heroin or some terrible drug, because your being needs a different state of consciousness to exist in this very hectic, hard world that we live in. And so cannabis has been my medicine since I first used it. Since before people called cannabis medicine, I used to tell people as a 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old, jokingly, I used to, when I would get caught or when I would get, given a hard time for it, I would tell people that cannabis was my medicine. I don't know where I got that from. I don't know whether I was just being a smartass or whether I was really smart, but it's the truth. And so this is the background on why I believe that organic cannabis is so important. So why is it so important, right, other than synthetically grown salt-based cannabis? Truth is that it's more, the level of importance isn't the same to everybody. So, for example, if you are a casual cannabis user and you only use cannabis once a day or once every couple of days or once a week, and you smoke your vape pen, you take a couple hits off your vape pen during the day or whatever, and it provides your, the high that you like, and that's good enough for you. But if you're somebody like me, who basically smokes morning, noon, and night, I smoked when I was outside earlier, it doesn't seem to hinder my thought process a little bit, although I may have one brain fart during this. It happens. That's what we call it, a brain fart. That's when you forget where you are. So, but if you're using cannabis, and I'm talking from personal experience, so before I grew cannabis, I bought cannabis, and we called it marijuana. Before I used pot, I bought pot, and sometimes I would get pot that wasn't so good, and it was sprayed with stuff that it shouldn't have on it, or it had excessive nutrients, or it had lots of heavy metals in it. And whatever it was, by the end of the day, I'd have my dinner, and I'd think to myself, I'd really like to smoke another joint, but I already have a headache. And I have a headache because I was smoking crappy pot all day. And so I have a sensitivity. Now, everybody may not be that sensitive. But again, I don't have a bunch of slides and I don't have a bunch of stats and statistics and scientific figures. This may sound a little bit more like a sermon, and I don't mind. That's what it is. If you call cannabis medicine, then it should be pure, okay? Meaning it should not have adulterants in it. When you go to the apothecary and you ask for any type of medicine, it doesn't have 98% of what you asked for and 2% heavy metals. It has 100% of what you asked for in it. And so, that's really the long and the short of it is. I don't have any hard prejudice against people growing synthetic weed or salt-based, whatever you want to call it, inorganic. And, the truth is that the quality of salt-based nutrients that you can get today are a world apart from the miracle grow that you could buy 25 years ago, the purple powder, the green powder. The heavy metal concentrations are much lower. But I will tell you that the industry allows parts per million. All the cannabis in California, you know, we grow a lot of pot, and we sell a lot of pot, legal and illegal. And the stuff that's tested, I haven't committed to memory the exact level is of what's tolerated, but it's somewhere around 0.1 part per million, okay? Not a whole part per million like that's allowed in the peach, but you have to understand that, you know, you're putting that into your system, and your system has ways of detoxifying things. You have acids in your stomach, you break things down and such. But when you combust something and you inhale it into your mucous membranes, nothing is getting broken down. In fact, when you set something on fire, you're creating new chemicals that didn't exist before. So I don't want heavy metals in my pot. It's as simple as that. And I can also tell you from practical experience that, you know, I worked with Buds and Roses, a very famous dispensary in LA for a long time. And when I was doing that, I brought my veganic pot, you know, to the market. And I can't tell you how many times I had people come to me and say, Kyle, thank you. For the first time ever, my psoriatic arthritis doesn't bother me because the pot is clean. Or my Crohn's disease is into remission. Or I gave my son, I have an adult autistic son, he used to take Halcyon. I married in, he's not my by birth. And when I married and I introduced him to marijuana, because it was so clean, my wife allowed that. And so this is the closing thing that thought that I'm going to leave you with, is that it's about sensitivity, you know. You may, you know, you may have Crohn's disease, you may have autism, you may have fibromyalgia, you may have some kind of actual malady that you use cannabis for. And so you go to the dispensary and you buy cannabis, and guess what? It helps alleviate that malady. But if you're already a sensitive person of some sort, you know, sensitive to the environment, sensitive to pollution, sensitive to these things, you might actually be exacerbating another condition while you're ingesting this cannabis. So you're not, you know, you may have Crohn's disease, but then a few years later you're going to end up with migraines because you've ingested so many heavy metals. So I suggest that if you call marijuana or cannabis medicine, that you make sure that it's organic. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Kyle, to be here. Yeah, welcome. Bueno, genial. Vamos con la siguiente presentación. Algo muy interesante y que el año pasado causó un gran furor dentro de la industria del cannabis, y ya se había relacionado el mundo de la psilocibina. Hoy tenemos la suerte de contar un experto que va a venir a contarnos su proyecto. Consideramos que es algo interesante. Y pues sin más, Santiago es un emprendedor innovador con una experiencia distintiva en la industria regulada del cannabis. Sus contribuciones incluyeron dar forma a la legislación e incorporar soluciones tecnológicas para hacer cumplir las regulaciones efectivamente. Trabajaba en MFJ Freeway. Durante los últimos 6 años, Santiago ha profundizado en la micología, con especial interés en los hongos psicodélicos. Actualmente dirige Full Canopy Holdings, una empresa multifacética que consta con un banco de genéticas, una empresa de suministros de micología y una empresa pionera con sede en Colorado que opera de acuerdo con la proposición 122. Esta regulación innovadora legalizó las medicinas naturales, incluida la psilocibina, hallando el camino para enfoques innovadores en materia de salud mental y bienestar. Hoy Santiago está a la vanguardia de una industria emergente, preparada para transformar tanto las percepciones como las oportunidades en materia de psicodélicos. Santiago compartirá sus conocimientos y experiencias sobre el futuro de la investigación en psilocibina y el acceso seguro. Santiago de Full Canopy Holdings explorará el potencial terapéutico de los psicodélicos, abriendo un diálogo sobre las oportunidades de investigación y psicodélicos. Demos una gran bienvenida a Santiago.
Hola, hola. muchas gracias. Un placer estar aquí con ustedes. La presentación es en inglés, pero empiezo en español. Cualquier pregunta o duda después podemos hablar. Quería primero que nada introducir estas setas, hongos, mushrooms. Como tenemos aquí las plantas muy bellas, yo creo que las plantas, verlas en persona también ayuda a la educación, cambiar estigma, y creo que coexisten los dos muy bien. Bueno, un placer estar aquí de nuevo. Gracias por la introducción, Rubén. Vamos directo a eso. Yo creo que respirar un poquito primero nos va bien a todos. Estamos aquí otra vez de hablar sobre la psilocibina, pero más que nada quiero hablar de la medicina natural, ¿no? Yo creo que incluye no solo el cannabis, también las setas, muchas más, que tenemos muchas oportunidades que desafortunadamente nos quitaron hace 50 años y ahora es muy buen tiempo de estar vivos y poder hablar sobre esta medicina natural. Hoy vamos a cubrir algunos problemas, primero que nada, ¿no?, que van directamente relacionados con estas medicinas naturales. Son problemas que yo creo que todos conocemos un poquito, pero no sé si los conocemos tan bien. También una introducción a la psilocibina siendo una de estas medicinas naturales, ¿no? Podemos ver más o menos cómo se ve, cómo se cultiva, qué es lo que es la psilocibina, un poquito de la investigación que está pasando hoy en día y hacia el futuro, y más que nada, yo creo que muy interesante el tema, cómo se puede acceder, ¿no? Legal y safe. Perdón, se me va la palabra. Perdido en la traducción. Ok, cambio al inglés, a ver si me funciona. The problem, we have a mental health problem. This is not a unique problem to any geographic region of the world. The problem might increase in certain areas, decrease in others, but the problem is worldwide. Some figures there, I know maybe, reading is not the best use for presentations, but 5% of adults suffering from depression, it being 50% more common in women than in male, and 75% of people in low and middle income countries receive no treatment. So we're not only talking about treatment-resistant depression, right? But this is just depression with no treatment. Globally, we estimate that around 12 billion working days are lost. They cost around $1 trillion in lost productivity. So it's not only a health crisis, we have an economic problem, and we also have a quality of life problem, right? Everybody talks about extending lifespan. What about improving the quality of life? What do we want to live more for if we're living in a painful or hard way? So those are the three things I want to highlight so that everybody keeps in mind. It is a wide global issue that impacts everybody, not only the health, the economy, and the quality of life. Some more interesting figures just to get the depth of the problem. Within mental health, depression is one of the biggest issues. Similar to cannabis, there's a multifaceted conversation here, right? I do want to focus in mental health and the possible benefits that these natural medicines can provide, but there's also the adult use, right? And the ability to choose freely if you want to consume alcohol, cannabis, or mushrooms. So what is psilocybin? By definition, a naturally occurring psychedelic compound produced by at least more than 200 species of mushrooms. Psychedelic mushrooms, psilocybin-producing mushrooms, are, for the most part, easier to cultivate than cannabis. The process of cultivation, similar to cannabis, starts with good genetics. Once you have good genetics, you introduce a grain as a source of food for the mycelium. You introduce that grain into substrate, and the fruit is then produced. So with a simple process in mind, our company set up a genetics bank to make sure first we had quality genetics to work with, then a mycology supplies company to make sure that we had quality substrate to introduce those genetics into, and then we have a care company where we help people cultivate their own natural medicine at home in Colorado under Proposition 122. So ultimately, this is how we help them, right? We can provide them the genetics and they can take it from there, or we can provide them a ready-to-fruit bag that all you need to do is take home, put it on a countertop, and you will see the mushrooms grow. I think it's important to be a part of the process. It brings you closer to the medicine, and it gives you a certain appreciation, but also understanding and a new awareness, new consciousness before consuming, right? And I think it's important to have that awareness and consciousness because this is a lot more powerful or potent in a mind-altering perspective than is cannabis. So if somebody just gets a chocolate, takes it home, they're not gonna see it as the way they should as if they were part of the growing process. So psilocybin is within these mushrooms. There's a lot more varieties that we don't even know of. We might know 10% of the varieties naturally occurring, and a lot more being created these days through breeding. It's really just an alkaloid, right? Again, naturally occurring alkaloid. So nothing to truly be afraid of based on the misinformation. We'll jump directly into the research. So we all know the war on drugs, the failed war on drugs, unfortunately took us through a blackout period where we lost a lot of progress that we had made prior to the 60s. Psilocybin has been around for over 10,000 years. This has been used in religious, ceremonial, and also medical practices throughout history. Fast forward past the blackout period, in 2000 is when we received regulatory approval. This is specific to the US for the most part and specific to Johns Hopkins University. So this is only a very small piece of what's actually going on around the world, right? So 2000 we were able to research again. In 2006, we began to see some positive results from the research, began to speed up and increase the scale of the research, therefore published guidelines for safety, again, a necessary approach to be able to increase the research. With that, we were able to prove that magic mushrooms can help longtime smokers quit, so we start to see a shift in habits and perspective. We see psilocybin eases existential anxiety in people with life-threatening cancer. So end-of-life treatment, depression, anxiety, psilocybin relieves that. And in 2018, with these new findings, we request reclassification of psilocybin from a Scheduled I substance. Small typo there, so just the beginning. 2019, psychedelic use might also be a treatment for alcohol abuse. Again, we're seeing the trend with smoking, alcohol, and other illnesses. Psychedelic treatment relieves major depression disorder. This was a big breakthrough, right? Because although there are available medications for depression, there is some depression that's defined as treatment resistant. And so this is therefore a new medicine that's available for that small, larger than small amount of people that cannot find the right treatment for depression. So with that, the federal government in the US gave the first grant to Johns Hopkins University to further research psychedelics. And now in 2002, we do a follow-up of the 2020 study and see that the dose of psilocybin mushrooms not only helps with major resistant depression, but those results continue throughout 1 to 2 years. Big breakthrough in information, important to change the stigma, right, and start to move in the right direction. But great, I'm seeing all this great information, I like what I'm seeing, maybe it could pertain to me or a loved one. Now, how do I access this? Where do I get it? Do I have to go to the street corner? Do I call the same guy that sells me my cannabis? Do I go to a consumption club? I don't really know where to start. So, safe access, similar to cannabis, right? If you go and get it from the street, nobody knows where it came from, how it was grown, is it organic, does it have heavy metals? No one knows. We see a similar problem in the US where now there's research chemicals that are being introduced to chocolates or finished products, and those are being sold as mushroom products when truly they're not. So this is what happens when you are in a gray area or illegal area where there is no control. Ultimately, it will be exploited. The US currently, and some of the world, has 3 paths of access. The first is your pharmaceutical access, right? And we can relate this to cannabis as well with Epidiolex, Ativex. There's some companies that do invest the millions or close to billions of dollars to go through clinical trials and be able to develop pharmaceutical drugs. There's 74 trials going on right now in the US, more in Switzerland, and more around the world. We're seeing a lot more trials than we do in cannabis, because we do see this as breakthrough therapy, and there's a lot more money behind it from the pharmaceutical perspective. That's great, right? Most of that clinical trial is done with synthetic psilocybin, so ultimately it's different than natural medicine. It's still a move in the right direction, so definitely worth mentioning. In the US, there's 2 states that decided to take a similar path than cannabis, which is legalized at the state level. Even though it is still Scheduled 1 in the US at a federal level, 2 states, Oregon being the first, Colorado being the second, decided we're going to launch a state program and we're going to legalize natural medicine. Under the legalization for Colorado, which I know the best, it protects historical use of psilocybin, right, which is personal use, ceremonial, indigenous use of psilocybin. So it creates a 3rd lane, which is similar to autocultivo, growing at home for cannabis, right? These 2 areas is where we, Full Canopy, focus most of our energy in, less being the state licensed area. It's unfortunate, but in a state licensed program, you will, like it was discussed earlier today, have to invest millions of dollars in a facility to be compliant with the regulations. As a producer, as a manufacturer, you'll also have to invest millions of dollars in your facility to be compliant with the regulations. Then, instead of a dispensary or club, we're talking about healing centers. The healing centers will have licensed facilitators in those healing centers. So the healing center has to apply for the license. The facilitators have to go through a course so that they could learn the necessary knowledge to be able to facilitate this medicine, right, through a preparation, facilitation of the session, and then integration. And that is amazing and absolutely necessary. But at the end of the day, as someone who's trying this medicine for the first time, I will have to pay $1,000 to $2,000 for a 6-hour session to consume 1 to 3 grams of mushrooms. And that's not attainable for everybody. So although, once again, a different step in the right direction, the barrier to entry for the consumer will be much higher than in the personal use, which is how historically we consume cannabis and we consume mushrooms. The personal use protects my rights to cultivate at home, to possess mushrooms, and to share mushrooms. But it is not for profit. Within that personal use, you have the ability, once again, to grow your own natural medicine. You can have somebody or yourself go through the facilitation process to be a licensed facilitator and do it in your own home. So we believe this is where most of the access will happen. We hold ourselves to these level of standards, and as much as we can here with good agricultural practices, good manufacturing practices, but we will first and foremost focus in the personal use with our intention to be able to provide access to more people and not in the areas where there's a higher barrier for those people to access. So this is more an opinion than anything, right? Just highlighting what I was speaking about. We believe most of the access will be through personal use. It's important that personal use is still held to high standards. These high standards are to mitigate the risk, right? We talked about the possible benefits of natural medicine, specifically psilocybin. There's amazing things happening, and they're definitely worth highlighting, but we should also highlight the risk, right? There's a lot we still don't know from a scientific perspective. There's a lot of word of mouth from ceremonial religious perspective that we still have to learn and we don't know. So within the risk, schizophrenia is one of the things that to consider, right? And most likely maybe avoiding the natural medicine until there's further research. Cardiac research is also needed to understand the effects on the heart. Outside of that, it's the supply, right? The risk of the facilitator or where the product is coming from, or not knowing where the product is coming from. The reason is not only is it organic, heavy metals, etc., but mushrooms are not just mushrooms, just like cannabis is not just cannabis. We have different genetics, different varieties that produce different active compounds or potency of those compounds. One mushroom might test at 1%, and the one next to it might test at 2%. So that is double the amount of psilocybin that you're consuming. First and foremost, we need to have certificate of analysis to understand the potency of those mushrooms, right? Once again, within the personal use, it might not be a requirement, but if we set ourselves up to those standards, then we can set the standards ourselves. The other thing is also the dose. Knowing the certificate of analysis allows you to understand what dose you should be taking. If you take a microdose, which should be subperceptual, it will be a completely different experience than if you take a hero dose, right? So it is very important to understand what mushroom am I taking, what's the potency of that mushroom, and what dose do I want to take. To wrap things up, I just want to once again go over the process and what we do at Full Canopy. Our mission is to help people grow. We leave it there because not only do we help you grow mushrooms, we help you grow as a person, we help the industry grow within regulations, raising the bar of professionalism, so on and so forth. Our genetics are all liquid culture. This is like saying tissue culture in cannabis, right? So you don't have to go through pheno hunting of seeds and make sure that you have the best pheno to then move forward with this. We can guarantee the production of the liquid culture in every syringe. Our genetics have also been worked to grow in high CO2 environments. Fun fact, mushrooms are more like humans than plants, but they're neither humans nor plants. They actually breathe in oxygen and exhale CO2. So most mushroom genetics growing outdoors need a lot of oxygen to be able to produce well. We worked over the years to have genetics that would work in high CO2 environments so that we can grow in a closed bag, mitigate any contamination risk, and produce what you see ultimately when you cut open the bag. Through these methods and future research and development, we hope to provide safe access to all the consumers and partner with people to educate on the consumption to make sure everybody has their right to consume natural medicine. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Gracias. Gracias, Santi. Realmente, wow, el futuro está aquí, la psilocibina ha llegado, estamos preparadas para ello. Siguiente ponente, Óscar Parés, licenciado en Filosofía y Antropología, tiene un máster en drogodependencias por la UB, se formó como voluntario y posteriormente trabajó en Energy Control. Se formó como voluntario y posteriormente, ya lo he dicho, trabajó en Energy Control. Trabajó en un programa de abusos de sustancias por la Generalitat de Cataluña, ha coordinado programas de reducción de riesgo de la vida nocturna y la regulación de los clubes sociales de cannabis. Óscar es miembro fundador de la Unidad de Políticas de Drogas de la Universidad Autónoma de Bellaterra. Actualmente, en su función de subdirector de ICERS, Óscar promueve proyectos educativos de reforma de drogas y de investigación sobre los Cannabis Social Clubs, y es el organizador principal de la World Ayahuasca Conference. Óscar, de ICERS y Canamet, nos presentará las dinámicas de la justicia social en los mercados emergentes del cannabis, un análisis esencial para la industria ética y sostenible. Demos la bienvenida a Óscar.
Molt bona tarda a tothom. Benvinguts a Barcelona. Buenas tardes, bienvenidos a Barcelona. En los 2 últimos años he tenido la suerte de poder visitar diferentes países donde se está innovando en materia de legalización. En Europa he estado en Holanda, en Suiza y en Malta. Y en América he estado en Colombia, México y en Arizona, Massachusetts y Nueva York para estudiar un poquito los diferentes modelos. Quiero agradecer al CannabisHub la invitación de venir aquí a compartir algunas de las preguntas, de las reflexiones que me he llevado de todos estos viajes, porque creo que a lo mejor aquí todavía no han llegado y puede ser útil, digamos, abrir estos melones. Si hacemos una foto de qué está pasando en el mundo actual en términos de legalización, podríamos ver que, por un lado, 209 millones de personas en el 2020 consumieron cannabis, es decir, un 4% de la población mundial, que este 4% ha habido un aumento en la última década del 26% en las prevalencias de consumo, es decir, esto en un escenario donde en la mayoría del mundo está prohibido el cannabis, o sea, el objetivo de las políticas es que no se incremente el consumo, entonces claramente esto es un fallo y a medida que se van abriendo otros escenarios tenemos la posibilidad de evaluar sus fortalezas y debilidades. Es Uruguay, Canadá, Malta, Luxemburgo, Sudáfrica y unas 21 jurisdicciones de Estados Unidos que ya han regulado todos los usos del cannabis. Sabemos que en Alemania, en República Checa y en Tailandia también están pasando cosas muy interesantes, pero quizá no están tan avanzadas como estas realidades que resumo aquí. Y que decenas de países, principalmente en África, Europa y América, tienen programas de cannabis medicinal, algunos de ellos de acceso, pero la mayoría de ellos basados en la producción de cannabis medicinal. Por último, la realidad es que aunque estemos en este momento de cambio, lo que hay es un dominio del control penal del cannabis. O sea, todavía en términos de punto de inflexión, en los 198 países del mundo, es una anécdota, digamos, los experimentos pro legalización. En todo caso, ahora que ya empezamos a tener ejemplos de legalización, si bien tenemos que valorar que es positivo y celebramos pues, todos estos avances, también tenemos que reconocer que no es la panacea la legalización. No lo es porque no acaba con las consecuencias negativas que tenían las leyes prohibicionistas, digamos, en el escenario anterior, ¿vale? Vemos que se reproducen muchas de las injusticias que ya estaban en el escenario anterior. Y por otro lado, la legalización tampoco impide per se la reducción de las desigualdades en estos mercados emergentes, ¿de acuerdo? El rol de las corporaciones, ¿no?, en términos de cómo van captando la economía, también se reproduce, aunque la legalización podría ser una oportunidad para repensar incluso cómo funciona la economía. De forma resumida, me centraré en estos 3 puntos. Hay mucho más de lo que hablar, pero digamos que me parecen 3 vectores interesantes para abordar esta cuestión. En primer lugar, un concepto que aquí quizá no somos muy familiares todavía, no estamos familiarizados, que es la captura corporativa, ¿de acuerdo? Se define la captura corporativa como el proceso que tiene el proceso de influencia de las corporaciones para moldear las políticas públicas, ¿de acuerdo? Esto no solo pasa en el ámbito del cannabis, pasa en muchísimos ámbitos y en el ámbito de la agricultura hay grandes ejemplos de cómo esta captura corporativa consiguen moldear las políticas para servir los intereses de las corporaciones. En segundo lugar, hay una paradoja muy grande, porque aquí no tengo que explicarle a nadie que el cannabis tiene un potencial para el medio ambiente, para regenerar muchos aspectos de un medio ambiente fallido que tenemos en un momento de crisis, pero la paradoja es que las regulaciones y las prohibiciones actuales favorecen lo contrario, favorecen una degradación ambiental. Y por último, un tercer elemento, que a lo mejor aquí tampoco todavía no estamos muy familiarizados, que es la equidad social. La equidad social, para entendernos, es la otra cara de la moneda de la captura corporativa, ¿de acuerdo? Allí donde hay mucha captura corporativa hay poca equidad social y viceversa, ¿de acuerdo? La equidad social tendría que ver con reparar estos daños de la prohibición que especialmente se repiten en algunos grupos de población más vulnerables, ¿no? Todo el mundo se puede imaginar algunos. especialmente hay muchas intersecciones, pero principalmente las poblaciones más pobres y más vulnerables, más estigmatizadas, ¿de acuerdo? Estas dos diapositivas incidirán sobre cómo, qué respuestas, qué medidas, qué ideas se podrían poner encima de la mesa para combatir esta captura corporativa que estábamos hablando. En primer lugar, y la más interesante de todas sin duda, porque es la más interesante porque digamos que la con menos tinta en la ley, más impacto tiene en la realidad, que es asegurar un autocultivo, un número de plantas razonable para el autocultivo. Esta es la medida más anticorporaciones que se puede dar, ¿no? 20 plantas, 90 plantas. Esto asegura que las corporaciones tengan mucho menos margen para presionar a los colectivos más vulnerables. En segundo lugar, permitir el establecimiento de clubes sociales de cannabis basándose en el modelo surgido aquí en el Estado español, porque lo que estamos viendo es, por ejemplo, en Malta o en Alemania, que se suprime la posibilidad del espacio de consumo. El espacio de consumo es un espacio de reducción del estigma y todas estas legalizaciones, excepto la de Nueva York, no están afrontando la reducción del estigma porque están haciendo que se pueda consumir solo en espacios privados, una vez más a escondidas, una vez más con este sentimiento de culpa. Por lo tanto, los clubes favorecen que como mínimo en un ámbito comunitario no haya este estigma. El mejor ejemplo de todos es Nueva York. Os recomiendo que vayáis a Nueva York porque en Nueva York se puede consumir igual que las leyes de tabaco, entonces es el fin del estigma para las personas consumidoras de cannabis, es a lo que se debería aspirar en todo el mundo. En tercer lugar, prohibir la integración vertical. Esto es un concepto que a lo mejor también es un poco extraño, pero básicamente significa prohibir que las empresas puedan tener las manos puestas en todos los niveles de relación con el cannabis, es decir, en el ámbito de la producción, de la manufactura, de la distribución, de la venta, del transporte, prohibir que las empresas se puedan hacer con toda la cadena involucrada con el cannabis. En cuarto lugar, no prohibir o limitar el número de licencias, sino limitar la cuota de mercado que determinados individuos o corporaciones pueden tener, ¿de acuerdo? Porque es una forma, si echa la ley, echa la trampa, entonces esta es una forma más eficaz de reducir esta captura corporativa. El siguiente punto es propiamente del que hablaré después, de equidad social, pero significaría favorecer que determinadas empresas o empresarios tengan una serie de ventajas a la hora de entrar en el mercado, ¿de acuerdo? Especialmente estas empresas constituidas por personas que han sido impactadas por estas leyes prohibicionistas. Y por último, en esta diapositiva hay otras medidas pues, antimonopolio, pro-transparencia, que son propias de otras disciplinas y otras economías que podríamos traer aquí. Por último, descalificar a los malos actores, ¿de acuerdo? Empresas que han puesto en riesgo la salud de las personas consumidoras deberían ser descalificadas de los escenarios de regulación, ¿de acuerdo? Malos actores fuera. En segundo lugar, un grupo de trabajo integrado por diferentes agencias para vigilar estas tácticas antimonopolio, ¿no? Como establecer contrapesos dentro del mecanismo público para reducir esta posibilidad de captura corporativa. Una medida muy interesante, que se ha hablado antes también, que es simplificar las regulaciones. Porque justamente las corporaciones tratan de incidir para que haya una sobreregulación y hacer muy difícil que los actores menos preparados, ¿no? Sean en términos de formación, de dinero, de crédito, no pueden acceder a ese mercado. Por lo tanto, incluso con regulaciones muy accesibles, no harían falta programas de equidad social. O sea, si realmente las barreras de entradas al mercado fueran muy bajas para todo el mundo, no habría que privilegiar ciertos sectores, pero esto es realmente complicado. Y por último, ya directamente nombrar los malos actores y nombramos la industria tabacalera. O sea, realmente hay actores que no queremos que entren en este nuevo escenario de competición. El segundo punto, la degradación ambiental. Como os decía, las regulaciones actuales o las prohibiciones actuales favorecen una serie de impactos sobre el ecosistema, ¿no? Biopiratería, deforestación, erosión del suelo, contaminación del agua, pérdida de la biodiversidad, deterioro de la calidad del aire y emisión de CO2. Además, lo que vemos es que los impactos son diferentes en el sur global y en el norte global, ¿no? Para unos quedan unos impactos y para el norte global, como veis, principalmente por el hecho de cultivar en interior hay una gran huella de CO2 asociada al cultivo de interior. Hay estudios que nos dicen que para producir 1 kilo de marihuana de interior se produce una huella de carbono equivalente a quemar entre 900 y 2.000 litros de gasolina y que la alternativa está ahí, ¿no? Cultivar outdoor reduce casi un 95% esta huella de carbono. Es surrealista también que en algunas de las jurisdicciones, por ejemplo en Europa, donde se favorece la legalización, como Malta, solo esté permitido cultivar en indoor, ¿no? Un sitio privilegiado en el Mediterráneo donde se podría cultivar en exterior, y debido a que se sigue tratando en Europa el cannabis como uranio enriquecido, ¿no? Una cosa que hay que tener muy protegida, muy segura, no puede ver nadie, pues seguimos reproduciendo estos impactos sobre la naturaleza. Por último, esta cuestión de la equidad social y algunas de las medidas que también pueden servir pues, de contrapeso pues, para favorecer que estos errores históricos de la prohibición, ¿no? La prohibición ha afectado a todo el mundo, pero se ha ensañado con algunos colectivos especialmente. Principalmente hablaríamos de los cultivadores, ¿no? Las personas que se han ocupado de producir y distribuir esta sustancia. En primer lugar, reducir la sobreregulación. En segundo lugar, dar exclusividad a ciertos sectores en el mercado. Por ejemplo, en Nueva York, el 50% de las licencias tienen que ser por comunidades históricamente desfavorecidas, ¿de acuerdo? O sea, hay una cuota, la mitad de la cuota de mercado es por personas que o bien han estado en la cárcel por tráfico de cannabis o bien tienen un familiar de primer grado que ha estado en la cárcel por cannabis, ¿de acuerdo? Privilegiar estos sectores en el nuevo escenario. En tercer lugar, un acceso prioritario al mercado. Durante 3 años, en Nueva York prohibieron la entrada de las corporaciones a sacar licencias, ¿de acuerdo? Ha habido un juicio y al final son solo 2 años. Pero el propio Estado dio una pausa de 2 años para que todas estas comunidades vulnerables, que evidentemente tienen muchas dificultades para profesionalizar un negocio, pudieran hacerlo debidamente. Les han dado fondos semilla, es decir, dinero que no hay necesidad de retornar porque justamente esta gente está tan impactada y tan criminalizada que no tienen este capital inicial para empezar el negocio. Acceso, sabéis todos los problemas que hay en Estados Unidos con la cuestión de los bancos, pues tener acceso garantizado a crédito, tener una facilidad para operar y apoyo empresarial. Hay programas de mentoring, o sea, de asesoramiento empresarial de 2 años para que estas personas lleguen a buen puerto y consigan hacer un negocio sostenible. También se pueden quitar tasas de estas poblaciones. Un punto fundamental que es quitar automáticamente los antecedentes penales, y automáticamente es porque en algunos estados de Estados Unidos estas personas tienen que ir a un abogado, tienen que hacer una serie de trámites que acaban haciendo que no se quiten estos antecedentes. Por lo tanto, en el día que se entra en aplicación la ley, tienen que desaparecer y salir de la cárcel automáticamente todas estas personas. Y reinvertir un porcentaje de los beneficios fiscales en estas poblaciones desfavorecidas. En Nueva York, el 40% de los beneficios fiscales relacionados con el cannabis se dirigen a personas encarceladas o que viven en situación de calle. Así que todo esto es muy complejo, todo esto nos queda lejano, pero en realidad es muy fácil, ¿de acuerdo? Hay 3 premisas para asegurar que no vamos a repetir estos errores de la prohibición, que no haremos prohibiciones 2.0. La primera es priorizar las necesidades de estos grupos más vulnerables. La segunda es asegurar que tengan fondos suficientes, recursos suficientes para salir de esta situación de estigmatización. Y por último, que ellos estén en el centro de la formulación de las políticas que les afectan. Mi charla es una invitación a que no midamos el éxito de un proceso de regulación por el número de licencias que se otorgan, sino por la disminución o la desaparición de las personas que quedan atrapadas en un sistema legal represor. Y todo esto que estoy contando pues parece lejano, ¿no? En España todavía no ha llegado, no hay la legalización, pero lo cierto es que a lo mejor no nos habíamos dado cuenta, pero España ya es la 7ª potencia mundial en la producción de cannabis medicinal. Y lo cierto es que esta noticia ya tiene unos meses, pero ya el 60% de estas licencias están en manos de estas corporaciones que ponen en práctica todas estas soluciones y que están preparando el terreno para cuando llegue el mercado recreativo. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Óscar. Realmente una reflexión muy interesante. Ojalá y sea así. Y todas las personas, ¿no?, que ya están involucradas en todo este movimiento puedan formar parte de él. Tenemos una mujer de nuevo, muy interesante esta también, como no. Nuria Calzada cuenta con más de 2 décadas de trayectoria en el ámbito de la reducción de riesgos. Ha colaborado en diferentes estudios e investigaciones sobre drogas y cuenta con una amplia experiencia docente dirigida a profesionales de la salud, la educación y el ocio nocturno. Actualmente trabaja en Kaikion Analytics, organización dedicada al análisis de sustancias desde un enfoque de reducción de riesgos y a la reforma de política de drogas. forma parte del LIB Europa, Organización de Policías a favor de la reforma, y de la Red Estatal de Mujeres Antiprohibicionistas, REMA. Publica extensas entrevistas, muy buenas por cierto, sobre políticas de drogas en la revista Cáñamo y es asesora internacional de Acción Técnica Social de Colombia y el Instituto RIA de México. Nuria Calzada, de Kaikon Analytics, nos hablará sobre cómo forjar una cultura del cannabis responsable, desde el cultivo hasta el consumo, con una visión científica de sostenibilidad. Demos un fuerte aplauso a Nuria Calzada.
Hola, 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 hola. ¿Me oís? ¿Sí? Ah, soy yo la que no me oigo. Empezamos bien. Bueno, muchas gracias, Rubén, y al CannabisHub por la invitación a participar en los CDays. Estamos aquí en el CannabisHub hablando de cannabis, pero yo voy a hablar de huevos. Y diréis, manda huevos, ¿no? Que hable de huevos. Yo lo que quiero decir es que hay huevos, no todos los huevos son diferentes. Estaremos de acuerdo que hay huevos diferentes porque hay huevos que vienen de gallinas que están encerradas en jaulas todo el día, que les ponen una luz prolongada para estimular el rendimiento, que les dan también un pienso industrial, un pienso diseñado también para aumentar el rendimiento. Y tenemos las gallinas de camperas, que siguen viviendo en naves y comiendo pienso industrial, pero bueno, salen a picotear y hacen alguno de sus comportamientos habituales, ¿no? Picotear, asearse con la arena, siguen comiendo este pienso también a veces basado mucho en el maíz para que la yema sea bien amarilla. Y luego tenemos los pollos de gallinas libres, ¿vale? Y seguro que estamos dispuestos, y todas y todos habremos pagado un poquito más. Lo que estamos pagando es el metro cuadrado, la libertad de la gallina, ¿no? Aquí un poco. Cuanto más libertad y más natural, estamos pagando un precio más alto. Y no todos los huevos son iguales, porque no todos los pollos son iguales. Esta es una campaña de las amigas de Arsu Festa. Se refiere a otro tipo de pollos, no a los que estamos hablando, pero bueno, me venía bien ponerla por aquí. Entonces, bueno, pues esto pasa con los huevos. La carne de vaca seguro que vamos a pagar más por una carne de una vaca que ha estado por allí en el Pirineo pastando que una vaca que ha estado allí en una granja de producción intensiva. Pasa con los huevos, los tomates, el queso, el vino, el aceite y con cualquier otro producto que os podáis imaginar, ¿no? Estamos dispuestos a pagar más por un producto que ha respetado el ciclo de vida natural de la planta o del vegetal o del animal, que está libre de químicos, seguramente, y que además pues, seguramente también es sostenible con el medio ambiente, ¿no? Y la pregunta sería, ¿y qué pasa con la marihuana? ¿Qué pasa con el cannabis? Yo es algo que siempre me he preguntado, ¿por qué? Quizás debe ser el único producto de consumo humano que, cultivado en exterior, que respeta el ciclo de la planta, incluso a veces que es orgánica, me gusta mucho porque la charla de antes del cultivo orgánico, que incluso siendo orgánica y ecológica, el producto está desvalorizado. ¿Estaréis de acuerdo, no? ¿Por qué una planta cultivada en exterior, respetuosa con su ciclo, que no fuerza la planta, que no está bajo la luz, está más desvalorizada? O quizás debería formular la pregunta al revés. ¿Por qué la marihuana, el cannabis de interior, tiene más valor que un cannabis de exterior? Y bueno, seguramente pues, tenemos una confluencia de diversos factores que pueden estar influyendo. Yo voy a comentar por una parte, pues claro, evidentemente la consistencia en la composición. Los cogollos de interior son más consistentes en su composición porque podemos controlar todos los factores y nos puede salir un producto uniforme. Todos los cogollos van a ser más o menos iguales y además en la composición también, ¿no? Y podemos retocar. Esto es una ventaja, sobre todo para aquellos usuarios y personas que utilizan a nivel medicinal y que se necesita esa regularidad en la composición. Tenemos también estos aspectos visuales y de estética, ¿no? Que pueden estar influyendo. Es decir, pues sí, los cogollos de interior, como hemos estresado la planta, pues tienen más densidad de tricomas, ¿no? Tiene más, visualmente, podríamos decir que tiene Además son más uniformes, no tienen imperfecciones. Quizás aquí nos tendríamos que preguntar hasta qué punto estamos juzgando el libro por su portada. Y si esto nos ocurre también con otros productos, ¿no? Pero también tenemos lo que son las preferencias de las personas que consumen y las tendencias del mercado. Mi sensación es que el mercado cada vez está, dijéramos, dirigido a producir productos, a generar productos más y más y más concentrados. ¿Estaríamos de acuerdo con esto? ¿Sí? Yo no sé en vuestros círculos, y no sé, quizás es cosa de la edad, de que una se hace mayor, viene con el lumbago y otro tipo de cosas, pero también en mi alrededor cada vez oigo más gente que dice, joder, es que cada vez me cuesta más de encontrar pues una marihuana que sea balanceada, ¿no? Que no sea tan fuerte, me deja muy tirado y voy al club y no hay manera, todo es demasiado fuerte. No es una marihuana balanceada. Vale, entonces quizás el mercado nos ha influido un poco a la hora de crear esta asociación de que un producto de interior es de mayor calidad porque tenemos asociado que mayor calidad es mayor concentración de THC. ¿Estaríamos de acuerdo con esto también? ¿Sí? Deberemos preguntarnos aquí, ¿más THC es igual a más placer? ¿Sí? ¿Siempre? ¿Seguro? ¿Cuándo? ¿Cómo? ¿En qué condiciones? Si nos hiciéramos esta pregunta, con el alcohol nos parecería totalmente absurdo. O sea, ¿un vodka polaco es mejor que la cerveza o que un vaso de vino, una copa de vino? ¿Porque tienen más concentración? Seguramente aquí nos parecería absurda, ¿no? Y fuera de contexto esta pregunta. Aquí lo dejo, ¿vale? También nos debemos de preguntar más cosas y como me gusta que Óscar haya hecho la mención también a la huella de carbono que nos deja todo el consumo de interior, ¿no? Y el tema es, bueno, afortunadamente hay académicos que se han planteado esta cuestión. Ya en 2012 hubo este estudio, vimos que 1 kilo de flor seca tira así a la atmósfera 4.600 kilos de CO2 y que la mayoría se lo llevan pues toda la electricidad que necesitas para controlar todos los factores que podemos controlar dentro de un cultivo de interior. Esto desde la perspectiva de un solo porro significaría 1,5 kilos de CO2 a la atmósfera, de un porro de interior, vaya. Esta misma gente, y son los datos que presentaba Óscar, hizo este estudio y vio que el consumo efectivamente pues, variaba según la zona y pues, la humedad y el calor de los territorios, de 2.200 a 5.200. Es muy interesante, hay un mapa interactivo, además lo podéis visitar, podéis poner el territorio de Estados Unidos y comprobar cuál es la huella de carbono en el momento. Y esto es mucho, esto es poco, porque claro, a mí 1,5 kilos no me dice nada, ¿no? Entonces hubo también quien se entretuvo a comparar, en verde veis, pues son medio gramos de diferentes hierbas y lo compara, pues bueno, pues medio gramo de cannabis no contamina tanto como una hamburguesa, pero sí que más que una porción de cerdo o de pollo, de los pollos de los que se comen. Bueno, y de otros productos, o sea que en comparación con otros productos, sí, parece que la huella de carbono de la marihuana, del cannabis de interior es importante. Hay quien se entretuvo también en hacer, bueno, ¿y qué pasaría si todos los cultivos de interior de Estados Unidos pasaran al exterior? Y bueno, dependiendo de diferentes escenarios, pero dijeron que la huella de carbono se podría reducir un 80%, que eso vendría a ser como entre 5,8 y 8 millones de toneladas de CO2 que se evitarían de tirar al año en Estados Unidos. Evidentemente, pues la cuestión es mucho más complicada, no solo se trata del CO2, sino también del agua que se consume tanto en interior como en exterior, temas del aire, temas de suelo, la energía, la huella de carbono, es decir, hay muchos factores, el interior y el exterior cada uno tiene sus desafíos. Y habrá que desarrollar más estudios también y desarrollar estrategias para mitigar precisamente esta huella en el ecosistema. Con todo esto, lo que quiero decir es que cuando hablamos de una cultura de cannabis responsable, no solo hablamos de cannabis, del consumo responsable de cannabis, ni tampoco estamos hablando solo de la regulación responsable, que es de lo que hablaba Óscar. Estamos hablando también de responsabilidad con el ecosistema, tanto como productores como personas usuarias, y también con la salud y el bienestar de las personas. Sin embargo, en un sistema capitalista en el que estamos, en el que se trata de máximo rendimiento, máxima producción al menor coste posible, da igual si se trata de gallinas o de cannabis, pues el reto está precisamente aquí, en educar a las personas que consumen, pero también a la sociedad y a la industria productora, en que el cultivo, en que deberemos volver quizás, como hemos hecho en otros ámbitos, el retorno a los orígenes, a la agricultura sostenible, a la agricultura adaptada a nivel local, a la agricultura que deje el menor impacto humano en el planeta. Será educar a la industria para que, en vez de que el criterio y los valores que guíen su empresa sea el máximo rendimiento económico, para que también se integre la preocupación o el bienestar, porque al final, y como han dicho antes, ¿no?, el cultivo exterior, ecológico y orgánico, es mejor para ti, para la planta, Liberata María, por favor, para quienes consumen y también al final pues para el planeta. Muchas gracias. Lo sé. Si hubieran huevos, me los tirabais.
Increíble, Nuria. Muchísimas gracias. Wow, menuda reflexión. Interesante. Ahora vamos a consumir pensando en interior-exterior y yo pensando con el tema del consumo de carne. Wow, me he quedado flipado. Gracias, Nuria. Tenemos a alguien venido recientemente de Estados Unidos. Lo considero un crack del cáñamo, una inspiración. Morris es el presidente de WAFA, We Are for a Better Alternative, y es productor de Noco Hemp Expo. Es un líder destacado en la industria del cannabis y la música. Como fundador y presidente de iHemp Revolution, ha creado eventos innovadores que fusionan ambas pasiones, como podría ser en este caso el Noco Hemp Expo. Su visión y liderazgo han impulsado la colaboración y la innovación en la industria, cierto es, convirtiéndolo en un referente internacional. Morris Beagle, de Noco Hemp Expo, nos ofrecerá una visión sobre las semillas de oportunidad en el horizonte prometedor del cáñamo. Esta mañana ZX nos hablaba de qué está pasando, cómo va a suceder en España. Así que demos una gran bienvenida a Morris Beagle. All yours.
Well, thank you. Thanks, CDays. Thanks, Cannabis Club. This is awesome to be here. Thanks to all the speakers. A lot of great folks in the room. So it's wonderful to be here. My name is Morris Beagle. And how do we move this thing here? We just do that?
Yeah, it's going.
What's that?
Working.
Oh, there we go. So again, my name is Morris Beagle. I come from a company called WAFBA, We Are for Better Alternatives. I'm from Colorado in the United States, Loveland, Colorado to be exact. After 25 years in the music industry, I pivoted to the hemp industry in 2012 and started WAFBA, started a NOCO Hemp Expo, which has turned into a large industrial hemp conference and trade show. People from all over the world come. Also have several other events that I've done. Let's Talk Hemp is a media platform that I do. Tree Free Hemp is a hemp paper and printing company that I do. Silver Mountain Hemp Guitars, we build hemp-bodied electric guitars and guitar cabinets made out of industrial hemp. So I am a hemp guy, and it's great to be here to talk about industrial hemp, which holds truly a lot of promise for the problems that we face in today's world. We're going to talk about those today. We're going to start with the history of hemp. As we know, hemp, cannabis, weed, Mary Jane, bud, it's all cannabis. Lots of different terms. We've been cultivating this plant for thousands of years as humans. Back in the early days, it was for food, it was for shelter, it was for textiles. The Europeans used it to explore the New World with sails for their ships and rigging for their boats. And the founders of the United States used it for taxes, they used it for paper, they used it for food, and they used it to develop the New World. So here we are today, and we need to reintroduce hemp massively to the rest of the world. Before we continue here, the recent surge in interest surrounding industrial hemp can be attributed to its incredible potential across a wide range of industries, from agriculture to automobiles, from construction to healthcare, from paper to plastics. The applications of hemp are as diverse as the challenges that we face in the 21st century. Let us first explore the environmental benefits of hemp and what it brings to the table. In a world grappling with climate change and environmental degradation, hemp emerges as a feasible alternative to many conventional practices. Hemp cultivation requires minimal water, less pesticides, less herbicides, less fertilizers compared to other crops such as corn, cotton, soy, wheat. It also acts as a natural carbon sink, absorbing more carbon dioxide than most any other plant or crop that is out there today. It is also the perfect crop to reintroduce organic and regenerative agriculture back into the system. Less than 1% of our farmland at this point in time uses organic and regenerative practices, which agriculture has been destroying our planet, conventional agriculture, killing us. So this crop being reintroduced into the system can make a tremendous difference. Textiles. I mentioned textiles. This crop was really the first crop, the first fiber that we used to develop textiles as humans. And today's textile industry is an incredible contributor to pollution and resource depletion. And hemp, introduced back into the textile industry on a large scale, broader adoption can significantly lessen that impact that we have on our planet. With the demand for eco-friendly and slow fashion, not fast fashion, slow fashion on the rise, hemp textiles offers a compelling solution to this problem. Hemp construction and building materials. I think if anybody's paying attention, you've probably seen a lot of this on the internet. Hempcrete, hemp wood, hemp insulation. So industrial hemp introduces game-changing materials, such as what I just mentioned, hempcrete blocks, prefab hemp panels, hemp wood insulation, and hempcrete, which is a mixture of hemp herds, hemp lime, and water. It creates a lightweight, durable, and environmentally friendly building material. Not only does it have amazing insulation properties, it also sequesters carbon during its production and after its insulation. The construction industry, kind of like the ag industry, I would say, is notorious for its environmental impact. And hemp can greatly benefit the construction industry by replacing a lot of the petrol products that it currently uses. And not only that, you'll see right over here, you can make hemp guitars and you can make guitar cabinets, and you can even make the speaker cones that are in those guitar cabinets, because those guitar cabinets have tone tubby and eminent speaker cones in them, which have been being made for the last 20, 25 years. And they sound great, and not only do they sound great, they go to 11. They are one louder. Take that, wood. All righty, where are we going next here? Oh, yeah. So, as we navigate the challenges posed by the ongoing climate crisis, the need for renewable energy becomes increasingly urgent. Industrial hemp steps into the energy sector with the potential for biofuels and carbon nanosheets for battery development. Hemp seeds contain large amounts of oil, which can be processed into biofuel as well as jet fuel. This renewable energy source not only reduces our dependence on fossil fuels, but also contributes to a cleaner and more sustainable future. In the realm of advanced technology, hemp fibers are now being innovated and developed into graphene nanosheets for batteries. These nanosheets derived from hemp exhibit exceptional conductivity and mechanical strength, making them an ideal component for improving the performance of batteries. In agriculture, the rotation of hemp crops proves beneficial for soil health. Hemp's deep root system not only prevents erosion, but it also improves the soil structure. Additionally, hemp has the ability to remove toxins and contaminants from the soil, and it's called a process called phytoremediation. This makes it a valuable asset in the effort to rehabilitate and revitalize potential polluted lands. Hemp's incredible utility extends to health and wellness. CBD, CBG, and other hemp-derived compounds have shown promise in treating various conditions, including epilepsy, chronic pain, depression, and anxiety. These compounds also show great promise in the world of sports, for joint health and recovery. Let's look at the mighty hemp seed, right up there. Hemp seed oil, the protein profile, the amino acids, and the minerals and phytonutrients that come from it. Hemp seeds are the perfect plant protein source, not only for humans, but for animals and livestock as well. Hemp is an ingredient, and not just an ingredient, it's a super ingredient that can be incorporated into almost any food or beverage that is on the shelf today. And these compounds right now are significantly underutilized in the ingredient market. So if you're in the food space, the nutraceutical space, or the supplement space, hemp is the ideal ingredient source. Hemp goes beyond the application of tangible goods. It extends to the realm of innovation and technology. Hemp-based plastics, which you see up here from the Hemp Plastic Company, good friend of mine, Paul Benham, present biodegradable alternatives to traditional petroleum-based plastics and molded composites, which again also contribute significantly to the pollution of the world. As we grapple with the consequences of our plastic consumption, hemp emerges as a feasible solution that aligns with our responsibility to preserve the planet for future generations. The potential economic impact of embracing industrial hemp cannot be overstated. The cultivation and processing of hemp will create jobs across various sectors, from agriculture to manufacturing. The demand for hemp-based products is on the rise, opening up new avenues for entrepreneurs and businesses. As we stand at the cusp of a green revolution, industrial hemp presents itself as a driving force between the continuous economic growth. However, despite the impressive opportunities that we do see with industrial hemp, it is essential that we break the stigma. As we know, hemp being associated with marijuana, even though it is the same plant, has proven to be a difficult task for regulators, governments, to separate the two. Why can't you separate the two? Because it's all one plant. But that said, we need to separate the two so that we can maximize the potential of all parts of this plant. The regulatory frameworks must be developed and refined to support the responsible cultivation and utilization of industrial hemp. Clear guidelines and standards will not only ensure the quality of hemp based on products, but also provide a sense of security for consumers and investors alike. Governments and policymakers play a crucial role in shaping the future of the hemp industry through well-informed and forward-thinking regulations. In conclusion, industrial hemp stands as a symbol of innovation, sustainability, and resilience. Its diverse applications across industries make it a formidable ally in our pursuit of a greener and more prosperous future. As we witness the growing momentum behind the hemp renaissance, let us embrace the incredible fortuity it offers and work together to unlock its full potential. Together we can build a world where hemp is not just a plant, but a cornerstone of sustainability and thriving civilization. The journey has just begun and the possibilities are limitless. Thank you.
Gracias, Maurice. Pleasure, man. Veamos a ver el cáñamo, a ver si consigue cambiar el mundo. Vamos a intentarlo. Y la verdad es que es fascinante, ¿no? Todas las aplicaciones. Que bien sabemos, pero bueno, vamos a ver si ya podemos llegar a consumirlas pronto. Tenemos otra super cana woman viniendo también, recién llegada de los Estados Unidos. Se llama Kim Stack y viene de AI Consulting. Nos desgranará la complejidad de la regulación del cannabis en Estados Unidos, desde las raíces hasta las perspectivas de reprogramación. Una perspectiva esencial para comprender los desafíos regulatorios y científicos del cannabis en Estados Unidos. Así que sin más, damos una fuerte bienvenida a Kim Stack.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to be here. My name is Kim Stack. I am the CEO and founder of a company called llegan Consulting. I started in the industry in 2014 as a regulator, actually. I was a health inspector. I don't know how they would call that here. A public health investigator was actually my title. I did that for a little over 3 years as their cannabis specialist. And then in 2017 decided to start my own consulting firm because the industry really, really needed to understand what was going on and how to follow regulations when it came to health and safety. I'm a certified professional in food safety. I'm a certified quality auditor as well. So I've been doing this for quite some time. I only have 10 minutes and it's a lot of information. So I'm just gonna give a really brief breakdown of how things are going in the United States and where they're kind of going and my opinion about it. So hopefully it's helpful. Oh, that's not what I had. Oh, darn it. Okay, so right now in the United States, we're just gonna talk about how the United States are right now. Right now, it's a patchwork of regulations. So there is no federal legalization happening at this point right now. So every single state has either some kind of medical or adult use cannabis at this time. There's only like 2 states that don't have any form of cannabis at all, which is going to rapidly change. It seems like every single month a new state comes online. But every single type of regulation, so whether that's testing regulations, microbials, aspergillus regulations or for testing, potency testing, all of that is different for every single state. So there isn't one size fits all when it comes to compliance in the industry. And not only on top of all that, Department of Revenue regulations that are very confusing, especially if you're a multi-state operator. So if you have a company that is in Florida and New York and Michigan, each of those facilities they have completely different regulations and different regulators, including track and trace systems. So different softwares are required. It's very, very, very complicated if you're in more than one state, and there are a lot of multi-state operators out there. Right now, when it comes to health and safety, so my company really focuses on public health, so making safest possible products, sorry, I don't know why that's happening, the safest possible products, right, and making sure to mitigate that risk, getting GMP certification. There's very similar, like EU GMP, very similar in the States. Getting those third-party certifications for GACP if your cultivation and GMP is manufacturing. But those are things that are voluntary. So in the United States, there is no health and safety regulations unless you have a state that has a health department that will go in, much like Colorado, being one of the only states that has a public health department that's going to go into these cannabis facilities. So in like Oklahoma, there is no health department going into those facilities. In fact, most of the products in the United States haven't been seen by any kind of health and safety specialist at all, which is a little disconcerting from a public health standpoint. Thankfully, they do have testing standards, but like I said, some states have different testing standards than others, and they aren't testing for heavy metals or for certain kinds of molds, things like that, that really should be across the board the same in every single state. And also this is happening with worker safety as well. So unless you're a state like California, they kind of have their own worker safety rights. That isn't the case in most other states. So there is no, OSHA is the big national worker safety standard in the states. They are not involved, and that's also a little scary for the workers. Obviously, there's banking and 280E issues, tax issues. Cannabis companies can't write anything off. They can't bank unless they are using private banks within their state, and even then, to get a checking account, it's very, very expensive. So the federal government right now, when it comes to hemp, which is more of Morris's world, they also don't have a set of regulations that are federal across the board either. So it's a patchwork right now as well. The FDA wants to write their own set of regulations, but they can't do that until Congress approves them to write those regulations, and we are in this limbo waiting to see what happens. So hemp is also kind of stuck in this weird world of not knowing what to do next. So right now, in the United States, business owners, it really is falling on them. So it's up to them to hire companies like mine to help them get GMP certified or help them become compliant with FDA regulations and OSHA regulations. And outside of that, they're kind of just hanging out until they know what they want to do, right? Or what the federal government is going to do. So it's a very, very uncomfortable place for the industry right now. Most of my clients are like, hey, just help us get through this so that we're ready when this becomes legal. And it is an uncomfortable place to be because they aren't sure when it's going to happen, what's going to happen, and there's a lot of fear in the industry as well because of this. Oh my goodness, I don't know how to work this. I'm sorry. Is it space? That's what I tried. Let's see. Huh? Oh, there we go. Okay, so there is a Schedule 3 coming up, but that is what everybody is talking about. In the United States, Schedule 3, Schedule 3, Schedule 3 is all we really hear. There is a lot of ways it could go. So the FDA could decide that, hey, we're gonna regulate this as a supplement, a food or food ingredient, so that's 111 or 117, or 211 as a pharmaceutical. The fear that people have the most is that they're going to go pharmaceutical, right? Because there's already CBD and THC pharmaceuticals that exist. But this is not something that I think is actually going to happen. If the federal government came in and said, every single one of the companies that have THC or hemp in the nation had to now go through trials and spend millions of dollars and years of research in order to sell their products, it would shut down the industry pretty much overnight. It would cripple economies, it would put so many people out of work, and not only that, but there would be public outcry because there's so many people who are using these products that would no longer be able to get them and would have to rely on pharmaceuticals. And in the United States, everyone I'm sure here knows, we have a huge pharmaceutical problem that cannabis is helping right now. So I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's going to be more like fish oil. So it's kind of both. You can get your pharmaceutical grade fish oil if you have a heart problem, and you can get that from behind the pharmacy. Or you can go into a natural foods grocer or something like that and buy it off the shelf that isn't quite high of a grade, but it's still a supplement grade, right? So it could do that. They will probably want to write new regulations, but it's more likely that they're going to rely on international standards. So I have been the vice chair of the ASTM subcommittee for cannabis since 2017. I help write a lot of their regulations. I've written a lot of regulations in my life. I know, I'm very boring. But I really like doing it, and I think that that's probably the way that the FDA is going to go. So if you haven't looked into the ASTM standards for the cannabis regulations, you might want to take a look if you're interested in that. They have adopted ASTM standards many times in the past, mainly for concrete and aerospace and things like that. So it wouldn't be beyond them to do that, and that's probably the way that they're going to go. So stay the course is really what this entire thing says. Do not panic. People are kind of freaking out right now in the industry, and they really, really shouldn't be. The United States, they kind of started this and kind of threw everybody into it and said, okay, it's legal, and let people kind of go. There's no closing Pandora's box at this point. And if you're in the industry and you're worried about, hey, should I, invest in compliance? Should I invest in, a new facility? Yes, absolutely do so. Keep it going. Stay the course. It will take time, so they're going to have to hire a lot of regulators. They do not have the bandwidth to go out and regulate everyone right now, right away. I remember when my department decided to regulate cannabis, I was the only person that did cannabis for about 2 years. So, it takes a while to hire people, and then by the time I left, I had a team of 5 underneath me. So it just takes some time to train people. They're gonna have a huge bandwidth issue in the beginning, and which is why they might just require GMP certification right off the bat and then transfer from there, which is probably what's gonna happen because there's already many states that require this kind of certification anyway, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do that. So stay the course. Becoming OSHA compliant and GMP compliant is going to help your business anyway in many, many ways. So it might be a good idea. If you have any questions about this, I could literally talk about this for days because it's all I talk about all the time. But yeah, feel free to reach out to me on my LinkedIn or Instagram or anything like that. I'm always happy to get on a call with anybody that's interested. Thank you.
Increíble, Kim. Thank you very much to be here. Bueno, vamos con el último, pero no menos importante. Tenemos la suerte de contar con Javier Hasse, periodista enfocado en negocios y finanzas del cannabis desde hace más de una década, cofundador del Planteo. Os recomiendo que lo chequéis si no lo conocéis. El medio de comunicación canábico más leído en habla hispana. Jefe de contenido de Benzinga en Estados Unidos y colaborador senior en Forbes y autor del libro Start Your Own Cannabis Business. Vamos, un crack. Así que demos la bienvenida a este último ponente, Javier Hayes.
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos y todas. A modo de cierre, les vengo a traer una charla muy poco divertida. Primero que nada, un poquito manos arriba. ¿Quién habla español? Who speaks in English? Okay, no, yeah, Spanish wins. I'm going to say one thing in English, and this chat right now is a lot about what Kim was just saying. Is don't panic, things take time here. Todo toma bastante tiempo. Esta es una charla sobre acciones de cannabis, sobre los mercados de capitales en la industria del cannabis. Esa es una pregunta. ¿Alguien sabe cuál fue el año en que salió la primera acción de cannabis en una bolsa de comercio y empezó a cotizar el cannabis en bolsas de comercio? The first publicly traded cannabis company? 2009. Es algo que mucha gente no sabe, pero las acciones de cannabis, las empresas de marihuana, de la lechuga del diablo, de esta cosa malvada, se han vuelto algo muy mainstream y desde el 2009 que cotizan en distintas bolsas. La primera en cotizar se llamaba Medical Marijuana Inc. Hoy en día no es una empresa muy grande, pero existe. Y empezó a cotizar en una bolsa en Estados Unidos que se llamaba OTC o Over the Counter, porque obviamente, como todos y todas aquí saben, el cannabis al día de hoy todavía no es legal a nivel federal en los Estados Unidos. Pero eso no ha impedido que a nivel de los diversos estados proliferaran los negocios de cannabis y que buscaran en un típico ethos norteamericano, estadounidense, levantar capital de las formas que pudieran, y una de ellas era abriendo inversiones al público general, no solo inversores calificados, no solo a los grandes multimillonarios, sino a cualquier persona que quisiera comprar una acción por $1 o centavos incluso en ese momento. Pero bueno, lo que ocurría era que como no era legalmente legal a nivel federal, las acciones empezaron a cotizar en estas bolsas más pequeñas, no en el New York Stock Exchange, no en el Nasdaq, porque todavía no permitían acceso, sino que empezaron a cotizar en estas bolsas que se las jugaron un poco más, que dijeron, ok, yo tomo el riesgo y los acepto. Mirando un poquito esto, es una introducción a la trayectoria de cómo fue evolucionando el cannabis en los mercados de capitales. Creo que la primera gran empresa en cotizar en bolsa, como dijeron por ahí detrás, fue en 2013 cuando salió GW Pharmaceuticals, que obviamente siguió un camino muy interesante, fue la primera empresa así reconocida a nivel global en producir medicamentos en base a cannabinoides. Fue la primera en recibir aprobación de la FDA para un medicamento en base a cannabinoides y en última instancia terminó siendo comprada por más de $7.000 millones por Just Pharmaceuticals, ¿no? Pero esta fue el primer gran debut del cannabis en una bolsa de comercio enorme como el Nasdaq. Luego, 2018, vimos el debut de Tilray, que fue bastante interesante también para mí, porque fue la primera vez que una empresa que hacía marihuana full, cannabis, planta, porro para fumar, salía a cotizar en el Nasdaq, que era algo inimaginado para todos y todas nosotros acá. Ver que de repente algo que había estado tan en las sombras, que había sido ilegal y que seguía siendo ilegal a la vez tuviera esta exposición. ¿Por qué Tilray sí pudo cotizar en el Nasdaq cuando empresas de igual o mayor tamaño al día de hoy no lo hacen? Curaleaf, Trulieve, Green Thumb Industries, grandes empresas de Estados Unidos valuadas en miles de millones de dólares, incluso más que Tilray hoy en día, no cotizan en el Nasdaq por esta misma razón. Tilray, al ser una empresa canadiense, operaba en un marco regulatorio donde era federalmente legal y eso les permitió debutar en una bolsa grande. De vuelta, esto marcó un hito. Hoy en día tenemos a Canopy Growth, que cotizan en el New York Stock Exchange, incluso algunas como, bueno, hay muchísimas de estas. El desarrollo de los mercados de capitales para mí fue interesante cuando empezaron a entrar las grandes industrias. Siempre es un miedo que hemos tenido en la industria del cannabis. Esta idea de que iba a venir las grandes farmacéuticas, de que iba a venir las tabacaleras, de que iba a venir la industria del alcohol y nos iban a comer. Y que hacían lobby en contra del desarrollo del cannabis. Lamento informarles que no es cierto, que es todo lo contrario, que están esperando a que se desarrolle y están invirtiendo en cannabis. Constellation Brands, que es una de las principales distribuidoras de alcohol en América del Norte, que distribuye la cerveza Corona, por ejemplo, en América del Norte, ha hecho una inversión multimillonaria y luego varios follow-ups de inversión en Canopy Growth. Altria, que hace Marlboro, por ejemplo, ha hecho inversiones también multimillonarias. Estamos hablando en los miles de millones en una empresa que se llama Cronos. ¿Por qué les cuento todo esto? Porque me parece interesante de mencionar un poco el mercado de capitales de cannabis, ¿no? Existe, que es algo que muchos no tienen en cuenta, que muchísima gente, aquí todo el mundo sabe, pero hay muchísima gente que no sabe al respecto. Pero me parece que es interesante también entenderlo justamente para entender cuál es el desarrollo, ¿no? Estamos viendo claramente una consolidación del mercado, estamos viendo un desarrollo general y ampliación de lo que es el mainstreaming del cannabis, ¿no? Les aclaro, yo no es que soy un analista financiero calificado, no les puedo hacer recomendaciones antes de que me pregunten cuál es la mejor acción. La respuesta es, no les puedo decir, tampoco es que la haya, creo que hay varias, pero me parecía interesante proveer este pantallazo, creo, para contextualizar un poco de lo que vamos a hablar a continuación, que tiene que ver con la situación actual de los mercados, ¿no? ¿Qué está pasando? ¿Qué ha pasado con los mercados? Más allá de las empresas individuales que cotizaban en bolsa, lo que pasó fue que en un momento, a partir del 2016-2017, hubo un boom del mercado justamente por la especulación, ¿no? Empezaron a salir de a poco, 2009, 2010, 2011, pequeñas acciones en las distintas bolsas, pero sobre todo con el debut de Tilray y un poquito antes, hubo un boom del mercado y las valuaciones se dispararon, ¿no? La gente tenía esta idea de que de la noche a la mañana, como si fuera Bitcoin, se iban a hacer ricos con el cannabis, iban a invertir, y mucha gente lo hizo. Las acciones subieron 300, 400, 1000% en cuestión de meses. Pero bueno, esto fue un periodo bastante limitado. Luego vino a partir de 2019 vino una era de un poquito de caer a tierra y empezar a ver a las empresas reflejar su valor real. No el hype, no las expectativas, sino el valor real de las empresas. Fue un mercado, lo que llama un bear market, que duró un par de años, realmente duro para muchas empresas, durísimo para las personas individuales que habían invertido en esas acciones, pero ahora hemos entrado en un periodo de recuperación, ¿no? Y creo que esto es aquí el eje de la cuestión. Hemos pasado, creo yo, la época de la especulación financiera con el cannabis. El hype y el boom que arrancó en el 2009 y duró casi 7, 8 años, se ha terminado. Hoy estamos en una era de realidad financiera, donde las empresas se evalúan de acuerdo a sus activos, de acuerdo a sus resultados financieros reales. Y este va a ser el futuro, ¿no? Esto es lo que indica la normalización y el mainstreaming del cannabis como una industria regular. Obviamente las señales ya la habían dado, las inversiones de Constellation, la inversión de Altria, la adquisición de GW Pharmaceuticals, pero creo que hemos entrado finalmente hace cosa de 3 años o un poquito menos en esta nueva etapa donde los mercados de capitales entienden al cannabis como cualquier otra acción, como cualquier otra empresa, lo evalúan como pueden evaluar a Apple o a Microsoft. Ya no es hype, no es un sueño. Así que bueno, ahora, la pregunta que más me hacen en general es, bueno, ¿qué hago? ¿Qué compro? ¿Cuál es la mejor acción? Y la respuesta es complejo, es complejo. Este es un mercado muy volátil, es un mercado donde las noticias ocurren día a día y todo cambia muy rápido. Entonces, para aquellos y aquellas que me preguntan cuál es una buena estrategia de inversión, y la respuesta es complicado, es complicado. Si uno no va a estar todos los días leyendo las noticias en elplanteo.com o en Benzinga, yendo a la conferencia de Benzinga Cannabis Capital Conference para informarse, la verdad es que este es un mercado muy volátil donde el day trading day trading quiere decir y tratar de entrar y salir rapidito de un trade como para hacer un buen margen. Quizás no es lo mejor, ¿no? Esta es una industria que requiere una apuesta a largo plazo, que requiere de una visión largoplacista y que en el mejor de los casos para aquel o aquella que estén interesados en el trading es un swing trading. Son plazos de varios meses. Entonces, de vuelta, no traigo ninguna respuesta. Es como, ¿y entonces dónde invierto? Si no tengo tiempo para leer las noticias todos los días, estar todos los días viendo qué pasa, estar al pie del cañón para enterarme qué es lo último que pasó, porque en cuestión de segundos una acción se dispara o se desploma. Ahí es donde entran los ETFs. ¿Qué son los ETFs? Son paquetes accionarios que cotizan en la bolsa como si fueran una sola acción. Entonces, por ejemplo, en una primera instancia salió uno que se llamaba Horizons Alternative Harvest ETF. Hoy en día el más grande se llama MSOS. MSOS, esto no es una recomendación, repito, pero es el que se enfoca en los operadores multiestatales de Estados Unidos. También hay otro que se llama MJ o MJ. También tienen su versión estadounidense, MJUS. Luego hay varios otros, los menciono para no ser injusto con ninguno: THCX, THCX, CNBS, CNBS, a veces es difícil la traducción, ¿Qué es lo que ofrecen los ETFs? ¿No? Cada uno tiene una estrategia distinta, pero lo que ofrecen los ETFs es un poquito esta posibilidad de desentenderse de lo que pasa todos los días. Como una persona normal no puede estar leyendo 80 piezas de noticias por día para entender cuál es la acción que tengo que vender o comprar hoy en día, pero si tengo un paquete accionario y alguien que lo está manejando por mí, decidiendo cómo rebalancear ese portfolio, ahí hay una opción interesante. Así que bueno, recomendación 1, apuesta a largo plazo. Van a ver que las acciones pueden bajar, subir, pero por lo menos yo creo, y creo que todas las personas que estamos aquí, creemos que en el largo plazo esta es una industria que va a prosperar. Es una industria que de una u otra manera se va a consolidar, que obviamente van a surgir empresas más grandes, van a comprar a las más pequeñas, pero en última instancia la demanda va a crecer, la disponibilidad va a crecer, la legalidad del cannabis obviamente se va a expandir, pensamos, a lo largo y ancho del mundo. Entonces, es definitivamente una apuesta a largo plazo. La segunda, entonces, es esto que hablábamos. Si no sé y no voy a estar encima de las inversiones todos los días, ¿cuáles son mis opciones? Un asesor, por supuesto, un servicio online de asesoría o estos famosos ETFs que nos permiten exponernos al progreso de la industria del cannabis de una forma relativamente, entre comillas, segura, ¿no? Otra categoría que es interesante que recomiendo, no recomiendo, mentira, siempre dije no es una recomendación, pero es interesante mirar, son lo que se llaman los REITs, Real Estate Investment Trusts. A diferencia de estas empresas que tocan a la planta de alguna u otra manera o que trabajan proveyendo servicios, pero tienen de vuelta, están expuestas a muchos de los riesgos y la incertidumbre del mercado del cannabis, estos Real Estate Investment Trusts, por ejemplo, como IPR, de vuelta no lo recomiendo ni no, pero es un buen ejemplo, y IPR, lo que hacen es, en general, proveer propiedades o financiar las propiedades donde se cultiva cannabis o similar, o incluso muchas veces comprar propiedades que están generando déficit para las empresas y volver a alquilárselas mediante una cosa que se llama sale-leasebacks. Son distintas estrategias. ¿Por qué digo que es interesante? Porque aquí lo que hay es de fondo un activo, la propiedad en sí, que tiene valor y es independiente de las fluctuaciones de la industria, ¿no? Realmente no sé a qué voy con todo esto. Vine a contar un poco de la historia de los mercados de capitales, porque siempre me vienen a preguntar qué es lo que pasa, por qué existen acciones de cannabis, qué se hace. La mayoría de la gente incluso está sorprendida con que existan estas acciones de por sí. Pero por sobre todo luego es eso, mucha gente ha perdido muchísimo dinero, mucha gente ha querido invertir y no ha sabido cómo y ha terminado invirtiendo en empresas que no cotizan en bolsa y ofrecen programas de crowdfunding sin ningún tipo de control gubernamental o regulatorio. Las empresas públicas, tengamos en cuenta que toda empresa que cotiza en bolsa, no importa si es el OTC, que es una bolsa menor, o el Nasdaq, tienen un nivel de escrutinio regulatorio mucho más alto que una empresa privada. Entonces, siempre me parece una opción interesante. Me parece que es una opción para que la gente genere rédito, pero también es una opción para apoyar el desarrollo de la industria. Que te vaya bien haciendo el bien, apoyando la expansión de aquellas empresas que proveen medicina en las que uno o una confía. Esto no es algo mercenario, no es invertir en explotación petrolera. Es invertir en el desarrollo de medicinas que pueden cambiar el mundo, para mí. Aquella persona que haya invertido temprano en GW Pharmaceuticals ayudó a fondear, a financiar el desarrollo del primer producto farmacéutico aprobado por la FDA, la Agencia Europea de Medicamentos, hecho a base de cannabinoides. Esta es una puerta enorme y yo creo que no sé si hubiera sido posible que una empresa con ese tipo de sueño, ese tipo de visión, llegara a hacer este desarrollo y llegara luego de pasar por todas las distintas etapas de ensayos clínicos, llegara a tener un producto disponible a nivel comercial en muchísimos países, si no hubiera sido por el apoyo de estos inversores de retail, por el inversor común. Porque el capital institucional a veces tiene aversión al riesgo y apoya hasta cierto punto, pero lo que pasa es que muchas veces las cosas toman más tiempo. Y quienes estamos aquí confiamos en ese futuro y tenemos la oportunidad de apoyar esto y quizás hacer unos pesitos, unos dólares, unos euros en el proceso. Entonces, ¿en qué estamos hoy? ¿Cómo hacemos para navegar este mercado? Lo que habíamos dicho. Siempre una visión a largo plazo. Si van a elegir alguna acción que no sea un ETF, fíjense siempre en los números financieros. Fíjense en la liquidez. ¿Cuántas acciones por día se comercian? ¿Cuál es el valor de la acción? ¿La empresa es redituable? Porque lo que pasó durante muchísimo tiempo fue eso. Invertimos en empresas que tenían un buen nombre, que eran famosas, que tenían hype, que tenían un buen nombre por ahí. Medical Marijuana Inc. salió a la bolsa 2009 con un nombre que es buenísimo. Medical Marijuana Inc. No se me ocurren muchos nombres mejores para una industria, para una empresa de cannabis. Hoy en día lo que toca es mirar realmente a los resultados trimestrales, entender si ganan o pierden dinero, cuánto efectivo queman todos los meses, cómo están invirtiendo su dinero, quiénes son los inversores institucionales, o sea, los grandes fondos detrás de cada una de estas empresas, y de vuelta, cómo fluye el capital. Es complejo, es complicado, por eso de vuelta yo soy un firme creyente en estos paquetes accionarios que, no voy a decir cuál es mejor y cuál es peor, tienen distintos enfoques, algunos que cambian su distribución de acciones todos los meses, otros a piacere, otros cada 3 meses, pueden estudiarlos, pero es bastante más simple entender, ok, esta fue la performance de uno de los 5 o 6 ETFs que hay, le fue bien o mal, rebalancean cada tantos meses y elegir una estrategia. No sé cuánto tiempo me queda. ¿Estamos? ¿1 minuto? ¿2? Ok. Bueno, y lo otro que es interesante, que también creo que estamos viendo, de vuelta, ya volviendo a las empresas particulares, o sea, empresas individuales, otra cosa que es interesante es, para navegar este mercado que es tan volátil y que muchas veces tiene humores variables, hay empresas que se han empezado a diversificar. Obviamente, lo que decía antes, hubo consolidación, varias empresas se juntaron para armar empresas más grandes y mega empresas y mega conglomerados, pero también hay empresas que se han empezado a diversificar. ¿Es seguro o no es seguro? No lo sé, pero definitivamente les provee algún tipo de reaseguro contra las vicisitudes del mercado del cannabis, que como sabemos son 2 pasos para adelante, 1 para atrás, 1 para el costado, después 2 para adelante de vuelta. Ejemplo. Tilray tiene inversiones importantes en alcohol, tienen todo un negocio de alcohol. Otra empresa que se llama Village Farms en Canadá, por ejemplo, tiene una vertical muy grande de lo que es horticultura puertas adentro, indoor, y no de cannabis, de otras cosas. Entonces, de vuelta, interesante mirar cómo las empresas de cannabis se han ido ajustando a este mercado que tuvo un comienzo lento, un boom durante unos años de hype total, de excitación, las promesas de que el mercado iba a ser de miles de millones y que la adopción del cannabis iba a ser rapidísima y que todo el mercado de pacientes de cáncer y todo el mercado de pacientes de CBD, de repente de la noche a la mañana se iba a volcar al mercado legal de cannabis, que obviamente sabemos que no se materializó porque la adopción y la educación toman su tiempo. Pero finalmente hemos llegado hoy en día a un momento de realidad, de inversiones y de valuaciones basadas en la realidad. Yo me siento optimista, concluyo diciendo eso. Para quienes estén interesados o interesadas en esto es una apuesta a larguísimo plazo, 2, 3, 5 años, pero creo que la trayectoria es hacia arriba, no queda otra. A la gente le gusta la marihuana, a la gente le gusta el porro y la gente quiere medicarse con cannabis. Así que bueno, creo que aquí lo dejo. Podría expandir un poco más, no sabía cuán introductorio hacerlo. Espero que algo les deje. Si tienen alguna pregunta pueden hacerla ahora o se pueden acercar luego. No sé cómo queremos proceder con eso, si no se pueden acercar. Pero espero que les sea útil. Y de vuelta recomiendo el planteo.com para aquellos que hablen en español y quieran estar al tanto de lo que pasa con las acciones y la industria, o benzenga.com/cannabis para los que, for those who speak in English. Y bueno, con eso creo que concluimos.
Gracias, Javi. Bueno, vamos a dar por concluida la jornada. La verdad es que muchísimas gracias por estar aquí, por estar presentes. No, antes de despedirnos, sí que me gustaría dar las gracias a todas aquellas personas que también están en la sombra, que tienen la bueno, no quieren subir aquí arriba, pero realmente son las que hacen posible todo esto. Sobre todo a la Junta Directiva, a las empresas que nos han apoyado y que gracias a ellas hoy estamos aquí y esperamos estar muchos más años. A Marc y a Lili, que nos han ayudado con todo el tema, evidentemente, del diseño y de la organización. Sergi y Manel, que nos ayudan con el máster. Y en general al equipo, ¿no? Tanto de profesionales, otras empresas que han hecho posible este evento. Creo que han quedado muy buenas ideas. Está claro que el cannabis es el futuro. Tenemos realmente un mundo abierto y ojalá tengamos una regulación pronto. Sin más, desde el CannabisHub vamos a llamar a todas las empresas, a todas las personas que quieran ayudarnos en este camino a formar parte de él. Y sin más, me despido. Nos vemos en el San Luca. Esto es en Plaza España, en la antigua Plaza de Toros. Así que espero veros allí. Es momento para hablar, para hacer el late networking. Y nada más. Muchísimas gracias. Gracias.